Prologue. A pair of red eyes watched over the sleeping blonde boy. 2 years, he was only 2 years and already could he feel the hatred from the villages. He had given up so much before he could even know it. Not even his caretaker stayed around for long. The man made a disgusted sound. She didn't even stay to make sure he fell asleep with that pathetic excuse of a blanket. His red eyes watched the small arm came up from under the thin blanket. They thinned out as they took in the small bruiser on the arm. Every night he would sneak out of his own room to come over here and watch over the sleeping boy, making sure no one tried anything against him. In his own family he was silent and reserved, but he knew why. A few months ago that he had fallen for the little boy. He was quite taken by the innocent face and the blonde locks on his head. It hurt him to see how the villagers treated him. He also knew that it wouldn't be long before some of the villagers would try and kill the boy. He had heard how they whispered among themselves. From what he could gather, something would happen tonight. That was the reason why the caretaker went home as she did. She got paid to let the door be open. Big chance he would let them kill this little angel. If only they saw you as I did, little Naruto-kun. But he knew they never would. Not in the coming years at least. After he first saw the little boy being carried by Hokage-sama one day through the streets, he followed them. The Hokage took Naruto to the Hokage mountain. When they stood there, the parents took their children and left. He was silently enraged by their behavior. He didn't want all the attention he got from his parents and the other students at school, but they wouldn't leave him alone no matter how cold he acted. But that little boy didn't even know why he was so special, so the Hokage had taken him to watch some stupid monument. He made a promise that day that he would look after the boy. He bent down and picked up the sleeping child. He was shocked at how little Naruto weighed. He walked over to the kitchen to see if he could take something with him. He only found old milk and a few other non-baby foods. His eyes took on a deeper red as he cursed at what Naruto lived on. There was nothing he could take and feed the boy with. He then heard movement outside the house and knew that the villagers had come. He took out an extra blanket under his black coat and wrapped the sleeping Naruto in it. He then walked over to the window and jumped out onto the roof of the other house. Then he kept jumping with Naruto secured in his arms away from the apartment. He could see the light from the window but ignored it and just moved further and further away into the night. The red eyes of his Sharingan glowed in the night. "I'll take care of you, I promise." They disappeared into the night. End prologue. Chapter 1. A dark figure ran through the woods toward the lonely cabin he had secretly used over the last 5 years. Uchiha Itachi couldn't waste much time. He had to get Naruto and away from Konoha. That snake bastard, he darkly thought. If only he had realized what that traitor had in mind, he could have saved everyone and not let things work out like this. He could finally see the cabin. Since he couldn't use his own house when he saved Naruto, he had to find someplace else. One of the kids at school had talked about seeing a lonely cabin in the forest and that no one never came there. He took the chance and brought Chibi Naruto to that cabin later the same afternoon. Since that day he had come as often as he could to be with the little boy, day and night. He knew he hadn't been fair to his Ododo for not spending as much time with him, but at least Sasuke had there opened the doors to the cabin and rushed inside. "Naruto, come on, we have to go," he called out. He started to pack a few of Naruto's things into a bag. 7-year-old Naruto walked out of the other room and looked at Itachi questioningly. "Not now, I'll explain everything later. Now get your shoes on and let's go." He then ran into Naruto's bedroom and threw down a few of his clothes into the bag. He then walked by the small kitchen and took some of the food there and then closed the bag. He then ran back to the door to find Naruto was ready to go. They walked outside and Itachi locked the door. Naruto looked around nervously. He didn't know what was going on and that wasn't something that he liked very much. Itachi took one of Naruto's hands in his and they walked away, leaving the cabin behind. 5 years later. It was in the early morning that 3 figures stood behind a few trees not far from the entrance to Konoha. One of them gave the others 1 paper each. "It has all been arranged now. There shouldn't be any trouble," the Sharingan user said. "Are you sure this is a good idea for you to come with us, if they realize who you are?" the blonde asked. He was wearing a black coat with red flames around the edges. "I know I'm not a liked face in Konoha, Naruto. When I walk into Konoha we just have to be careful so no one realize who I am. I can hide my Sharingan and change my appearance with Genjutsu. We need to have people inside and you two are the least no faces as missing ninjas, especially you Naruto. Orochimaru is up to something and it could cause trouble to our organization. Since I was the one to have worked with him most when he was with us, I'm a logical choice to come with you." Naruto still wasn't happy about it. He pouted. "Don't give me that face." "Don't worry, Itachi-kun. We will all be alright," Haku said. "We better get going so we don't draw attention to us." Itachi nodded. "Can you go ahead a little? I want to talk to Naruto alone." Haku nodded and walked through the gate. What is it? Naruto asked once they were alone. There is something else that is worrying me. I think Orochimaru will go after my Ototo. Itachi revealed. Sasuke. Why? Naruto hadn't expected that one. Before Orochimaru left the organization he was interested by me in some way, but after he knew he couldn't control me he gave up. He found out I have a Ototo before he left and I think he might go after Sasuke. So what do you want me to do? Naruto still didn't get everything but pretended that he did. I want you to look after Sasuke for me. If anything happens to him I want you to protect him. But be discreet. We don't need people being suspicious on you. Naruto finally got it. Why don't you watch him? Sasuke would realize who I really am if I'm around him too much. He isn't that stupid. Naruto didn't object with the thought that he would do something solo on this undercover mission. Don't worry about it, Itachi. I will do my best. He then turned to go over to Haku when he felt a hand on his arm. He turned back to Itachi. Itachi pointed at Naruto's cheeks. You forgot. Naruto blushed lightly as he did a seal with his hands. His whiskers slowly faded out of sight. Thanks, he said. Itachi did different kind of seals with his hands and the red in his eyes changed to the color his eyes normally had and his face changed so he looked younger and less like Uchiha Itachi, but he was still just as handsome. His black hair got a hint of brown in it but was still the same in a long ponytail on his back with black strands at the side of his face. They walked over to Haku. Now remember, I'm not Itachi around other people but a Misaki. Both Naruto and Haku nodded to let him know they heard him the first time. Itachi watched Naruto beside him as they walked into Konoha. I hope you get a chance to pass the Chunin exam during this, Naruto. He then returned his attention back to road in front of them. You deserve to. Team 7 that was formed by Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Kashimo Joshua. They met outside and walked in to take the Chunin exam. As Team 7 walked through the corridor to the third floor, a loud noise was heard through the crowd that had gathered at a door. A boy with thick eyebrows in a green costume hit the floor. Huh, you plan to take the Chunin with that? You should quit now, a voice said. The door to the exam room 301 was guarded by 2 cocky Chunins. You're just a little kid, one of them said. Yeah, the other agreed. A girl with a pink armless shirt stepped forward. Please, let us through, she said. There was a silence over the place as she walked up to the door. The next thing anyone knew was that she was hit by one of them, making her fall back. Mummers roused among the Genins. How cruel. What did you say? The one with spiky hair said. Listen up, we're being kind to you. This Chunin exam is difficult. A boy with white eyes was kneeling down between his 2 floored comrades. We have seen those who gave up on being a ninja or become serious injured taking this exam. Team 7 had just reached the place and didn't know much of what was going on. They just listened for a moment. A Chunin is a commanding of a squad. The failure of a mission or the death of a comrade. That is all the captain's responsibility. And to think, these kids are trying too. The cocky one continued. What's wrong with sifting out those who aren't going to pass anyway? Sasuke couldn't stand it anymore to wait. That's a sound argument, but I will pass. He and his team stepped forward. And undo this field you've created using genjutsu. I want to go to the 3rd floor. Some of the others were confused by that. What's that guy talking about? I don't know. Oh, one of the Chunin said. So you noticed, the quiet one said in amusement. Sasuke just smirked back at them. What they didn't know was that leaning against the opposite wall was a boy with short blonde spiked hair that watched it with a little amusement. Even if he had noticed it right away the genjutsu once he entered the floor he hadn't said anything. He wanted to see what the others would do. Naruto had told Haku and Itachi to go ahead. Since Itachi could see the jutsu with his Sharingan he told Haku about it. His Sharingan was just covered by the genjutsu, other than that his eyes worked almost the same as always, only, until he released the genjutsu he couldn't use any big jutsu with his eyes, but since detecting illusions like this wasn't hard for him normally he easily detected this one too. So that is Sasuke. There could be no mistake. He and Itachi were so much alike in appearance that it was almost frightening. Sakura, you must have noticed first, right? Huh, the pink-haired girl seemed shocked at that. Your analytical ability and genjutsu know-how is the most improved on our team. The girl blushed a little before looking at the floor just for an instant. So, he did it to raise his teammates' courage. The blonde smiled slightly. He then noticed Sasuke had the corners of his lips in a slight smile. That was what the girl needed. That guy knows how to encourage that girl, just like she needs. Of course, I noticed a while ago. Because this is the 2nd floor. The stupid-looking brown boy in their team agreed. Just as that was said the jutsu was released and the real surrounding came back. The cocky Chunin had an odd glint in his eyes that Naruto didn't like. You're pretty good, But just being able to detect it isn't enough. The Chunin then attacked Sasuke. Sasuke saw it coming and raised his leg to kick his attacker. The next thing they knew was the green-clad boy from before stopping their kicks with his hands, but what was more shocking was the stranger in the middle of the group. He had his hand on the floor and that supported his weight. The other was raised at the Chunin with a kunai in it. The blade wasn't pointed at the older boy, but it was enough to give a message. One of his foot was halfway raised from the ground, angled so that he could have blocked Sasuke's kick if it came. His other leg was straight out toward the green boy with his heel just a few inches away from his chin. All of them looked shocked. It's true that the exam is hard and that genins die during it, but if you can't test how you would survive in there, then you won't know how you will survive in real life. The blonde said calmly. Sakura was looking at the scene. Both are fast. They was able to see both kicks and slide in between. The thick eyebrow one is different than the person that was kicked around earlier. But the other one, he counteracted all three persons' attack in defense like it was natural for him. Thick eyebrow didn't take his eyes off the foot just in front of him while he let go of the Chunin's and Sasuke's leg. Naruto lowered his leg from Sasuke and put away his kunai. Muttering a sorry to the stunned Chunin, he stared at thick eyebrow before he too lowered his foot and stood up normally. Sasuke didn't pay much attention to the blonde, only thick eyebrow's hands. Catching my kick with his hand. What's this chakra in his arm? Thick eyebrow let out a breath he had been holding. His teammates walked up to him. Hey, what happened to the plan? You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves. The boy didn't look happy with his comrade. Thick eyebrow looked over at the pink girl and blushed. Well. Tenten shook her head. She must be why. Sasuke noticed something about the green boy. The bruise he had is gone. They must have been fake. Thick eyebrow then walked up to Sakura. Naruto started to sweat drop as he listened to the lovesick boy present himself as Rock Lee. After that he declared his love for Sakura, which she rejected, and made a comment about him being too unique. The blonde's own eyebrow twisted at the scene he witnessed. Do things like this happen often here? He asked himself. The other genins had started to move to the third floor. The blonde thought he should go after his team as well. Hey you, white-eyed boy asked him. What's your name? Naruto turned around slowly. His own face showed he was a little shocked that he had been asked something. You should give your own name before asking for someone else, he just said, not wanting to answer any questions. You are a rookie. How old are you and what village are you from? I can't see any headband. He noted that others were staring at them now, and they also saw that he didn't have any headband that showed his village's symbol. That got Sasuke's attention too. I'm not obligated to answer that. Nani? Neji said. Hey, what takes you so long? Haku came up behind Naruto. Naruto looked back at Haku. Sorry, something came up. Well, we better get going now or we'll be late. Haku then grabbed Naruto's wrist and dragged him along. Some of the guys standing around were looking after Haku with dreamy eyes. Naruto saw it and just couldn't resist the temptation. He asked Haku if he could say it. He pleaded with Haku if he could say it. When Haku said okay, he turned around whistling a high-pitching tone to get their attention. He then pointed at Haku. He's a guy. Most of the boys fell over in shock to the floor. The rest had their chins at the ground. Naruto walked away with Haku looking very pleased with himself. Sasuke stared after the strangers, thinking back to the fight earlier. Man, there's a bunch of strange people and monsters here. Sasuke didn't notice the girl, Tenten, was blushing while she looked at him. Behind half-closed doors stood the two Chunins, observing as the last ones left as well. Hee, so those must be the precious kids Kakashi and Guy. But I guess they passed the application turn-in phase. Yeah, even that other blonde boy passed it too. He must have noticed too, so long he stood there and not trying to enter. The other said before both was swallowed in a smoke cloud and reappeared in their true forms. Looks like we can enjoy ourselves with the candidates this year. Sasuke-kun, Joshua, let's go, Sakura exclaimed as he grabbed both boys' wrists. Don't pull me, Sasuke said to Sakura as Joshua was depressed that Sasuke got all the attention again. Neji was still watching the back of the blonde for as long as he could. Does he interest you? Tenten asked Neji. Neji didn't say anything, he just started to walk. Lee stood still where he was after Neji and Tenten walked past him. Tenten noticed that Lee wasn't following them. Come on Lee, what are you doing? Tenten asked. Neji thought for himself for a moment about the stranger. There was something that didn't seem right when he walked away. He walked away, and for a moment he saw something that he didn't see before or afterwards. It hit him then. Scars, Neji said out loud. Hey, both Tenten and Lee looked at him. That blonde, when he walked away I saw some kind of scar on his cheek, but it was gone just as quickly. It got Lee to think for a moment about what happened. You guys go ahead, there's something I'd like to test. Lee said to Neji and Tenten. When Sasuke, Sakura and Joshua was walking through an open area inside the house. Sasuke saw someone watching them from the side. He stopped and looked over to see the boy from before. He was leaning against the pole and was indeed watching them. More precise, Sasuke. Then another voice interrupted them. Hey, guy with the dark eyes. All of them looked at Lee. Sakura looked scared. Joshua didn't really understand what was happening. Naruto just stood completely passive. What do you want? Sasuke asked. Will you fight me right here? Chapter 2. A fight right now? Sasuke asked. Yes. Lee then jumped over the railing and down to the level below him. He's good. Very good. Naruto thought. He's fast too. He then watched as Lee explained his reason. Naruto's eyebrow twisted violently as he watched Lee flatter Sakura only to be rejected, and when she dodged every heart he shot at her. Naruto was actually impressed with her. Wow, that was something. I'm surprised, the blonde said to Sakura as she recovered from the impact on her head from the floor. Lee looked heartbroken. Your reflexes were impressive. Sakura didn't know how to take the comment, so she just stared at him blankly, taking a final look at Sasuke before turning his back at them. Well, I should go now. The meeting will start in 30 minutes. Matt, Joshua yelled. He was fed up with being ignored. Since Thick Eyebrows wants to fight Sasuke, then will you fight me? Would you like that? I don't feel like it. The blonde thought to himself. I'm out of your league. Why you? Joshua threw himself at the stranger. Naruto sidestepped the punch. He swirled around the opposite direction and raised his leg high to hit Joshua in the back, sending him spinning around the floor until he hit the wall. That was, Lee said low to himself, but Sasuke heard him either way. Lee stared at the blonde. Sasuke-kun, forgive me, but I have to delay our fight. Lee ran at the stranger. Naruto dodged a blow from the side and then jumped into the air. Leaf spinning wind. Lee spun around in the air, aiming his foot at the blonde. Naruto twisted to the side the way the spin was directed in, and Lee missed completely. Not letting Naruto think much, he crunched down and threw his leg from one side to the next in an up direction. Naruto blocked the kick and tried to hit Lee with his fist, but Lee twisted out of his grip. Naruto hit the ground with his fist. They exchanged a few more blocks and hits before Lee got in a kick to Naruto's chin, sending Naruto into the air. Lee was right behind him. Nani, you know Leaf Shadow Dance? Hi, this is the original. You are very good, but I will finish this fight now. Lee gave a silent apology to his sensei. The boy above him just smirked. Gomen, but that doesn't work on me. What everyone else saw was that the blonde twisted his body around until he was facing Lee and punched him back down to the floor. Sakura and Sasuke stared at the fight. Sasuke had his Sharingan on, thinking he could try to find out why Lee had been able to catch his kick earlier. He had seen some kind of genjutsu the blonde did, but it only lasted for a second before it was cancelled. Other than that, he didn't see any seals or chakra being melded. Nothing. They fight only with taijutsu. The blonde landed on his feet with one hand in the ground few meters away from Lee. Gomen, if I hurt you. Lee stared at the blonde for a long moment. He saw the turtle that was his sensei's summoning animal. Guy's sensei saw that. He gulped. The blonde walked away from the scene. Wait, what did you do? How did you counter the shadow dance? The turtle asked after Naruto's back. The blonde stopped to stare at the turtle. His eyebrow twisted a little again. This place is full of strange people. The leaf shadow dance is a Konoha taijutsu. You follow your opponent like a shadow. That is the strength in it, but also the weakness in some fights. I twisted my body so I didn't stand still in one angle in the air. I knew that I wouldn't make it in time, so I had to use a genjutsu, if only for a moment, on Thick Eyebrow to confuse him, and it was all I needed. By then I had twisted my body enough to turn around and face him. Then I only gave him a normal punch to his face, sending him to the floor, cancelling his jutsu myself. The turtle thought for a moment. Impressive. Simple and effective. You must be a taijutsu specialist. Not knowing if he should feel good about it or not, he just said the first thing that came to his mind. Thank you. He then walked away, leaving Team 7 to witness Rock Lee and Guy Sensei's odd personalities. Team 7 walked through the doors that lead to the first exam test. Once inside, they were met by a huge number of different genins. Everyone was looking at them and they looked back. Sakura and Joshua began to feel a little nervous. Then the silence was interrupted. Sasuke-kun, you're late, Ino said as she latched onto Sasuke's back. I haven't seen you for a while, so I've been waiting in excitement. Sasuke's sweat dropped as he looked at Ino, trying to figure what her problem was. Get away from Sasuke-kun. Ino pig. Sakura yelled at Ino. Ino noticed Sakura for the first time. Why, if it isn't Sakura? Big ugly forehead as always. What did you say? Shikamaru and Choji walked up to them. You guys are taking this stupid test too. Don't die. Oh, the idiot trio, Joshua said. Don't call us that. Sasuke then felt like someone was looking closely on him again and looked up to see the blonde sitting at one of the tables with the boy from before and another that looked a few years older. It looked like the blonde was sleeping. Right after that Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata and Shino walked up to them. I see. All 9 of this year's rookie genin are taking the exam. I wonder how far we will get. Sasuke-kun, Kiba said. Somehow Sasuke had managed to get free from Ino. PFT. You seem confident, Kiba. He said. Kiba, not being the one to be put down, replied. We did a lot of training, we won't lose to you. That earned a yell from Joshua. He thought that Sasuke always stood in the center and not him, so he tried to get in somehow. Hey you guys, you should be quieter. A gray-haired man said to them. Screaming like school girls. Geez, you are the rookies just out of the academy, right? This isn't a picnic. Who do you think you are? Ino asked. I'm Kabuto. But instead of that, look behind you. Behind, Sakura said as they all looked behind them only to be met by the glares of the other genins. Most of them started to sweat. Those guys behind you are from the Hidden Rain, they have short tempers. Kabuto said. Everyone is nervous about the exam, quiet down before you cause a scene. The rookies turned back to Kabuto. Well, I can't blame you. You're clueless rookies. You remind me of how I used to be. Kabuto-san, right? Sakura asked. Yeah. So this is your second time? Kabuto reached for his bag. Nope, my 7th time. This exam is held twice a year, so this is my 4th year. Wow, so you know a lot about this exam. Sakura said. That's right. Kabuto looked smug with himself. Wow, impressive. Joshua just said. Naruto watched Kabuto from his seat. In his opinion, Kabuto looked like a liar with a smile. Kabuto held up a bunch of cards. Hee. Then I'll share some info with you cute rookies. With these nin info cards. Kabuto then explained what nin info cards was. When he was done, Sasuke asked. Do you have cards with info on individuals? There are some guys you're worried about. Kabuto asked, a little amused. Of course, the info on all of this exam participants isn't perfect, but I do have it. Even if you guys say something about these guys and I'll take a look. Gaara of the Hidden Sand, Rock Lee of Konoha, and that guy over there. Sasuke pointed at the blonde that looked like he was still sleeping. Kiba looked over at him too. How can he sleep at a time like this? He asked loudly. Kabuto ignored Kiba. Oh, you know most of their names. Should be easy then. He then made a few gestures and then held up 3 cards. Show me, Sasuke said. Okay, first Rock Lee. He's a year older than you guys. Mission history, D rank 20 completed, C rank 12 completed. His sensei is Guy. His taijutsu have improved greatly in this year, the rest is not impressive. Last year he gained attention as a talented new genin, but he did not participated in the exam. Like you guys, this is his first time. On his team are Hyuga, Neji and Tenten. Next is Gaara of the Desert. Mission history, C rank 8, B rank 1, wow, a B rank mission as a genin. Since he's a newcomer from a foreign country, I don't have much info, but it seems he returned from all of his missions without even a scratch. He did a B ranked mission as a genin, and was unharmed. Shikamaru exclaimed. Sasuke was quiet as he listens to Kabuto. He couldn't get anything out of his mouth even if he wanted to at that moment. Things looked harder than he first thought. The last one, since you didn't have his name, it was a little harder, but this is what I got. His name's Naruto. He's in your age. I don't know what village he's from. He has been seen a little over the past few years in different villages in the whole country. His teammates are Haku and Amasaki. He has already mastered genjutsu and ninjutsu. It doesn't say how many missions he completed other than the ones to enter the Chunin exam plus a B ranked mission too, but no one have complained on how he complete his missions. That is all I have on him. Sasuke was just as silent before he said. You can add very good in taijutsu. He beat up Rock Lee earlier. Kabuto and the others looked at Sasuke like they didn't understood. Lee wanted to test his skills, so he challenged me before he took on Naruto instead. Lee's sensei praised him like he was a taijutsu specialist afterwards. After that no one of them said much as they just waited. Sasuke kept on watching Naruto as he came to know him. Naruto kept on sleeping, but in fact he was watching Sasuke again. Naruto looked over at Itachi and saw that he too was watching Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. Don't worry, I will protect him like I promised. Naruto thought to himself. And I better get my hands on that nin card on myself and burn it. It says too much already. How did Kabuto get his hands on information about me anyway? Just then Joshua couldn't stand the silence anymore and made a few out loud comments. Naruto and Haku sweat dropped. What an idiot. He saw that a genin from Hidden Sand started to take down his weapon. He noted that he was a puppeteer. He had seen similar weapon before. But the boy with red hair beside him just put up his hand and stopped the puppeteer. He then saw 3 of the Hidden Sound move through the crowd. They were heading to Kabuto. Naruto didn't have a problem with that if it wasn't for the fact that Sasuke was standing next to Kabuto and could be a target too. He had to do something. Sasuke was still watching him, but that couldn't be helped. Itachi saw Naruto's reaction and knew he saw something and would do something soon against it. Sasuke thought it was a little strange that Naruto was sleeping like nothing could harm him. He hadn't learned much about him, but it still disturbed him. How strong was his team anyway? That girl-like boy was one of a kind, probably just like Naruto. The last one made a shiver go down Sasuke's spine. Something wasn't right with the brown-haired guy. When he looked back at Naruto's place, he couldn't see the boy anywhere in sight. Nani? He saw the 3 sound genins coming out of the crowd and in his direction. Just as one of them pulled out 2 kunais, Naruto reappeared in front of Sasuke and Kabuto. Naruto lowered his head so his eyes were cast in a shadow, but his eyes flashed in a faint tone of red. The sound ninja stopped for a moment in apparent fear before he threw his weapon and missed big time Kabuto's feet, but that didn't matter as Kabuto jumped back anyway. Naruto saw that Haku had a needle at the sound girl's throat and therefore she didn't dare to move. The third one, however, was a little sneakier. Naruto let it appear like he missed the last one and let him pass as he went after Kabuto. Kabuto dodged the attack, but shortly after that his glasses broke and he threw up. That surprised a few of the others. When Joshua asked what happened, he got a rather mean theory from the troublesome guy. Naruto decided that he didn't like that Shikamaru. He probably missed intentionally and let some kind of sound attack hit Kabuto. He rose slowly not to draw attention to him. I think I have a similar attack, but I won't use it on him. Beside that, bandage guy gives me the creep. As Joshua and Sakura ran to Kabuto, Naruto moved very fast and silent behind the bandage guy without problem. He then held a kunai against Dosu's neck. Dosu stopped laughing immediately. If there is something I hate, it's guys like you. Dosu didn't know what to do. Behind them in the crowd, Neji asked Lee. Lee, how about those attacks? No problems in seeing the sound speed, so there must be some trick. For that other guys, I almost didn't see the blonde this time either, and that girl was just as fast. The boy with crimson hair looked with a face that didn't betray anything at the blonde. Then there was a loud explosion in the room. Quiet down, you worthless bastards. Then there was a group of chunin standing in front of them. Thanks for waiting. I am Moroi no Ibiki, the examiner for the chunin selection exam's first test. Most of the genins started to sweat. Ibiki told Naruto, Haku and the sound guys to stop if they didn't want to be failed. Naruto smiled at Haku and Itachi before putting his kunai aside. Itachi walked up to Naruto. Gomen Nasai, that won't happen again. With that he banged his fist against Naruto's head, muttering, Baka, and walked back to his seat again. Ibiki then told them about the exam, that would be a paper test and that they would draw a tab and sit at the assigned number. Everyone did as they were told. Naruto found that he had actually been seated next to Sasuke. Naruto then listened to examiner about the rules. In his ears it sounded like something was under everything Ibiki said. Then he looked over at Sasuke and saw that he had his eyes on the other boy in his team. Naruto looked over at Sakura and saw that she was watching the last boy too, with a horror-filled face. So, they think that he will fail. Not good. I can't have Sasuke fail here. I have to make sure that that Baka doesn't get them into trouble. Realize that the pathetic ones that get caught cheating will be destroying themselves. As shinobis trying to achieve the level of chunin, be proud ninjas. Ibiki finished. Naruto didn't like how the rest of the examiner looked at them. Well, Itachi will probably be alright and Haku too. All I have to worry about is what I'm going to do myself and watch out so that idiot doesn't fail this. The exam will last 1 hour. Okay, begin. Chapter 3. Naruto turned his paper over at the same time as Sasuke, and as he read through them he began to sweat. Was this reality? As he read through the first 5 questions he looked over at Itachi and Haku that was seated at the other side of the room. This was really bad. This was probably one of the worst tests there could be. Itachi could probably handle it, but for Haku and Naruto it was a different story. There was no way they could answer these things without cheating. Naruto bit his lip. What should I do? If I get caught cheating it's bad for all in my team, but if I don't cheat I will maybe able to answer these questions in my next life. Naruto looked around nervously. Most of the other genins are already shaking in their pants. The tension is so thick already you can cut it. Naruto dared a glance at Sasuke. He was still reading through all the questions. As if feeling the stare he turned to look back at Naruto. Sasuke could see a sweat drop running down the blonde's face. So him too. I can't answer a single one of these questions. Both turned back to their own paper, sweat appeared on their foreheads. At the moment on the other side of the room Itachi was looking around the exam room. Why did they have to send in that sadist on this test? It was hard enough when I took it when that glass bastard held it, but this Ibiki is different. Itachi swallowed. Even I can feel the tension in the air go into my nerves. This is not good. I hope Naruto won't lose his nerves. He caught the eyes of one of the examiners. Itachi looked away immediately. Chikushu. They annoy me more than anything. It was pure luck last time that I didn't show that glass bastard where he could put those Kuso marvels he had. Even if it would have been hard to almost impossible, it would have been enjoyable to send him to the hospital for a month after that. Itachi smiled at the memories of his last head examiner. It had felt so good when that guy sat on the poisoned needle. Even if it just had been heavy sleeping poison, it had warmed Itachi's heart greatly when that bastard was carried away crying like a baby in his sleep. Even Naruto didn't cry that much when he was 4 years old and awake. Itachi smirked. It took 2 weeks before they let him out of the hospital, and even if the glass bastard had suspected Itachi, he didn't have anything against him. How sweet revenge can be in small doses. I wasn't as innocent as they thought I was in that incident. Itachi went through a few more quick memories before returning to reality. What was it that Ibiki said? If you are a ninja, act like a first-rate one. Itachi folded his hands under his chin, still holding his pen. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm already a chunin, but would be a junin now if things had worked out differently in the past. It's for Naruto and Haku that I'm doing this, the mission too. It sounds strange that after he pointed out every way of losing points that we should. Of course. That's it. There should be someone in this room that knows all the answers. They want everyone to cheat, and if you are a first-rate ninja you don't get caught. Itachi looked over at Haku. He caught the young boy's eyes. He had to try to send Haku a message in the way they created from working together. Having to communicate when you were watched had a few advantage to it. Itachi nodded slightly before looking down at the table while he slowly cracked his right thumb knuckle. He put his left hand over his right and pushed down on all his knuckles. He then squeezed his finger on one hand except the thumb with his other hand. He threaded his finger together and pressed down a little. He relaxed his hands and put his thumbs together and rested his chin on them. Itachi then looked at the examiners and rolled his eyes before looking back at Haku. Caught. Releasing his hands and picked up the pen again. End of message. Haku looked a little shocked but got over it. I have to trust Itachi-kun. I know he wouldn't tell me anything that could be wrong. What was it he said? Cheat all you can, don't get caught. Well, I can. Shimada. Haku looked down at his hands and the paper. That examiner over there is really interested in me. He's looking at me all the time. He can't suspect anything. No, he can't have seen. Haku stopped a moment. A tear appeared on his head. He doesn't think that I'm a girl. Haku turned his head a little and saw the dreamy look in the examiner's eyes. Great. Haku twisted inwardly as the guy blinked at him. I can't cheat with him constantly looking at me. I hope he looks away soon and do his job. Haku waited for a few minutes, but when he saw that the examiner was still stared only at him, he couldn't take it anymore. Haku turned to fully face him. Do you intend to stare at me the whole time before asking me out? The examiner looked pleased with himself. Perhaps, he said. Haku continued before letting him say anything else. I'm not interested in a date with you. In case you don't see it, I'm a boy. The examiner fell over to the floor. His friends smirked at him. So if you will stop staring at me, it's distracting. Haku's voice was chilled with little humor in it. He then looked over at Itachi and Naruto. Both had a hard time not to laugh out loud. Naruto had a hard time not laughing. He himself had fallen for Haku's appearance when they first met. He could see that most of the genins was holding back laughter. Sasuke included, Naruto noted with private smile. So he also got a good sense of humor. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before turning back to the task ahead. He looked over at Joshua and sweated on the outside as well as on the inside. What the hell is he thinks he's doing? Even a 5-year-old can cheat better than that. Sasuke felt Naruto stiffen beside him and saw that he was looking at something. As curiosity killed him, he looked at the same direction and saw the cause. A small vein appeared on his forehead as well as sweat. That total baka. Joshua was stealing looks on the surrounding genin's papers when he thought no one was looking. What should I do? Even I can see that one and the chunins around will. Naruto's thoughts was stopped in track as he heard a pen meeting paper on the other side. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their head at the same time to see a chunin write something down before looking at Joshua with a smile and wrote some more down. Kuso, at this rate Sasuke will be gone in a few more minutes. Naruto looked over at Sasuke and met his eyes as he sweated pretty badly too. So Sasuke saw it too. Naruto looked over at Itachi and Haku in a hurried movement and it caught their attention. They saw something was terribly wrong. Naruto almost never sweated like that. The only time were when he had been left in his boxer in the ladies' room, in the hidden grass village, the local spring bath, just as a group of young women was about to come in and change after a refreshing bath. It had been a birthday prank played on him when he turned 11 years by Itachi, Haku and a few other people they knew. They had laughed their heads off when the women started to scream when they finally noticed Naruto in one of the lockers. They never let him live it down. But this was different. What could make him react like that? Both Haku and Itachi thought at the same time. Naruto's attention was once again turned to the examiner as he wrote some more down, and his smile was just the same as he eyed Joshua. Naruto's breathing was at new heights. Maybe just one more time and he's out of here with Sasuke and Sakura. I can't allow it. Not now. Not this early. What can I do? What do I want to do? He looked around fast and gained a few wondering looks and caught a desperate look from Sasuke as he watched Joshua along with Sakura. I want to burn that paper. As he saw once more the failed attempt to cheat from Joshua, and in slow motion did he see how the examiner smiled more as he brought his pen to his paper. Kuso, 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 Kuso x20. Both Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto thought in 2 seconds flat. Naruto lowered his head so once again his eyes were cast in shadows by his half-long spiky hair. He stared at the doomed paper with a tensed look as he imaged it taking flames. His eyes shifted between blue and red. The red one as he concentrated on the paper. The examiner reached out for his kunai. Like hell. With that thought from Naruto, the paper caught fire and burned. The examiner throws it away so it wouldn't burn his lap. Naruto let out a deep breath. His eyes turned back to normal. Now you have nothing on him. Naruto thought with much ease going through his body. He looked over at Joshua. He seemed to have stopped looking at the others for the moment. Naruto sighed deeply. Loser. He suddenly froze when he felt a new pair of eyes from a different direction on him. He looked from the corner of his eye and saw the crimson-haired boy from the sand staring at him with a new glint in his eyes Naruto hadn't seen before. That guy. What's his problem? He couldn't have seen me. Naruto stole one more look at the sand boy. His eyes are creepy, doesn't he sleep? Naruto heard a deep breath from Sasuke and that caught his attention from the weird boy. Sasuke closed his eyes in relief. That was close, not that he understood who did it, but he was grateful. I almost got a heart attack and I'm too young to even have a small one. Sasuke glared at Joshua's back. I will teach him late not to do something that stupid again as long as he is in the same team as me. Sasuke looked at the clock. 20 minutes have passed. If we survive the rest 40 minutes with him cheating like that, I will really think there is someone in here that is looking after us. Sasuke once more concentrated on his test. No time to waste, not now when I've figured out the true cause of this test. Most of the rookie genins have probably figured it out and are about to make their moves. Sasuke closed his eyes. Sharingan. His eyes was red when he opened them again and he began to copy the guy in front of him. My hand is moving without hesitation. I got the right guy already. At the same time most of the rookies started to use their abilities to cheat. Neji and Hinata used their Byakugan. Ino used a mind transfer jutsu on Sakura. Tenten used mirrors and threads and showed Rock Lee the answers she got from Shino from using the mirrors. Shino used his bugs. Kiba had Akamaru looking around for the answers. Sakura used her head and intelligence when Ino wasn't in her mind. Sasuke used his Sharingan. Kankuro asked to go to the bathroom, escorted by his doll. The Chunin started to throw out teams now that had members that cheated more than 5 times that they saw. More than 13 teams disappeared in less than 4 minutes. Those that didn't sweat before was doing it now. At the same time Haku gathered enough chakra to create small almost transparent mirrors. He sent them out to create a reflected mirror way to the one he used to look in and get the answers. 5 different genins around him and across the room became the victims. Itachi weakened his genjutsu so his eyes faded into a pale red color. He then did the same as Sasuke and copied a few guys around him. It wasn't that he couldn't solve a few of the questions on his own, but you couldn't be too careful. This is easier than I thought and no examiner that goes on my nerves this time. Itachi stole a glance at his teammates. Haku is using his mirrors, good. He will share the information he got with me to see if it's similar. Naruto, you are on your own. You still don't know how to communicate with us without making mistakes. Last time you almost caused us our lives. So, Gomen, you're on your own. At the same time a crimson-haired boy was watching Naruto closely. What was that chakra I felt for a moment? It was hungry. It was similar to my own. That boy caused that paper to burn with just one look. Is he like me? He let his pale green eyes travel over Naruto. I don't see it anymore. Is he controlling it differently than me? Gaara of the sand just let out a humph. Anyway, it doesn't matter in the end if he comes in my way. He then started his own jutsu with the sand to create a third eye. He sent it out in its sand form and gathered information he just wrote down and then let go of the jutsu. He was probably the only genin that didn't sweat a bit during the whole test. That impressed Ibiki. Naruto looked around then at the clock. 25 minutes left. It's time for my own cheating now. Naruto brought his hands together in a simple seal where he connected the fingertips with each other from his thumb to his index finger and then just twined the rest together. He closed his eyes in concentration. Chakra started to gather around him. Sasuke looked at the blonde as he felt the chakra emanating from him. He almost expected to see the blue chakra around him, but the only evidence that there was chakra around him was the slight feeling of uneasiness Sasuke felt. There was no trace of chakra around him or anything. He just felt the presence of it. What's going on? Naruto collected enough chakra before he released it into the room, letting it first go high up to the roof then out throughout the room. He knew the ones that saw the seal couldn't accuse him for cheating, for they couldn't see the masked chakra that partly belonged to someone very close to himself as well as his own. Gaara looked sharply up as he once again felt the chakra. This time it was more of it and it felt more hungry and angry than when he first sensed it. He looked over at the blonde boy and saw the concentration on his face. Even if Gaara's face didn't betray anything, he was curious. The blonde boy. What's he doing? There is no mistake, he's different from the rest, just like I am. Itachi looked up at Naruto as he felt the all too familiar chakra. Is he going to use that jutsu? Itachi asked himself. He never does anything small, just don't screw this up. Haku saw Naruto in his mirrors, and from the look of Itachi in the next one he knew Naruto was about to do his move. Naruto let the chakra flow around for a few seconds before gathering it at a point above him. It tensed and he then touched his closed eyes. Ibiki observed the boy closely. He's different now. Just a few minutes ago he was sweating like his life depended on it. Now he's calm and concentrated. I wonder what he's up to. Slowly but also pretty fast did the completely transparent chakra transformed into a pair of closed eyes. Naruto let his hands fall to the desk. He slowly opens his eyes and the huge eyes above him did the same, only they were a bright flaming color of red. The red eyes are open. He just thought. As he turned his head to look around, so did the red eyes. Only they saw everything, the other genin's paper test, as they could look closer and see the answers. They could also see the genin's thoughts. They slowly paused in pleasure at the feeling of fear and mental stress that filled the room. Then they caught the thoughts of one genin, only he wasn't a genin but a chunin. Just what they were looking for. They looked closer on his paper and read the correct answers. Naruto picked up his pen again and wrote down what he saw through his own eyes that was connected with the red ones. Ibiki frowned. What did he do? When Naruto was done, he put down his pen and did the first seal again. The eyes disappeared and slowly the chakra he released came back to him. Sasuke could feel the chakra again but still saw nothing. After Naruto was done with recollecting his chakra, he fell down to the desk. Shimata, greedy Kyuubi, was the only thought Naruto had the strength to think. He was awake but his mind just didn't work. It was hard to even think. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a slight worried eye. What's wrong with him? The next moment. And why do I care about him anyway? I don't know him. A few minutes passed and it was time for the 10th question. Ibiki walked closer to Naruto to see what his problem was when he slowly sat up again. Ibiki returned to his place at the front. Itachi looked around for a moment. More than a third of the teams was left. This really was hard to the ones that didn't know how to cheat correctly. Itachi looked worriedly over at Naruto. He had warned Naruto from using that spying jutsu again, for it made him weaker afterward, and with the risk to his life it wasn't something that could be used for a longer time. Naruto would be dizzy and maybe a little slow, but that was an easy escape if you compare it to losing your mind. Itachi sighed. Naruto no baka. Of all the ways you used that one. Ibiki wasted no time. He explained there was a two-sided choice to the question and that they had to decide if they wanted to take it and risk being genins forever. Naruto was still dizzy and didn't grasp what Ibiki said. He only winced when he heard the shouts from some of the others in the room. Kuso. At this rate I'm in deep trouble. What's he saying? Two-sided choice. It sounds like any high-ranked missions to me. He felt that he was slowly returning back to awareness again. He saw team after team leave the room until there was only 26 left. What happened to the others? Ibiki then said the hopeless rule again. Nani? Naruto yelled as he finally got it. He quieted down when he saw the look he received. Naruto sat back down with not one more word. I'm such a baka. Itachi and Haku smirked at the pink blush that covered Naruto's cheeks. Dobi. Both thought. Why does this happen to me? Naruto was sure he wanted to take the 10th question. I'm pretty sure of M. What the hell is he doing? Naruto froze as he watched Joshua raise his hand. The poor boy was shaking with what he was feeling. It could be fear and lack of confidence. Naruto wasn't sure. As his hand raised higher, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Haku and Itachi stiffened their spines. Not again. Naruto actually was having his second heart attack for the day. What can I do to stop him? Naruto saw Joshua standing up. Naruto swallowed. Shimata. Naruto quickly held his own hand up. Itachi and Haku froze even more. What's he doing? Haku asked himself. Naruto bit his teeth together before slamming his hand down on the table with as much force he could to get everyone's attention. Screw you. I'm not going to run away. I'll take this problem. Even if I become genin forever, I'm going to take it anyway to make people back home recognize my existence. The other genin stared at him. Naruto stood up sharply. I'm not scared. He then sat back down, and to his relief he saw Joshua looking at him with big eyes, but also something as he qualified as new confidence. He also knew that everyone else was watching him now. Itachi let out a breath he had been holding. He got a strong spirit. He knows what's he doing even at the same time he don't. Haku smiled lightly at his teammate. He was a baka. Sasuke couldn't help but be impressed by the blonde. Ibiki looked directly at Naruto. I will ask one more time. This is the choice that will impact your life. If you want to quit, now is the chance. I'm not going to take back my words. That's my way of the ninja. Naruto felt so confident now, like he could take on anyone. Joshua looked at him before sitting back down too. The air was different now from before. Everyone had new confidence in themselves. Ibiki took a few steps forward. Interesting kid. He wiped out everyone's uncertainty. 78 students, There's more left than I expected. Looks like there's no point in waiting any longer. The other examiners gave their approving with a nod. Then, for the first exam, everyone here passes. The room was death silent. What just happened? Itachi blinked once then twice. That bastard. It was this he had in mind. For a moment it was very tempting to lower the genjutsu again and punish Ibiki, but that wasn't an option at the moment. Itachi stood up. What the hell is the meaning of this damn 10th question if we passed just now? Itachi was mad, more than he had been in a long time. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he looked at Amasaki. There was something familiar with that guy. What the hell is this feeling I get every time when he's close? It's like something is wrong with that guy. Itachi sat back down as he felt Sasuke's eyes on him and as Ibiki started to explain the question. The rest of the students started to come out of their shocks now, and many of them had question. Ibiki explained the true reason behind the 9 questions and the hopeless rule. It made sense to most of them and they realized how Ibiki had a point with this test. Naruto was finally back to normal from his little jutsu event. As normal that could be considered him. I never learn, he muttered to himself. Naruto relaxed for a moment in his seat, but from the corner of his eye he saw something through the window. What the? The next moment someone burst through. The person introduced herself as Anko, second exam leader. Haku felt a big sweat drop on his head. She's like Naruto. Itachi watched with mild amusement. She's still the same. Naruto had also a big sweat drop on his head and he was sure Sasuke was in the same state. She's worse than me, Naruto thought with half-closed eyes. Now let's go, follow me, Anko said after commenting on how she would make more than half of them fail. The relaxed air got tense again, not as much but enough. As they followed her out of the building, Itachi stopped Naruto and Haku for a moment. You two go ahead, I will follow soon. I got to pick something up if we want to continue this. Both nodded and Itachi walked in a different direction. Where is he going? Naruto and Haku turned to see Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata and Shino walking beside them. Oh, Haku thought for something to say. He just needed to go to the bathroom. Naruto said. We arrived a few minutes before the exam started and he didn't have time to go before it. Better than nothing, Haku said even if he didn't like the excuse. Kiba just stared at Naruto for a few moments before smirking. I don't know who you are but I kinda like your style. Yokata yo, I'm so glad, Naruto said. With that they walked together with the rest of the genins to the second test. Chapter 4. Everyone stood quietly watching what would become their second test. Anko presented the place as the forest of death. She also told them that there would be death in it, so all of them had to fill a paper so she didn't hold responsibility if someone of them died. At the same moment the papers was going around, Naruto turned for the 8th time to look if Itachi was coming soon. To his joy Itachi was walking toward them with something in his hand. Naruto turned around and waved at him. What took you so long? Naruto asked. I got us these. Itachi held out his hand and in it he held 3 headbands. Naruto took the top one. It was the symbol of the leaf. Haku took the next one and looked at it. It was hidden mist. Itachi put on his own on his forehead. It was another leaf. Haku and Naruto looked at them. What are you waiting for? Put them on. We got to have something if we want to continue. Why are mine different? Haku asked. And why is our leaf when we don't even belong here? Naruto said a little louder. I got words from our contact that the Hokage let us have our home village symbol, and if we didn't want that then we could have leaves. I didn't think Haku would have anything against your true symbol. Naruto and I don't have any village to call home, so leaf was being the easiest choice. Naruto and Haku still looked unconvinced. Accept it or we can forget this. Haku put on his head protector while Naruto got into a little vocal fight with Itachi. Both was so distracted with their argument that they failed to see the three little figures coming closer. Haku turned to them, and when he saw it was three kids his expression became puzzled. Yes, what is it? He asked when neither of the kids said anything. Their attention was on the two arguing ninjas. In fact, Haku noted that most genins that were listening to his team fight. Why do you always have to decide everything? I can take care of myself. I really would like to see that. You got your ass kicked by those girls when you were 11. You know it was your fault because you locked me in there. If you didn't pull that prank on me it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, right. Well, you know what? You never found out that it was Kisume that stole all your boxers. You aren't going to talk about getting ass kicked. It was Kisume. He's dead when I get back. So why should you decide for me if you can't even have your boxers alone? Because I raised you since you were a little kid, so you shouldn't say anything. You aren't old enough in my opinion to walk safely for yourself. How the hell am I ever going to grow up if you don't let me do things on my own? Why did I ever? Both felt a sudden piercing pain in their backs and turned to see Haku with a few needle in his hand pointing at them. If you don't stop now I will force you to it. You are causing a scene. Both Naruto and Itachi looked around and saw that most of the girls could hardly hold their giggles to themselves. Kiba looked like he had just heard the funniest thing in the world since he could hardly contain his laughter. The rest of the Leaf Genins looked on to see if anything else would happen. Just put the head protector on. Itachi muttered under his breath to Naruto. Naruto did as told and tied it on his forehead. Haku turned back to the kids. Was there something you wanted? Hi, we are doing an article on the exam and we would like to know more about the ones taking it. My name is Konohamaru and this is. The kid Konohamaru continued to talk about their school paper and how they work to know as much about other ninjas as possible at the exam. Finally, after a few more minutes. Are you on the same team? You don't have the same symbol on your protectors. The rookies of the years came closer to maybe have a few answers, and when they saw the new head protectors on each head more questions popped up in their heads. Hi, we are on the same team. We just don't have any village to call our own except Haku over there. Itachi told them. We move around and when we got closer to Konoha we heard that a Chunin exam would take place and we talked to your Hokage if he could let us enter. Konohamaru scratched his head. I never understand how that old man works. Then how did you meet? I'm sure that's interesting. You could say that. Which one would you like to hear from? Haku asked. The other boy in Konohamaru's team looked at Haku. You can go first. Haku started to protest when he was dragged over to a few large stones. The kids pushed him down on one of them and took position around him. Ready to listen. Haku could hear Naruto shout in the background. He and Itachi had probably gone back to a new fight. I would change with you if I could, Naruto. Haku thought as Konohamaru asked a few questions about who he was and how he met his teammates. Well, I'm Haku and I was born in a little village where the snow always fell. I was very happy living with my parents, but because of the fear of the advanced bloodlines that existed in the country at that time my life was destroyed. Most wars were fought by people with an advanced bloodline and that made the rest hide their powers after everything was over because the villagers were afraid of them and killed everyone they could find. I was 7 when my family was killed in one of those conflicts. Haku looked a little sad at the memories. I was an orphan and lived on the streets for a while. I met a man, he was a mist shinobi and knew about my past but he took care of me. He trained me and raised me. A couple of months ago he and I met 2 people wandering around and as they came closer we thought they were after us so we picked a fight with them. We lost miserable to them. It turned out they didn't even know who they had fought against. My protector thought that I deserved a better chance than he could give me. Those 2 people made a promise with him that they could probably give me the life I deserved and that they could need someone like me. He agreed in the end. I left with them a few days later and that was the beginning of my relationships with my team. After that I've lived with them and got to know them. I worked with them on every mission we got. Then we came here and decided to take the Chunin exam. Everyone around them had been listening closely to Haku's story. 2 of the kids write down notes. Then you are the strongest of your team now. Since you got so much experience and have trained with them and knows about their weakness. Konohamaru asked. Actually I'm still the weakest in my team. I've gotten stronger but I'm still not as strong as them. I would still lose to them if I fought against them, Haku said with a smile. But I think that's because they think of each other as someone precious to protect. When you have someone like that, then you can become truly strong. When one of them are in danger, the other one will try to protect the first one as much as possible. All three kids had a stunned expression on their faces. A few more notes. Do you know how they meet each other? Naruto sat down on the rock next to Haku. His black coat was unzipped at the top, so he was sitting in a bright orange shirt. You can tell about both me and Ichi. Our stories are actually one together. That one gave Naruto a few confused looks. Ichi, the girl in the team asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with his hand. I accidentally dumped a box with ants in his bed once when I was 5. Naruto was cut off. Someone hit him on his head. Why did you do that for? Naruto whined at Itachi. No need to tell everyone about that one. Itachi hissed. Haku laughed lightly as his team continued to argue. In the end, Itachi was the winner and Naruto sat pouting with his back toward Itachi. Amasaki saved Naruto when he was a baby. After Amasaki saved him, he raised Naruto and taught Naruto the ways of a shinobi. A few years later, Amasaki's own family was killed and he took Naruto with him when he left, and they traveled around the country. Naruto grew up with Amasaki as his only family and teacher. Then they worked together and completed missions, and they fight like brothers. They meet me a few years later after that. You grow up together? Kiba asked them. None of them had realized he had gotten closer to them. Naruto looked up at Kiba's face. Akamaru was lying on his head. Hi. Itachi had come to stand behind Haku and Naruto. For a moment he wondered if they hadn't drawn too much attention to them with their storytelling. Haku had left out certain parts, but still. Itachi leaned forward and whispered something to Haku and Naruto. They nodded and stood up. If you'll excuse us, we will get ready for the second part, Itachi said before all three walked away. Kiba stared after Naruto for a moment. Akamaru started to whimper and apparently said something to Kiba. You did. What's wrong, Kiba-kun? Hinata asked Kiba shyly. Akamaru picked up something from that blonde boy. He's stronger than he gives away. Sasuke had been a few feet away from Kiba, but he had still heard what the dog boy had said. Sasuke turned to him. Face him. How can you be sure of that? He asked in a voice that didn't betray anything. Kiba pointed at Akamaru on his head. Akamaru can tell how strong an enemy really is by smelling their chakra. Sasuke's face still didn't say much. Feels like they are hiding more than that. On the other side of the field, the scene was observed by Anko and a few other examiners. At first she had been looking twice at the young blonde boy she had seen. He looks so much like the young student Jiraiya trained, it's almost frightening. Anko thought back to the only time she had seen Jiraiya with the still young and unexpired Yondaime. I wonder what Jiraiya would say if he saw him. Anko-sama, it's almost time to start the second test, one of the Chunins said behind her. Anko nodded her head slowly as she watched the two Leaves and Mist Genin make their way to the tent where they would receive their scroll. This Chunin exam is getting more fun by the minute. Alright, everyone, get ready. The second part will soon begin. Anko yelled out. Each team walked over to their own gate. Naruto counted the gates from the one where Sasuke was standing at into the one they stopped by. 12 gates. It's a long way between. Haku looked at what he could see of the forest. What scroll do we have? Haku asked Itachi. Heaven, so we need to find a team with the Earth Scroll. Okay, both Naruto and Haku said. If we could just figure out who have an Earth, then the problem would be over fast. Itachi looked around for a moment when other team walked past them. Naruto nudged Itachi in his side. They have one. Naruto nodded his head toward a Genin team with the leaf headband. I don't think we should go after the rookies. I want to see how they survive this. It's almost time, Anko said to herself. The clock was counting down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Begin. All gates opened at the same time and all team rushed inside. So did the examiners that would test their skills. Anko was left alone outside the forest. She smiled. This year's exam will be fun. Naruto, Itachi and Haku had already gained some speed and headed to intercept the team that had the Earth Scroll they needed. Naruto was in the lead as he took Haku and Itachi with him to a place their soon-to-be Earth Scroll would pass in a few minutes. They landed without a sound when they touched the ground. Naruto stood still for a few moments before turning to his team. They should be here in about 20 minutes. I don't think they will be a problem. Itachi nodded as he turned and took a seat at a nearby tree. He leaned back against the tree and closed his eyes. Feels strange to be back home again. The last time I was in Konoha was when the clan was killed. I hope I don't have to go near that place again. I don't think I would handle it very well. Itachi hadn't admitted it to anyone before, not even Naruto, but he still had nightmares of that night. He saw his own parents being killed and there were nothing he could do to stop it. He sighed. That incident taught me that I always have to be careful and protect what is important to me every moment I'm alive. Itachi opened his eyes and looked over at Naruto. He was talking with Haku about something. The young boy took up a kunai and held it in his right hand. I would break if I lost Naruto like I lost my family. He's probably the only thing in this world that I can still hold close without being hurt. Haku left Naruto alone and walked over to Itachi. Haku sat down beside Itachi. How did Naruto know where we should go and wait for that team that are coming? Itachi watched Naruto for a moment. The boy was standing with his back to them. Naruto was counting down to something with his eyes closed. Suddenly he turned and throws his kunai. The weapon hit the tree and 4 leaves between them. Naruto smiled to himself and walked over to the tree and pulled his kunai out. He caught the leaves in his hand. Itachi never let his gaze leave Naruto as he spoke. Naruto has the ability to sense things more closely than others. He can sense the difference in chakra from people and track them down. It's a little hard to explain all of it, but you saw what he did just now. Haku nodded. Hi. That's how he trains that ability. He uses those leaves to concentrate and practice on. He can sense the small leaf when they fall and hit them with a shuriken or kunai. He's grown fast now, he learns new things all the time, and I think that has to do with his furry friend. Kyuubi. Haku looked with shocked eyes at Itachi. He remained silent for a while. I think Naruto doesn't realize it, but Kyuubi's memories are sneaking into his own. The fact that he has such an enormous stamina reserve help him a lot, and that he's so damn stubborn get in favor for him. You make it sound like he's some kind of monster. Haku pointed out. Monster? He isn't Kyuubi. He grows stronger, but he's still the same clumsy and loud brat that we know. He will still have a kind heart and believe that everyone deserve a chance. That makes him human just like everyone else. Haku watched Naruto. The blonde hair got in his eyes and he brushed it away. He stood still for a moment before throwing his weapon again. This time he put some chakra into it and the kunai created a hole in the gigantic tree when it hit its target. He's one of his kinds. I've never seen someone like him before. He can get to my nerves, but I can never be mad at him for long. It's his way to look at things. There's something special about him that I can't put my finger on. Haku said low. Itachi agreed. Hi. Itachi looked down at the ground. He would be happier than being around me all the time. Haku looked at Itachi with disbelief. Are you insane? You can't possibly believing that. You saved him and he saved you at the same time. He's happier when he's with you than with me, I can see it in his eyes. You would only hurt him if he found out that you think that. I can't believe that you would even begin to think something like that. Itachi looked away with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He breathed out deeply. I can't help but to think of it. It's not exactly the life I wanted him to have when I saved him. He shouldn't have been with me on all those missions, raising his life for me all the time. Haku didn't know what to say. He didn't have to think of it for long. Naruto's voice broke up their conversation. They are here. Naruto's voice held just a hint of joy. Finally something to do, Naruto thought. Itachi and Haku stood up and just then did 3 figures land before them. All with the leaf head protector. The one with long brown hair was the first to speak from the leaf team. What scroll do you have? Itachi walked over to Naruto with Haku a few meters behind. The one you want. The leaf genins went into battle position when they heard that. How did they know what scroll they had? Haku, Naruto, you know what to do. Itachi said. Hi. Both boys said as they disappeared from view. All that was left was Itachi and he stood calmly in front of the other team. They whispered among themselves. Who could have the heaven scroll? What were they up to? A sound from beside them made them pay more attention around them, but before any one of them could react, a black and yellow jumped out of nowhere and came against them. They prepared to defend themselves when 3 more copies appeared behind the first one. The fight was cut short by some flying needles that hit the ground before their feet. Naruto and the copies stopped where they were and jumped back. The 3 genins looked in the direction the needles had come and saw Haku standing on a branch with more needles, ready to strike. The one that was closest to Itachi sensed that something was wrong behind them and turned in time to see dark brown-haired boy making a few hand seals. Watch out! The leaf genin yelled to his comrades. Itachi breathed deeply before releasing it with a show of flames. The 3 genins jumped out of the way of the fire. Suddenly something came after them and was right in front of the one that had the earth scroll. The girl didn't have time to think as she heard a thank you, and then the object in front of her was gone. Naruto landed a few feet away from Itachi and held up an earth scroll he just stole. The 3 leaf genins landed and the girl in their team searched her bag when she saw the blonde boy holding something up to his own team. They took our scroll, she shouted. They attacked with all they had, but before they even could get close they felt pain throughout their bodies. They fell to the ground and saw they had needles over their bodies. They tried to move but found it rather difficult, and soon the other team was gone with their scroll. About 40 minutes later, Naruto, Itachi and Haku could see the tower that was their next stop. Almost there. Naruto cheered. Haku and Itachi didn't say anything as Naruto kept on doing their parts in the conversation for them, saying how good their teamwork was and how they fooled that Leaf team. All Itachi and Haku did was smile at each other and continued on jumping between the tree branches. When they almost were there, Naruto fell worriedly quiet and stopped suddenly. Haku and Itachi stopped a few feet away from Naruto. "What is it?" Haku asked. Naruto looked at a different direction. "I don't know. You go ahead and I'll join you later." Naruto started to walk away when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. He turned to see Itachi standing before him. "We can't enter if we aren't the whole team." Itachi remembered that happened to another team when he took the Chunin exam himself. Naruto didn't really waste much time before he did a Kage Bunshin. "Take him with you and make sure nothing happens so he runs out of chakra." The hand on his shoulder still didn't let go. Naruto turned to see Itachi look at him with a determined glint in his eyes. "Come back safely." That was all Itachi said. Naruto smiled big at Itachi before he disengaged himself from the hand and was gone. Haku watched Naruto leave before walking over to Itachi. "We should go now." Itachi nodded and started to walk toward the tower. Haku and the Bunshin weren't far behind him. Chapter 5. It had been almost an hour now since Naruto left Haku and Itachi on their way to the tower. Naruto jumped from tree to tree. He hoped that what he had sensed earlier was wrong. It had been the feeling he had felt occasionally when Orochimaru still had been in the organization and were close to him. That guy used snakes, and was it something Kyuubi hated more than anything? It was snakes. The first time Kyuubi reacted to those snakes he had ended up sick for several days. Naruto stopped for a few moments and closed his eyes, using his sense so he could pinpoint where Team 7 were. If that bastard were after Sasuke, then he would get more trouble than he asked for. "I'm not going to let Itachi down, on my word. I'll protect Sasuke-kun." Naruto opened his eyes once again and set off in almost the same direction he had run in the first time. He could feel something all too familiar the closer he got to his target. His guts clenched painfully and Naruto knew that the snake was on the move already. Naruto swallowed. "It's really him. I can't be too late." Naruto ran as fast as he could. He could feel that he was getting closer. Get away." The scream echoed throughout the forest. Shimata. That was Sasuke. With that thought, Naruto ran and jumped between the trees even faster than he knew he could. Naruto landed a few seconds later on a branch just in time to see Orochimaru coming towards Sasuke just like a snake. Sasuke was too shocked to even move. Naruto pulled out several shurikens and kunais from his holster and threw them right in front of Orochimaru. Everyone turned toward Naruto. "You have to get through me first, snake bastard, before you touch Sasuke," Naruto said with anger edging into his voice. "I never told him my name, how does he know it?" Sasuke were more shaken by every minute that passed. What's he doing here anyway? Naruto took a moment to take in what already happened. Sakura and Joshua were standing a little distance away, both looked like hell. They were dirty and sweaty. Sasuke looked even worse. From the haunted look in his eyes, Naruto could guess that he had either tasted some really good genjutsu or the killing intent from Orochimaru. It waited more to the later. Then there was the blood on his leg and the shaking through his whole body. Naruto wasn't sure if the other boy was alright or not. "I don't blame him. I was in the same state the first time I was in the same room with that snake bastard. Luckily for me, Itachi was there too." Orochimaru studied Naruto for a moment before he smirked and stood up. "It's been a while, Naruto-kun." "Not as long as I had wanted it to be," Naruto said back, his face betrayed nothing. The smirk on Orochimaru made Naruto feel nervous. What is he up to? "I can't talk old memories with you yet, but I would like to hear one thing. How's Itachi-kun?" Naruto's heart stopped in his chest. Sasuke looked up sharply at the mention of his Aniki's name. He looked up to the blonde boy to see anger fill Naruto's face. What does he know about him? Sasuke's thoughts were filled with so much venom at the thought of his brother that it almost burned his memories of him. Naruto felt his blood boil. What right did this traitor had to ask something like that when he knew what he had caused Itachi? "Urusai!" Naruto yelled as he jumped to attack Orochimaru with a kunai drawn. Orochimaru smiled as he bit his thumb, pulled up his sleeve and drew a line of blood on the tattoo he had there before doing a few quick seals. Summoning no jutsu. A gigantic snake appeared where the tree had once been. The wind from the summoning blocked Naruto's path and sent him in the wrong direction. He landed on a lower branch. Orochimaru laughed. "Let me enjoy this, Naruto-kun." At the tower, Itachi, Haku and the Bunshin walked through the cold corridor. Itachi felt that they weren't alone there, but that didn't matter to him at the moment. Haku noticed Itachi's faraway look. You should stop worry for him. He can take care of himself, Haku said. Nani? Itachi stopped and turned around to look at Haku. Haku walked past Itachi. You're worried too much about Naruto. He's strong enough to take care of himself. I'm sure that he will be here soon. I don't need you to tell me that, Itachi said angrily. Haku sighed. He was right. You are too protective of him. He can't grow if you hold him back. Itachi looked angrier now. What are you talking about? I'm not holding him back. Haku stood his grounds. Are you sure? You realize that this is actually the first time I've seen him go away by his own without someone else with him. It's written all over your face that you know that too, and that concern you because you think that he can't take care of himself without getting hurt. Itachi felt like killing Haku for being right but knew that wasn't an option at the moment. He bit his teeth together and walked through the door to the next room. There he saw the sand team. He stopped and glared at them. How long have you been here? He asked. We just got here, the red-haired boy said. Where's your team? Itachi pointed over his shoulder before walking away from them. A moment later Haku and the Naruto Bunshin followed. Both stopped in their tracks when they saw the sand ninjas. Gaara stared at Naruto, making the Bunshin uncomfortable. Is there something you wanted? It asked eventually. I'm trying to figure out something. What your secret is, Gaara said. This made both Haku and the Bunshin swallow hard. This kid is just as scary as Itachi when he has a bad day, Haku thought. The Bunshin didn't know what to say. Lucky for him Haku came to the rescue. I don't know what you are talking about. Naruto don't have any secrets. Gaara's gaze didn't leave the Bunshin. He slowly walked up to Haku and the Bunshin until he stood face to face with the fake Naruto. They didn't move 1 inch. Naruto gave back the stare he received. Beside them Haku watched with growing worry. He can't see that that's not the real Naruto. No one can tell the difference between a cage Bunshin and the real thing. I just hope they don't start to fight. Haku looked briefly around the room. Where did Itachi go? A shifting in position turned Haku's attention back to the situation ahead. Gaara stepped back and the Bunshin in the opposite direction, creating distance between them. They didn't lose eye contact with each other. Haku couldn't believe it when he saw the look in the Bunshin eyes. Even a Bunshin of Naruto and he's still just as stubborn. Haku looked at Gaara. I don't like the gleam in his eyes. He doesn't think of Yamero. Gaara. Don't do it. Haku looked up to the others in the sand team. It was the girl that said that. Gaara didn't move at first like he didn't hear her, but eventually he walked back to his team and they sat down, except Gaara who was still eyeing Naruto. In another room with probably the only open window in the tower sat Itachi. His anger was gone, his thought trailed back to what Haku had said. I know that I'm not acting like myself right now. I guess that. Itachi sighed. I don't know. He looked out over the forest. I didn't save him 10 years ago because I didn't care for him. His gaze traveled over the treetops. His hand held onto a necklace that was shaped as 2 angel wings on a stick. A small glass orb was in the center where the wings and stick meet. It had round edges and shined silver when the sun rays hit it. Come back all right, Naruto. The fight wasn't going well. It was clear that Orochimaru was playing with him. Naruto tried his best without pulling in Kyuubi. The last thing he needed was a mad fox taking over him and attacking everything it could reach. The sick feeling in his stomach got stronger, deepening on how close to the gigantic snake he was. Damn Kyuubi, Naruto muttered. Orochimaru even tried to get to Sasuke and partly used him as trap to get Naruto. Not long after Naruto got Sasuke, Sakura and Joshua out of the way, he could start with the real painful jutsus Itachi had taught him. Alright, so he had to partly knock Sasuke out before getting the rest of Team 7, but the main reason was that he couldn't completely control all the jutsu he knew. The last thing he wanted was trying to explain to Itachi why his little brother was toasted. Now, things weren't looking so good. Naruto jumped out of the way from the snake's tail. His escape was cut short by the snake's head coming toward him in high speed. Shimata. There was no way he could escape the hit. His strength was running low and if he wasn't careful he would run out of chakra faster than he could handle. The anger from Kyuubi took up more of his chakra than normally to keep it under control. He raised his arms and legs to block the hit. Naruto was sent backward from the impact with the snake's head. His fall was broken by a few branches. Hall landed hard against the last one. He clutched his chest before he sat up and spat out a pool of blood on the branch. Naruto didn't know where Orochimaru was, he didn't even know where he was anymore. Hell, he had a hard time knowing what was up and down. Everything was spinning so fast he felt even sicker. His chest felt like it was burning. That last hit almost knocked me out. Suddenly Naruto felt someone pull him away from the spinning branch and down to an even more spinning ground. Had he landed so close to the ground? Itai, Naruto said when he was put down gently on the ground. Gomen, he heard someone whisper. Naruto forced his eyes to open. He saw pink and red, some brown behind the pink, and on the other side he wasn't sure what he saw, but it was the darkest object of the three clearest things he saw. Naruto tried to sit up. He was held down by two pair of hands. Don't get up, a voice said. Okay, that was male and didn't sound very experienced. Naruto felt someone touch his chest almost where it hurt the most. The hand wasn't fast and didn't press hard, had probably not done something like this before. Another voice said something, and the next thing Naruto knew was that the hands pushed hard against his chest and pain ran through his whole body and something moving up through his throat. Naruto's eyes widened before he rolled over to his side, breaking free from the hands and spat out more blood. Someone was rubbing his back, but he couldn't tell who. When he couldn't cough out more blood, he rolled back to his back, his eyes closed. The hands were back just as fast. Naruto growled deep in his throat. Do that again and I'll rip your hands off, no matter who you are. The hands momentarily disappeared and everything was quietly. Where exactly am I? Naruto thought. Joshua only tries to help you, moron. A voice hissed. This time it was female. Naruto slowly opened his eyes again and saw only pink. Who do I know with pink hair? I know I've seen someone with that hair. Who are you? Naruto whispered. For a moment no one said anything. You don't know who we are? The girl asked again. Naruto shook his head. I know the idiot that made me cough up blood must be Joshua, you said that yourself. I only guess you are the pink-haired girl in his team, but I have no idea what your name is. Naruto looked around, the blurry colors fussed together and made a cleared picture. Sure, that is the pink girl and the idiot, but where is Sass? Naruto stopped when he saw something that could qualify as a smirk. And the smirking bastard beside me must be Sasuke. Naruto whispered, defeated. The girl raised her hand to make him take back what he said, but Sasuke stopped her. He can't defend himself and you know you can cause more damage to him if you hit him right now. Sasuke said calmly to Sakura before turning his head to Joshua. How is he? Joshua shook his head. Not good. A few broken ribs, they have punctured his left lung. That would explain why my chest burns. Naruto thought. What's your name? Naruto asked the pink girl. She blinked. I don't know your name and it's getting tiresome to call you girl all the time. Naruto said. Sakura, Haruno Sakura, she said. Arigato. Naruto said with a light smile. He has a twisted ankle and he probably hit his head when he landed, that's why everything is spinning and he will have a bad headache when this is over. That's it, but if he doesn't get help it can go more serious. Joshua finished. Is this the idiot from the first test? He almost sound like he knows what he talks about. Almost. Naruto looked at Joshua. Are you medic? Joshua nodded slowly. My family is special trained doctors that doesn't specify in anything else but medicine. I wanted to be a medic ninja. So I broke tradition and joined the Shinobi Academy. Joshua lowered his head to hide the obvious shame he felt. But I guess that was a mistake. I couldn't even diagnose you without causing you pain. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. When he opens his mouth to say something back he felt blood drip from the corner of it. He heard Sakura gasp. Try not to move too much and try not to talk. Joshua said when he turned to look inside his bag. Naruto could stare at him before he couldn't be quiet any longer. Naruto sighed. You need to believe in yourself. If you don't start believe in yourself then you can never reach your goal. I know it can be hard to be accepted for being different, but if you stop now all your effort will mean nothing and you will continue to be the loser you think you are. Have faith in yourself. Suddenly he remembered something important. He raised himself to his elbows and earned a protest from Joshua. Naruto ignored it and looked between the faces. Where is that snake bastard? Everyone stopped. They had been so distracted so they didn't think of the enemy as a threat. Sasuke looked out of their hiding place and so did the others. They were hiding among the roots under a tree, creating a small cave of wood. It was quiet except for their breathing. They all breathed out in relief, he was nowhere near them. Their relief was cut short by a loud noise. The snake and man in question appeared above them. Orochimaru smiled, making Naruto sicker than he already was. Naruto-kun, you disappoint me. I actually expected more from you. Naruto stood up with Team 7 around him. When I say now, get away from here as fast as you can. All nodded so lightly Naruto wasn't sure they heard him. For a few agonizing moments no one moved, but just as quickly it was broken by the snake diving down against them. Naruto knew that he would be the slowest to get away but could at least help Team 7 on their way. Sasuke looked briefly at Naruto from the corner of his eye and saw the blonde boy close his eyes. I need your help. When the enemy was about to strike them Naruto's eyes shot open and crimson red eyes stared back at the snake. Naruto felt Kyuubi's chakra flow through him and he did a quick seal. The snake backed off right away and hissed at them. Now. With that they jumped away in different directions. Naruto was the last to jump because of his foot. It hurt badly and he was sure that he would cough up more blood soon. It was getting hard to breathe and he could see darkness creeping into his vision. Sasuke landed on a branch not far from the blonde boy. He looked back at the snake, it was acting weird. It hissed loudly and backed away from the spot they had hidden it, but it didn't turn its back to it. What did he do? Who is he anyway? Sasuke saw the Joshua and Sakura not far away. They also looked back at the enemy. It was cut short when they heard something groan and turned just in time to see Naruto fall down to the next branch. Orochimaru stood on the one above him. Naruto turned his head just enough so he could see Orochimaru. For the first time Team 7 saw that his eyes was red and that he had 3 scars on his cheeks. Naruto gritted his teeth together in anger. "Tem," he whispered. Orochimaru smirked down at Naruto, but at the same time he looked displeased. "This is what I wanted to see, Naruto-kun. I just don't understand how someone so evil as him can be held down by someone weak as you. You actually disappoint me, Naruto-kun. I thought Itachi taught you better than this." Sasuke tensed once again at the name of his brother. Orochimaru saw that and smiled. The snake had come back and Orochimaru stepped onto its head. "Now, Sasuke-kun, what will you do?" Time seemed to slow down and Sasuke could see that the snake guy came closer and fast, but he couldn't move. The horror from earlier had returned and he couldn't do anything but watch as his time counted down. Is this all I am after all I've done? All my training? The thought flashed through his head. He saw something blurry block the way of the snake and there was a loud breaking noise before everything calmed down again. Someone jumped from a nearby branch. Itachi looked out the window. He had never left it after he sat down. Haku and the Bunshin had found him and sat on the other side of the room. Itachi held the necklace in his hand, slowly stroking the surface of the necklace. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him. Naruto had managed to stop the snake before it reached him. Even in his state he fought against as much as he could. Naruto. Even his thoughts shacked when he said the name. Naruto was breathing hard and his clothes was stained with blood. How much had he lost? Too much, because he could feel that he was getting lightheaded. Naruto had blocked the path of the snake with Kyuubi's help and hit the snake in its nose with 2 kunais. "Ui, you alright?" Naruto said with a strained voice. He then looked up with his red eyes. "Little scared kid." Sasuke's world shock when he looked into Naruto's eyes. His face dirty and bloody, but his eyes still held a fighting spirit in them. "Naruto," Sasuke whispered. "Was this really the same boy? Nani, who are you? There's no way someone as scared as you are one of the few survivors of the Uchiha clan. I thought you had more inside of you." Naruto hissed the last part. "You are nothing like your brother." Itachi closed his eyes. He had a bad feeling in his chest that something had happened. "I'm just imagining things," he told himself. Before anyone could react, a tongue caught Naruto and lifted him away. "Ah, let me down. You snake bastard," Naruto screamed. He struggled as much as he could, but he couldn't break free. Orochimaru stared into Naruto's eyes. 12 years since Kyuubi was sealed away and this brat seems to be able to tap into his chakra and use it. He really has grown under Itachi's care. I would like to see more, but at the moment you are too dangerous to have around. Haku watched Itachi and was about to say something to make the silence go away when a crack broke the silence. Itachi opened his eyes and looked down. One of the wings was broken. "I just held it." He looked out over the forest. "Naruto," he whispered. Naruto would scream if he had the strength as the pain ripped through his stomach. He could feel that all of Kyuubi's chakra disappeared from him and it left him empty and tired. He saw a face flash through his mind. "I'm sorry Itachi, I couldn't keep my promise." His eyes returned to their natural blue and they slowly closed before he felt someone toss him away and he fell into the darkness of the world around him. He wasn't sure, but he could swear that he heard someone whisper his name in the darkness. Chapter 6. Where am I? A growl echoed through the darkness. What happened? Something was getting closer, something that wasn't all too happy at the moment. The killing intent in the air was getting thicker. The sounds were getting louder. Where am I? There was some kind of banging against metal and whoever that did it was really trying to break something. There were another deep growl and then everything was quiet. The silence was even more disturbing than the noise. The young boy walked through the darkness, somehow he knew where to go. Something was pulling him closer and wouldn't let go until he reached the end. There were some familiar smell to the place, but he couldn't place it. It didn't smell like anything he could place. He turned his head when he thought he heard something. His hair fell over his eyes when he realized he wasn't wearing his forehead protector. The bang started again and more intense now. It was followed by a loud hissing sound. He moved his arm and placed it over his stomach. It felt like he was going to lose his breakfast he ate 2 days ago. His head started to spin and the room that he couldn't even see was almost dangerous just to look at. He let out a groan and fell to his knees. There was a roar that was followed by a deep hiss. Whatever made those noises were two different things. He thought through his clouded head. For a moment he didn't realize that everything had calmed down again before being violently interrupted by a loud roar. Who the hell is that? The boy placed his hands on the floor and slowly and ungracefully stood up. He stumbled a few steps before finding his balance again. He didn't know why, but it felt that it was important that he continue to walk. He saw that he was walking through a tunnel and that light was seeping in at the end of it. Maybe he would find his answer there on who made all the noise. There were another bang and the ground shook dangerously. He leaned against the wall for support before pushing away and continued on walking. The sudden light blinded him before he got used to it, and what he saw shocked him more than anything. He was standing at the entrance to Kyuubi's cage. The fox threw himself against the gate while it roared. The fox's 9 tails waved behind him, hitting the walls, but they didn't even get scratched. Kyuubi's eyes flared and his teeth showed in a twisted grimace that only spoke of death and pain. In front of the gate, on the side Kyuubi wanted to be on, was a huge snake. Its body curled around itself and it waved its tail. It hissed angry but also taunting to the fox. The snake tested Kyuubi's temper almost as much as he had done from time to time. The blonde boy walked slowly into the room. Both demons noticed him and the snake was more than happy. It liked the air with its tongue, picking up his smell easily. What a nice surprise. It hissed. I thought that you were dead when I saw you. It liked its mouth while Kyuubi snared at the snake from behind the gate. I just have to take care of you now. The snake came closer but didn't move at the same time. Its long body didn't need to move for, in his point, the short distance. The boy didn't back off one bit as the snake hovered right over him. Why aren't you trying to escape? The snake hissed. Naruto looked up with his half-clouded eyes. This is my body and you are here on the same conditions as Kyuubi. If I die, you die too. So unless you want to die early, I suggest that you don't hurt me. It can prove fatal. The snake didn't like what he heard. He had known that there were someone he couldn't touch, but he had hoped that it wasn't the boy. The snake didn't move at first but crawled back to the rest on its body and laid down, resting its head against its body. Naruto stared at the snake before turning his attention to Kyuubi. The fox's red eyes tried to stare a hole through Naruto but failed. You called it a fight. It was more like a girl fight. Kyuubi snared at Naruto. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and sat down between the snake and the fox. His back was turned to neither of them. He sat with his knees pulled up and rested his head against them. I know that, Naruto said sadly. It was true. The fight against Orochimaru had been a real disappointment even to him. Naruto closed his eyes. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bring everything I had against him. Naruto mumbled. The fox had to sharpen his ears so he could hear the little brat. I guess. I was scared. He said that in a slow whisper. Even if it could hardly be heard, it bounced off the walls and both demons heard him like church bells. You. Scared. I don't believe that, the snake said. This time Naruto buried his face into his folded arms over his knees. He didn't want to talk about it. It was humiliating enough as it was. The fox walked around in his prison before coming to the conclusion that it was pointless. He lay down, facing his keeper. What the hell were you afraid of? I've been there when you trained and grow up. You were much stronger than you showed that bastard. Naruto didn't move. The snake's tongue moved while it shifted his eyes between the boy and demon. None of them said anything for a long time. Finally. I was scared because I was alone. Nani? Both Kyuubi and the snake said at the same time. The words echoed throughout the room. I was alone and that scared me more than I thought. Itachi was right. I'm not ready to go on my own yet. Naruto whispered. That is the lousiest excuse I've ever heard. Kyuubi exclaimed. The snake gave Kyuubi a dirty look before turning back to the little boy. Why do you think that? Naruto raised his head but didn't look at either one of them. I've trained all my life with Itachi. I'm almost as strong as him. We've done missions together, searched for forbidden things, and sometime when we had to, killed people to keep secrets, but throughout that I've never been alone. For me that was so much different than normal. I always had someone to watch my back. And when they weren't there you felt alone. The snake finished. Naruto nodded. That is the worst thing I know. Kyuubi looked at Naruto. He couldn't blame the boy even if he wanted to. Solitude is the worst punishment there is. What would you know, Foxy? The snake hissed. Kyuubi raised his head. More than you may think, and don't call me Foxy, snake bastard. That's one reason why I don't like snakes. Kyuubi muttered more to himself and the snake than to Naruto. Kyuubi, a small voice said. The fox looked down and saw Naruto looking straight at him. Those life-full eyes the boy normally had seemed almost dead now. How serious was this? Do you remember what happened 5 years ago? Naruto asked. Kyuubi closed his eyes. How could I ever forget? Flashback. A little boy with blonde hair ran around the park. It was the first time since he left the only place he had called home that he had been in a park. He had so much energy inside that he didn't care when he fell and rolled around in the grass. He ran down the hills and tried out the swing. Everything was perfect. The weather was nice and warm, almost no clouds in the sky. Itachi had told him to stay there while he looked things up. Naruto didn't have a problem with that. The Grass Village's park was one of the best and he loved it there. While he sat on the swing he saw a few other kids and decided to go over to them. Little Naruto ran and was soon within reach and he slowed down until he slowly approached them. One of the girls saw him. "Hi, who are you?" Naruto smiled at her. "Naruto, can I play with you?" She looked over to the others and they didn't object. "Sure, why not?" Naruto gave them his biggest smile before walking closer and they started to play. What Naruto didn't know was that someone was watching him from across the park. Suddenly someone appeared him from behind and grabbed his shoulder. "What do you think you are doing?" An angry voice said. Naruto turned to see an older boy staring coldly at him. The one holding his shoulder spoke again. "Who told you that you could play with my sister?" The grip tightened. Naruto winced. Why was he hurting him? Naruto tried to get free but it was almost useless. The older boy stared at Naruto with cold eyes and noticed his whiskers for the first time. "What is that?" He reached out with his other hand and roughly grabbed Naruto's chin before turning his head so he could see one cheek clearly. "Onegai, Yamate. Please stop," Naruto whispered. "Onegai, Ni-san. Please older brother, leave him alone, he just wants to play with us." The girl that first had seen Naruto said. The older boy just sneered and ignored his little sister. "Where did you get those marks?" he asked Naruto. But Naruto was too scared to answer and that pissed the other boy off. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he yelled at Naruto. Naruto tried to cover his ears to block him out but that only served to make the boy angrier and he threw Naruto away like a doll. Naruto landed hard against the ground, losing his breath. While he tried to catch it again the older boy walked up to him. "Don't ever ignore me again. You got that?" Naruto couldn't hear him. His breath was too important at the moment. He was roughly brought up to his feet. "What the hell is wrong with you?" the boy asked Naruto in a voice filled with venom. "Don't hurt me." Naruto managed to get out, even if it was just a whisper. "Onegai, don't hurt me again." Tears started to well up in Naruto's eyes and he thought he heard some of the other kids yell for his attacker to stop. Naruto closed his eyes when he felt the tears roll down his cheeks. "Hey, what the hell did I tell you?" Before Naruto knew it, something connected with his cheek and it really hurt. Naruto's eyes shot open and the older boy gasped in shock. Deep red eyes stared back at him. He let go of Naruto when he felt something burn the hand he was holding Naruto with. Naruto landed in a heap on the ground, he just stared at the other boy. Naruto failed to notice that the other kids were close enough to see his eyes but what could he do? He didn't even know something was wrong with his eyes. Naruto reached up and touched the cheek he had been slapped on. It stung bad and hurt. Slowly, red chakra began to circle around him. The boy backed away one more step in fear. "What are you?" The once angry and violent boy was replaced with a scared kid that didn't know he had done his life's worst mistake. Naruto stood up and took a step closer to the boy, he in turn backed away. "Stay away from me," he said shaking. "Monster." Naruto didn't hear him. There were a small roar and the boy was sent flying into a tree behind him. He didn't get up. Naruto blinked a few times and his eyes turned back to the same clear blue color they had always been before. He looked around him and wondered what happened. He saw the other kids stare at him and they had a scared expression on their faces. "Nani?" He started to ask the girl and reached out to her when he was closer but she backed away from him. "Leave us alone," she said. "Monster. Don't get near us," someone else said. "Stay away. Don't talk to us again. Monster. I don't want to see you again. Demon. Shine. Die. Monster." Naruto backed away from them now. Their word echoed in his mind. He ran away from them with tears in his eyes. He ran away from the park and out to the street. He ran down it and bumped into someone, sending him to the ground. He didn't care that something cut his face when he passed a tree. "Hey, watch where you're going," the voice said and walked closer to Naruto. A hand reached out to help him up but once he looked up it pulled back. The woman stared at his face. The cut across his face was slowly healing. She backed away too. "Why don't you help the poor kid up again?" a man asked her. Don't get near him, he's a monster," she blurted out. Everyone on the street stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at the scene. Naruto crawled backwards with tears flowing down his face. The whispers got louder. "Monster. He's not normal. What is he? What are he doing here?" "Yamate. Yamate. Naruto whispered over and over again. The words echoed in his ears. Monster. Monster. Stay away from him. The few people that were behind him when he crawled toward them backed away from him. He stared at their faces but they didn't show any care for him. Please don't leave me alone. Naruto reached out and his hand was slapped away like it had some kind of disease. Tears wouldn't stop filling his eyes and inside he felt a big hole in his chest. An aching pain filled his heart. Why are they leaving me? Naze, why? Onagai, stop this pain. Don't leave me alone to feel like this. The whispers grew louder and Naruto couldn't stand them any longer. He pushed himself off the ground and ran away from them. He didn't know where he ran or how long he ran. It was dark when Itachi found him in an alley on the other side of the village. He sat curled up and dirty. His face witness to the spilled tears. Itachi kneeled down and whispered his name. Naruto looked up and just as fast threw himself into Itachi's arms. He buried his face into Itachi's chest and new tears soaked the black shirt. Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone again. Never leave me alone again. Make the pain stop. Onagai Itachi ni-san. Make it stop hurting. Naruto cried heartbrokenly into Itachi's chest. Itachi warped his arms around Naruto and held him close. End flashback. It was quiet. Neither the snake nor Kyuubi moved. Naruto brushed away a tear he didn't realize had fallen when he thought back to those memories. Even now they hurt so much to think about. What happened after that? The snake asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders while Kyuubi looked away. Itachi made a promise. He didn't leave Naruto alone. When he realized that Naruto could reach my chakra he trained the little brat to use it. Kyuubi said in a low voice. But that doesn't erase old wounds. The snake stared at Kyuubi. Earlier if he had the chance, he would have bitten the fox to death but now he held some kind of respect for the demon. True that snakes and foxes didn't get along well but none of them had been separated by a powerful seal inside someone's body. I didn't know you held so much inside, kid. The first I thought about you was that you looked like nothing but a good meal, now. The snake didn't continue. Naruto looked up to the huge snake. What's your name? The snake didn't say anything for a while. I'm called Manda, it said finally. Naruto nodded slowly. He turned back to stare at nothing. Somehow in a funny way, he felt like home where he sat between the demon snake, Manda, and his own fox demon, Kyuubi. So what happened after that? Manda asked. Naruto lowered his head so his eyes were cast in shadows. Flashback. Naruto, you should really go out. It's not good for you to just be in your room all the time. Itachi said from the door. He stood with his arms folded over his chest leaning against the frame. His hair in the usual ponytail and he was dressed completely in black. Naruto sat alone on the windowsill. He looked out through the glass and watched the people in hidden mist move around in their own lives. I tried earlier, Naruto said quietly. Itachi sighed but remained where he was. The last thing he wanted was to intrude but he was worried for the young boy. It had been 2 weeks and Naruto still didn't have the guts to go out again after what happened in Hidden Grass 3 weeks ago. The memory wasn't the best he had. He had found Naruto dirty and crying, something that he never had seen before. He hadn't missed the desperate look in Naruto's eyes when he pleaded with him not to leave him alone again. No matter what he tried he couldn't get the blonde child to leave his room and at the same time Naruto felt some kind of pain in his heart caused from the loneliness he lived with since he was born. Most kids had lots of friends in their own age but Naruto's only friend was Itachi and a few other guys over 18 years, Itachi's colleges, and Naruto didn't know them that well to trust them. Itachi sighed again. I have a few things to do but I'll be back in 1 hour or maybe 2. With that Itachi left Naruto alone with the door open so he could hear Itachi close the front door. Naruto looked after Itachi through the window. I'm a coward. He rested his forehead against the cold glass. He closed his eyes. Why am I so scared? Naruto jumped down from the sill and walked slowly out to the living room. He walked right to the kitchen after stopping for a moment by the largest window in their apartment. He got a glass of juice before walking back to the living room. He opens the window and sat down on the frame. The wind blew inside and played with his hair. He felt even worse now than he had in a long time. Itachi isn't the same because I'm not the same. Naruto talked to himself. Naruto looked at the stores he could see from where he sat. There were many different stores but none of them held any interest for him at the moment. His usually bright eyes held a sad glint in them. Why did that had to happen? Naruto whispered. He leaned against the side of the window and looked around. He saw something in a store a little further down the street. He couldn't see it clearly but it had managed to catch his attention. How he wanted to check it out but to do that it meant to go outside and face all the people in their glares. He was torn between finding out what that was and the fear of facing anyone but Itachi. His eyes stopped at the front door. He swallowed hard before slowly putting the glass down on the floor and walked even slower to the door. His breathing became faster and it felt like everything was closing in on him. Everything inside of him was put on the edge, ready to crash down on him. He reached out with his hand but didn't touch the door handle. When he gently brushed against it he pulled back like it burned. He was shaking now, his chest hurt badly and he wanted nothing more than to walk away because that would be the easiest thing to do at the moment. But if I do that I'll lose respect for myself completely. Naruto stood there for what seemed like eternity. His mind couldn't decide what to do. He reached out once again and brushed against the handle, this time he didn't pull back. Naruto could hear his own heartbeat as it raced away. Is this what it's like to have a heart attack? Naruto stood there for a few minutes, unmoving. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves that were in chaos. His chest hurt more when his hand grabbed onto the handle in a firm grip. Slowly he pushed it down and took a look at the other side. No one was in sight. Naruto let out a breath he knew he had held. One step outside and then closed the door. You can do it. You can do it. Naruto took a step forward. No, I can't do it, I just can't. He took 2 steps back. He stared at the now open door. He closed his eyes. Kuso, I'm not this weak. I'll do it for Itachi. I'll do it to make him happy again. Naruto took a deep breath and walked out the door before closing it behind him. Chapter 7. Naruto walked slowly down the stairs that leads to the street. It lay in the shadow so he didn't get spotted as he walked down. His breath was still a little erratic and his chest hurt, but he had come this far and he wouldn't turn around just yet. He watched the villagers and panicked immediately when he saw them. No, no, no. They will just leave me and call me monster. This is the stupidest idea that I've ever had. Naruto closed his eyes, the pain burning inside him. It only made him feel worse than before. He turned around, tears stinging behind his eyelids, and walked back up the stair. Aren't you going to look around, Ni-san? A little voice came from behind him. Naruto's heart missed a beat and he started to sweat. This isn't happening, this isn't happening. He turned around slowly and saw a little boy, no older than 5 years, supporting long silver hair and dark brown eyes with spots of red in them. The boy smiled at Naruto. Anyo-sa, Ni-san. Why aren't you going out? He asked again. His voice was almost girlish but still held an aftertone of boy in it. It didn't sound annoying like most would do, but cute. The boy tilted his head to the side. Are you crying, Ni-san? Naruto didn't know what to do. He was frozen on the spot, but at the same time, he felt an unusual calmness enveloped him. He watched as little boy walked closer until he was standing right in front of Naruto. Why are you crying, Ni-san? Naruto was trying to deny it when he felt hot tears running down his face. It hurt to lie, but he felt like he didn't have any choice. I'm lying to a little kid. How low have I sunk? The boy smiled gently at him. It's all right. I know that it's hard to face the prejudice from the people around you. I cried the first time too. Naruto blinked. How did you? The boy closed his eyes and his smile broadened. I often hear people talk bad about me and they don't care about me either. It's not easy being different from everyone else. Am I right? Naruto slowly nodded. What is this feeling? The boy opened his eyes. What's your name, Ni-san? Naruto, he said. What's yours? Why does this kid make me feel like this? Why, the boy answered happily, though Naruto couldn't figure out why. How are you different, Waya-san? Naruto asked after a moment of silence, trying not to sound so awkward. The happy smile on Waya's face did not falter when he answered. I'm from the advanced bloodline. Everyone hates us for that and they would kill me if they ever find out about it. Naruto was shocked. He hadn't expected this little kid to be a bloodline, he didn't fit into that category. But then again, why did those kids and the other villagers hated Naruto so much? He's different. Just like me. How does he smile like that when he is hated so much? Doesn't it get lonely? Naruto asked tentatively. Hi, but I know that someday I will see my parents again, Waya said. I'm waiting for that day when I can be with those that love me and I will make them proud of me. Do you have someone that loves you, Naruto Ni-san? Hi. He's the only family I have and he has taken care of me since I was little. Why am I telling this kid this? Oh, you're so lucky. If I had someone like that, I will grow stronger than I am now. So I could protect them, the boy exclaimed quite earnestly, his eyes widening. Do you want to look around with me, Naruto Ni-san? There's a shop full of cool shinobi gears down that street. Naruto looked out to the street. The invisible claws that squeezed his guts came back with full force. Where did it go anyway? I don't think so, but thanks for the offer, Waya-san. Naruto didn't want to disappoint the little boy, but he couldn't go out right now. Not just now. Waya's smile was replaced with a cute pout. That's bad. Another time then, he said before jumping down the stairs and walked out towards the street. Before he left the shadow, he paused, turned around and walked back to Naruto. Here, Naruto-ni-san, he held out his hand. Naruto looked questioningly at the hand before he slowly reached out. Waya unclenched his small fist and dropped something onto Naruto's open palm. Waya smiled warmly. I got it from my mother. I would like you to have it now. I want to be just like you, to have someone that is important to me. Naruto just stared after Waya as the little boy crossed the street and disappeared among a mass of people. What had just happened? He didn't even know how to put it into words. Who was that kid? Waya had managed to take away his fear just by talking to him, but now that he was gone, the apprehension returned. Whenever he tried to go out onto the street, he was defeated by his own uneasiness and walked back up into the apartment. Once inside, surrounded by the safety of the walls, Naruto leaned against the door and sighed. I want to be like you, to have someone that is important to me, Naruto whispered, repeating Waya's words. His eyes narrowed with sadness. Maybe if I had more faith in myself, I could feel proud to hear that, but I don't. I don't deserve them. Naruto felt something hard pressing into the palms of his hand and realized that he's still holding on to the present he was given. He unfolded his fingers and stared down at a beautiful necklace. The delicate silver chain was thin and elusive, its two ends joined by a pendant that was shaped like two angel wings on a stick. Itachi. Itachi walked through the hall of a building not far from his apartment. He was going to meet someone that would introduce him to an organization that he hoped would at least have some options for himself and Naruto. Being classified as a missing ninja and with your name in the bingo book, one didn't have much choice on jobs. But at the moment that wasn't his worst problem, it was what had happened to Naruto. Itachi sighed. I haven't felt this helpless since the day everyone in the clan died. Leaving Sasuke alone was not the smartest thing to do, but at least I know that he won't go after the real traitor. His feature darkened when he thought back to what he had found out. It made him sick until that very day. How can someone go so low and betray everyone around him? Even his own family. To work with that snake only to be betrayed by him in return. He saw an outline of a man and halted. Standing a few feet away, he realized that it was his contact. They exchanged a nod before the unknown man led Itachi further down the hall. From what I know, that snake is also in this organization. I won't let him repeat what he once did to us. I'll find a way to kill him without raising suspicions from others. If he even think of hurting Naruto in any way, I'll kill him right away. The man stopped suddenly and opened a door, stepping aside to give way to Itachi. Itachi walked in and heard the man following him. He came face to face with 5 other men, all of them dressed in coats and hats with straps hiding their faces from view. They silently challenged him to a glaring competition, to which he held his stare. He saw one of them with a face that resembled a shark. He saw another one with long blonde hair, and when he saw the third one, his muscles tensed. Orochimaru. The bastard was smiling at him, just like at that time, and it made him sick just to think of it. He had recognized him too. Flashback. An Anbu ran down the road between the houses. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Bleeding bodies were everywhere, and Itachi didn't feel the need to stop and check to know they were dead. Everyone was dead. Almost everyone. He had to go back to his own house to check on his family, to make sure that they were at least safe. He had been on his way home after a mission and hadn't reported back to his superiors. He had gone straight back. He had wanted to see Naruto before he did anything else, but needed to change before that. Once he approached the Uchiha residence, he witnessed a glimpse of hell. Itachi paused. He could hear faint voices coming from inside the family house. He sneaked around the edge of the house as silent as a stalking cat and looked through one of the windows. He saw his father kneeling on the ground, his mother standing with the sharp blade of a katana pressed against her throat. They talked quietly before Itachi could see someone else there behind his mother, in the shadow. He didn't hear all the words that they exchanged, but what he did make him feel betrayed and used. He saw the man in the shadow walk into the light, and he saw the face of a traitor he wouldn't ever forget nor forgive. What happened after that was a messed up version of his memory. He had a hard time remembering all the details. Maybe it was because he didn't want to remember it in the first place. Somehow he had gone in and fought against the traitors, but he failed when the man disappeared, leaving with the dead bodies of his parents. The next thing he knew was that he saw a small figure walking through the doors. Sasuke had returned home. One half of Itachi was glad Sasuke was alive, but another half realized that he couldn't let the boy know the truth. It would hurt him more now than later. He wouldn't understand, and it would only confuse him more. So Itachi did the first thing that came to his mind. He had made Sasuke hated him and asked the crying boy to avenge their family when he was strong enough, to put it in a way, kill Itachi. The look on Sasuke's face tore Itachi's heart to pieces, but he knew he couldn't back down now. I rather do this so that I can go after the real traitor myself. Orochimaru. After that, he left the destroyed Uchiha clan behind to get Naruto and leave right away before other Anbu caught up him. He had enough trouble in hand to handle. He promised himself that somehow he would fix this, someday, though he had no idea how. End of flashback. They stood face to face with each other. None of them turned away, one of them was still smiling and the other one had a face that was as though carved out of stone. None of them said a word, communicating only with their eyes. On the outside, Itachi wore his stoic mask to hide his true feelings, but on the inside, he was boiling with anger. Soon I will have my revenge for what you did. This was the beginning of a new life he had chosen. Naruto. Later in that day, Naruto sat in the living room, his fingers toying with the necklace. Itachi had came home just like he had told Naruto, an hour after he had left. At that moment, he was in the kitchen, making dinner for them and left Naruto to just hear him moving around in the other room. He hadn't said anything, but Naruto knew that something was wrong. He hadn't said even half of the amount of words he usually did, and that were a call for medical attention in Naruto's view. Naruto sighed before he laid down on the couch, holding the necklace close to his heart. Why must everything be so hopeless? Why must everything fall apart? Why must it hurt so much? Naruto closed his eyes. His overworked mind twisted up an image of a bleeding Waya. Naruto sat up with a gasp of horror. The image was gone just as fast as it had appeared. What's wrong, Naruto? Itachi asked worriedly, only his head was visible in the doorway. Naruto couldn't answer. He didn't know what had happened himself. A new image flashed through his mind. People, so many people, and they were angry with someone that was crawling slowly away from them. The resentment was so overwhelming that his head throbbed painfully. Naruto put his head in his hands. What was happening? Naruto. Itachi was by his side in a moment. His eyes betrayed his cold mask, as they were flooded with worries. Naruto clutched the necklace in his hand along with some of his hair that he had unconsciously pulled out, trying somehow to make the images stop. They didn't. Instead, a new image appeared. This one left Naruto petrified. Waya was lying still in a pool of his own blood, the same people that hunted him standing around him now. He could see deep blue water and a wooden bridge that led to an old house with. Naruto's head shot up. He knew that place. As if in reflex, he rushed up from the couch and sprinted through the doors. He took the stairs in 4 steps before he landed at the base. He didn't stop to at least catch his breath but ran down the street, pushing people out of the way. His mind screamed for him to keep going. To keep going. Waya needed him. He knew it. He took a sharp right turn, almost slipping on the wet road in his haste. Itachi was not far behind him, but Naruto's speed shocked him. Never had the blonde boy acted as peculiar as this before. Naruto saw some people ahead. Upon reaching them, he pushed them out of his way, only to come to a halt in front of those people. He felt his heart stopped beating. He felt everything falling apart again. He didn't notice that Itachi was standing behind him. He took a step closer and then slowly, another. The necklace that he still unconsciously grasped fell onto the ground. When it touched the grassy soil, the sound echoed throughout the village, or so everyone thought. Naruto felt tears threatening to break free in his eyes, for the second time in a day. His breath came in quick gasps, mixed emotions flowing through his veins. He let out an ear-splitting scream as he clutched his head in both his hands and fell to his knees next to the small, bruised and beaten body of a silver-haired boy, the lips that used to smile happily caked with blood and mud. Manda watched as Naruto held onto his knees in a death grip. His knuckles had turned white and were shaking terribly. I'm sorry that your friend died, but that's what life's about, the snake said. Advanced bloodline isn't something you can brag with everywhere. Shut up, Kyuubi whispered in an angry voice, his eyes narrowing. Make me, Manda goaded, moving his head teasingly. Kyuubi growled deeply and the fur on his back spiked up like he was ready to attack in any moment if the gate wasn't in the way. Yamera. Both of you. Kyuubi and Manda looked down at the little boy. He had seen so much, more than he should with the same kids around his age. A 12-year-old kid shouldn't see death in its worst form. I just want to sleep, Naruto whispered. But if I fall asleep you two will probably kill each other before I wake up. Why did this have to happen to me? A stray thought hit Naruto. He looked suspiciously at Manda. How the hell are you here anyway? Yeah, that's what I'll like to know too, scaly lizard, Kyuubi replied, sneering. Manda gave Kyuubi a deadly look. Urusei, I don't take orders from you. Naruto stood up and faced the gigantic snake. How did you end up being here? Manda hissed spitefully at the other two. You may not have realized it yet, kid, but your body are changing right now as we speak. My master knocked you out when he put a seal on you. He sealed my spirit inside of you. The only reason why I haven't killed you is because you pointed out that one thing. If you die I die too. It's because of Kyuubi that the seal screwed up. I can't go back unless the seal is broken this time, and if you die before that I'm gone too. You wouldn't understand the seal even if I tried to explain it to you, but it's connected like your chakra paths to your entire body. Even if you try to do something about it, you're wasting your time. The seal will kill you. No one have the power to hold it back. Because of the seal, you will feel everything. Just now, if that stupid fox bangs against the gate, it will cause you terrible pain. It will only get worse as the seal takes over. Isn't that just nice? If I die from this, I know that I'll take Foxy with me. Manda slicked his tongue in mock pleasure towards Kyuubi as if delivering the news gave him the greatest satisfaction of all. Kyuubi's anger flared. I told you not to call me, Foxy, Kuso. Is there something you want? Foxy. Manda hissed. Why you? Kyuubi threw himself against the gate and it made a protesting sound. Naruto dropped to his knees, holding his stomach and gasped for breath. That hurts, he whispered in a pained tone. As long as I can't kill you, I have no other choice than to keep you here, so that you don't cause any problem to my master. I would also point out to Kyuubi that he had better not try to break free or it can prove to be deadly towards the little kid. The seal is starting to work. Manda raised his head as much as the small room allowed. So, all along you played with me, pretended to be an understanding demon. Naruto let the cold fury seep into his voice. I didn't say that I was your friend, unlike Waya. I don't trust everyone I meet right away, Manda hissed. Kyuubi growled but managed to restrain himself from ramming the gate with his claws in his attempt to slice the snake bastard to pieces. Don't talk about Waya that way, Naruto spat out. The fury seemed more noticeable than before. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't. There was nothing you can do to save him. You were weak and scared and because of that, the boy died. You couldn't protect him. Shut up, Naruto shouted, backing away from Manda, shaking his head furiously. Because of the seal, you will live your entire life all alone. You hear me? All alone. The hiss became taunting echoes that resounded around the place. Shut up. You're wrong. Itachi is always there for me. Haku too now. They just act like that but they are really scared of your strength. That's all you are to them. A threat that can kill them at any moment. You're wrong, Naruto screamed. Urusei, bastard. Don't talk to him like that, Kyuubi yelled from where he was. His voice echoed throughout the place but Manda didn't stop. He was having far too much fun. Those kids left you because they saw what you are. You can only blame yourself of that. You are hated by everyone. Itachi didn't have any choice but to save you because he thought that he could use your power. What a disappointment for him now that he realized what a weakling he had saved. All the wasted energy and time. You're wrong. You don't know me. I'm not weak. Say that to Waya. He died because of what he was and everyone backed away from you when they saw what you truly are. A monster. You aren't human, you are one of us. No one will ever see you as something else, so why don't you just accept it? I'm not like you, he screamed with all he could. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm not alone. You hear me, I am not alone. The longer the denial is, the more painful it is in the end. Why don't you just give in and acknowledge the truth? You have no one. You are all alone because you aren't like anyone else. Manda knew that the boy was close to breaking down and he wasn't stopping. Kyuubi was beyond the boiling point. Leave him the hell alone. I'm going to kill you, snake bastard. Naruto wasn't hearing anything. He was lost in the memories of his past. All the whispers, the loneliness, the tears. I told you not to say anything to him. Leave us alone. Why can't I play with you? Don't come after us, Baka. Don't get near us. Please don't leave me alone. Drops of clear tears slowly made their way down his cheeks. I'll be gone a few hours but I'll be back as soon as I can. Keep the door locked when I'm not here. I don't want you to go out on your own, Naruto. Why did you keep me away from everyone, Itachi-ni-san? Why? Monster. So many voices echoed in unison. No, I'm not a monster, you're all wrong. Monster. Shine. Die. Don't get near him, Baka. No, don't leave me. The faded sound of tears hitting the floor. Don't look at him. ... I can't help. Go away. What I am. Naruto felt that he was falling but what could he do? Why do I exist? Why am I still alive? No one wants me so why am I still here? In this dark hell that everyone created for me. He hit the ground or something like that. It was too dark and he saw nothing. Why can't it stop hurting? He placed his hands on his chest, he could feel his heartbeat was erratic. He saw Haku's face when they first meet. And at that time, I thought of myself as. No, I had to think of myself as. And I realized that that was the hardest thing one can feel. The feeling that you are not needed by anyone in this world. Is this what it feels like? Flash. Kiba just stared at Naruto for a few moments before smirking. I don't know who you are but I kind of like your style. Flash. Huh, Naruto raised his head. What was that just now? Flash. Happy birthday, Naruto. Itachi said to a 6-year-old Naruto. I'm proud of you. Itachi smiled gently at him. Flash. What? He closed his eyes. Flash. I want you to have this. Naruto held the necklace forward. Itachi took it into his palm. Where did you get this? He asked. Naruto almost lost his calm expression. Why gave it to me. Why? Naruto nodded. An uncomfortably long silence followed, until. Arigato for the gift, Naruto, Itachi said. Naruto looked shocked before he smiled broadly. The next thing he knew, he was hugging Itachi. I'm going to be stronger from now on. I'm not going to let what happened to Waya happen to anyone I know. Never again. I'm going to be strong for everyone. Itachi was speechless. What happened to the scared boy that almost broke apart just 2 days ago? He returned the hug. You aren't alone, you know that. Naruto nodded. I know. You were always there for me. Flash. Itachi. Flash. Kiba was talking non-stop outside the Forest of Death. Naruto didn't know why he was listening to him. So what's your life story? Kiba asked Naruto suddenly. He caught the boy off guard. Everyone looked at him from where they were. It wasn't really unpleasant, but he wasn't used with it either. Huh. Naruto gaped slightly before he found finally his tongue. Anyo, traveling. Kiba had a happy but at the same time, disappointed expression. Come on, you got to tell us more about you. Don't be so secretive about everything. You're a great guy, but it would be better if you told us more about yourself. Naruto's stomach made a jump. He gave them his biggest smile. Arigato. Flash. They thought that I'm a great guy. A stranger. Someone they didn't know, but that didn't matter to them. Itachi ni-san. Hiku. Everyone. He opened his eyes. I'm not going to act weak again. I'm not hiding because I'm not alone. He felt something strange running freely through his body. He heard something and it was getting closer. I'm never alone. Naruto was surrounded by a blinding light. When it cleared away, he came face to face with Manda. The snake hissed angrily and backed away a bit. Naruto glared at the intruder. Kyuubi howled behind him. Don't tell me how to live my life, he whispered. He could feel something breaking but didn't know what it was. He didn't care. Suddenly Manda attacked him, and even before the snake reached him, his vision turned completely red. Sakura stood with Joshua in front of the Sound Genins. 2 other teams with Hyuga Neji and Shikamaru in each of them were spread out on the battlefield. Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk, awake but wounded. He held a kunai in his hand, guarding the still unconscious blonde boy in front of him. The air was suddenly filled with a tense bloodthirsty chakra. Everyone turned sharply towards the source. They could all see red chakra seeping out from Naruto's body. It grew stronger with each passing second. It circled around him and went up toward the sky in a very flames-like way. Naruto slowly stood up and the chakra followed him. The chakra blew away the dust on the ground at his feet. When he raised his head, everyone froze when they saw his red eyes. No one knew what to do. They didn't even know what was happening. What they also didn't know was that inside of Naruto a fierce battle between Kyuubi and Manda was taking place. The gate that once held Kyuubi was opened. Chapter 8. Kyuubi growled as he and Manda faced each other. The snake moved back and forth, threatening the kitsune if it dared to come closer. Kyuubi's red eyes narrowed and he launched forward, intending to kill the other demon with all that he had. Manda moved away from the claws before they could hit him. He lashed out his tail to hit the fox's head, but it was caught by one of Kyuubi's own 9 tails. The 2 different chakra, red and purple, clashed, sending waves of incredible power throughout the room. If possible, the room was on fire by the shockwave of chakra. They jumped from each other like they had been burned. Manda hissed and went after Kyuubi, aiming for the fox's neck. Kyuubi raised the fur on his back and backed away to create enough space between them. He could duck Manda's attack and bit the snake demon in the middle of its body at the same time. Manda hissed in pain and wrapped his tail around Kyuubi's neck, trying to strangle the fox. Kyuubi growled and scratched the other demon with his claws. Manda tightened his hold on the kitsune's neck and threw his body away, tearing some of his own body with the help of Kyuubi's sharp teeth in the process. Kyuubi's tails blocked the impact he would have had with the wall and he raised himself fully on his feet. He smirked evilly as he watched Manda crawl away from him. Where the floor wasn't burning with chakra, it was stained with blood. He watched as Manda's purple chakra healed the wounds. The snake was very pissed. His tail swayed behind him angrily, trying to destroy everything he could. His own red chakra began to surround him. It moved to heal the bruises around his neck that had been caused by Manda's tail. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the unlimited chakra from both demons would have burned anyone to death. Kyuubi roared and attacked the snake faster than before, denying the other demon a chance to rest. He wasn't about to let the snake bastard live. Naruto watched his surrounding. The tension in the air was so thick that he could have cut it with a knife and he could smell the of blood. He felt a blazing hot feeling through his veins. It was almost like the sun was inside of him, making his blood boil. This new sense of power was almost overwhelming, tempting him to explore the depths of it. He looked from the Konoha genins to the sound genins, the obvious battle between the leaf and sound. Everyone around him watched in fear as the red chakra was temporarily disturbed by a purple. Naruto hissed and they weren't sure if it was in pain or something else. The two different colors attacked each other, trying to take over the other, but the fight wasn't long. Slowly the red chakra took over and wrapped itself around Naruto, disappearing into his body again. "What's going on?" he asked, wanting someone to answer him. He saw the state Sakura and Joshua were in, bruised, wounded and tired. Anger flared inside of him in new waves that rushed painfully in his chest. They wouldn't last long if they had to fight for much longer, anyone could see that. "Who did that to you?" he asked. "Who hurt you?" With the anger came a new surge of power rushing through him. In some part of his mind he knew that two separate demons were trying to take over his body, and if that happened, everyone was in danger. But at the moment that wasn't of his attention. Sakura was too scared to answer him and Joshua wasn't far from her state. He didn't like the change in the blonde, he rather had the one that called him an idiot earlier. This was someone completely different from who he knew. "Is that really Naruto?" Joshua whispered. "Answer me, who hurt you?" Naruto's eyes flared as he raised his voice. "I did it." A voice from the other side of Sakura and Joshua. "Baka, what are you doing?" his female teammate asked in a terrified voice. "What can he do? He's as good as half dead already," the same voice said, confident that he could beat him. Naruto clenched his fist and stared at the sound team. "You hurt them," Naruto whispered. Chakra was once again flowing out of him, but this time, it gathered around his feet. "Nobody hurt my friends," he raised his voice with every word. "I won't let you hurt my only friends." He was now screaming in rage. "I'll kill you." Chakra exploded from his feet and 9 tail of chakra swayed around him. His flaring anger mixed with the red chakra and it shined even brighter and brighter. The hunger in it couldn't be mistaken, there was something very old and evil about it. Something that longed to break through. The whisker marks on his cheeks deepened and for those that looked really close his teeth got sharper. "What's that chakra?" Neji asked and activated his Byakugan. He gasped and took a step back on the branch he was standing on. "Neji, what's wrong?" Tenten asked, worried by her teammate's reaction. "Is he really human?" Neji asked, eyes wide with shock. "Nani?" Lee asked, holding his right arm against his chest. "What did you see?" Neji didn't answer, he just watched the fight as it began to unfold before him. Zaku smirked. He thought that he was seeing some kind of genjutsu or illusion again. No one can have that kind of chakra, it's impossible, the sound nin thought. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him," Zaku said confidently and stepped forward. "Yamera, this is way out of our hands," Dosu tried to hold him back. "Baka, you'll get killed." Kin yelled after him. "Have you forgotten what happened in the first exam?" Zaku paused and in that very moment, his eyes reflected something that could easily pass as fear. He remembered the red eyes he had seen for only a moment back then. "I thought that they were just an illusion, are they for real? Have I done the right thing?" Naruto gritted his teeth. He felt something inside squeeze the air out of his lungs, making it hard to breathe. He felt something warm falling from the corner of his mouth and when he wiped it away he realized that his hand was red with fresh blood. Kyuubi jumped over Manda, hitting the snake in the face with one of his tails. Manda spat out blood and hissed after the fox. He bared his fangs and went after Kyuubi even faster than he had before. Kyuubi almost didn't have enough time to jump aside to evade Manda's sharp fangs. Manda turned around and attacked Kyuubi again with the same speed. This time Manda got a hold on one of Kyuubi's legs and threw the fox across the room. Kyuubi landed in a flame of chakra and it burned his fur. He immediately jumped out of it as fast as he could, blood dripping down his leg. When Kyuubi stood up again he saw Manda came after him from above and throw himself to the side to avoid the attack. Manda came after him swiftly. Kyuubi growled and turned around in a circle so all his 9 tails hit Manda directly and pushed the enemy away from him. Now it was Kyuubi's turn to come after Manda. He jumped after the hated demon and clawed the ground where Manda had been just a moment ago. When the snake was about to escape Kyuubi blocked the path with his tails and they actually managed to create a crack in the ground. Kyuubi launched himself after Manda and clawed after the other demon. Manda backed away as fast as he could, dodging every deadly blow. Naruto stared down at his hand. Blood was dripping from his arm, coloring his orange shirt red. Naruto raised the sleeve of his shirt so it showed most of his arm. Just over his elbows were 2 large cuts that bleed badly. "Nani?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the wounds. "Now is my chance," Zaku thought when he saw that Naruto's attention was on another thing. "Dosu, Kin, Don't be afraid of that half-dead guy. Dosu took a step forward. No, stop, Zaku. His chakra is not normal. Dosu screamed. Naruto looked up sharply. Zaku raised his hands in Naruto's direction. Joshua and Sakura stood between them and Sasuke was struggling to stand behind Naruto. I'll kill them all with this. I'll finish them in a flash. Zaku yelled back. Ultimate Zenkuaha. Enormous waves of air filled the area, the force from the attack cut everything in its path where it was strongest. The attack made it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. They shielded their faces with their hands and arms. After what seemed like an eternity, the attack lost its strength. The dust was making it impossible to see, but there was a deep trace in the ground from where Zaku stood and into the cloud of smoke and dust. There's no chance they all could escape that, Zaku proudly said. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Tenten, Lee and Neji stared in horror at what had happened. Ino couldn't grasp the fact that her longtime friend and rival over Sasuke-kun's heart were gone, as well as Sasuke-kun. Shikamaru, Choji, Tenten and Lee were in a similar state, only they thought about Joshua too. The boy that had been with them from the beginning. That had just proved himself to have more potential than he had dared to show. That under the clown mask was someone who knew much more and was a true friend that didn't let others down. Someone that had hides from everyone, and now he was gone. Neji was the calmest of the leaf, but his face showed for once what he felt, anger. Slowly the smoke and dust started to disappear. They could see a bloodstained, dark cloth on the ground. Zaku smirked evilly at what looked like a success. Kin and Dosu exhaled the breath they didn't know they were holding. When the dust had settled completely, everyone stared in fear as they saw 4 motionless bodies lying on the ground in their own blood. They were really weak, Zaku said disappointedly and walked over to them. He smirked as he stopped where Naruto lay on his side. You were a real disappointment. He kicked Naruto so he could see the dead face of his enemy. When he saw Naruto's face twitch in pain, the Sound Nin was shocked. You are still alive, not for long. Zaku raised his hands once again and aimed them at Naruto's chest. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Zaku before his mouth betrayed a small smile. Slowly, his lips formed a single word. Boom. In a flash, all 4 bodies disappeared and replaced by a stunning wall of fire. The force sent Zaku flying backwards, back to where his team stood. What kind of jutsu was that? Dosu asked. Zaku raised himself with his arms, but it hurt like hell just to move so little. He looked over where the fire was burning. No trace that suggested that there were ever any bodies there at all. Where are they? Zaku asked, his eyes scanning the area. Over here. Everyone looked up to a tree where they saw Naruto standing in front of Sakura and Joshua, who were helping Sasuke to get back on his feet. I've told you before that I won't let you hurt my friends. Naruto's crimson eyes burned into Zaku. Good that my Kaden Cage Bunshin didn't knock you out completely. I'm not through with you yet. With that, Naruto disappeared from sight. Manda was cornered at the gate that once used to be Kyuubi's cell. He didn't have any chance to escape. The only way out was blocked by the 9-tailed demon. Kyuubi growled as he latched out toward the snake demon and scratched Manda's neck, making it bleed once again. The purple chakra was slower now in healing the injury, and Manda actually felt tired for the first time in his life. When he saw that Kyuubi was about to attack once again, he did the quickest decision ever and escaped inside the cell. Kyuubi gave an evil smirk and his tails grabbed the gate, and as he jumped out of the way he closed the gate. What a pathetic demon you are, Kyuubi said before he started to laugh. It was cut short when he felt something strange flow through his body. It was like something new opened to him and he didn't know what it was, but he couldn't escape it. Before he knew it, a blinding light surrounded him, but it was gone before he could think more about it. What the hell was that? He asked himself. Manda just glared at the kitsune from behind the gate like he had lost his mind. Kyuubi could hear voices and they grew louder with each second. Zaku was kicked high up in the air. Naruto came right after him and appeared in front of him, punching him in his stomach so the Sound Nin was forced down again. Naruto grabbed Zaku around his waist and threw him harder back to the ground. Zaku's head hit painfully a big root, but he didn't pass out. He had just enough time to see Naruto reappear once again in front of him. He saw someone in the corner of his eyes running toward them, and the blonde ducked just in time to avoid the punch Dosu throw at him. He did a few somersaults to avoid the vibrations that chased after him. Naruto could feel something strange inside. It was like something was coming closer to him. He didn't know what it was, but before he knew, he heard a familiar voice inside his head. What the hell was that? Kyuubi. Naruto choked out, startled. Brat, is that you? The fox asked. Watch out. Huh. Naruto felt something sharp flew past his cheek, blood dripped from his new wound. When he looked behind, he saw the girl gripped a pair of needles in her hand. He mentally cursed, making Kyuubi answer just as ugly before Naruto asked a question. What are you doing in my mind? I was about to ask the same. For some reason Kyuubi found that he could see through Naruto's eyes. You are doing better this time but want my help to finish this boring fight. There was eagerness in his voice. Naruto opened his mouth. Should I end it here? Nah, I'll continue. Everyone had moved out of the way so they wouldn't get hit. This wasn't a fight they would have a chance in. It was a completely different level. Neji kept on watching the fight with his Byakugan, memorizing every time he saw the red chakra. Lee watched intently at the speed the blonde boy. It was just as fast as his own. Tenten, Ino, Sakura and Shikamaru couldn't do anything else but watch. Choji covered his ears to block out the sound but he was watching with fearful eyes off what was happening. On the same branch that Naruto had left Sakura, Sasuke and Joshua was also watching. Sasuke was leaning against the tree now. He had tried a few times to use his Sharingan but he didn't have enough chakra to keep it up for much long. Sakura stayed by Sasuke's side, like always. Joshua on the other hand had moved away from them and was now watching from his own view off what was happening. Joshua's eyes widened as the wound on Naruto's cheek started to heal. That's impossible, no one can heal that fast. There was so much that he had seen in the last few minutes that had happened to that stranger. So much that had been hidden. No matter what happened he still knew that very same blonde boy understood him better than anyone what it felt like to be a failure and not loved by his own family. If he hadn't met Naruto he wasn't sure how his life would have turned out now. He made me see that I'm worth something and that I'm responsible for my own choices. I can't hide myself no matter how scared I am of getting hurt again. The brown-haired boy saw the blonde boy open his mouth like he was about to say something. We can't change how we have lived or who we were. No matter what his secret is I can't hate or fear him. Joshua looked over to the others. Even if I can't talk for the others, I won't turn my back on you. You did the same for me even if you didn't know me. Naruto lowered his head so his blonde bangs covered his eyes. The sound team paused for a moment, they didn't want to jump into another trap like Zaku did. When Naruto looked up, Joshua was surprised when he saw a lonely tear escape the boy's eye. It slowly made its way down to his chin. His lips moved in a single word that no one could hear but only see. Hi. Naruto raised his head and his hands formed a few quick seals. Lighting element, ground flower. Naruto's voice rang out and in the moment a bolt of lighting struck the ground where the sound genin stood and it disappeared into the ground before marks that looked like a flower appeared under their feet. Dosu jumped away just in time before lighting waves hit the remaining two genins. Kin and Zaku collapsed to the ground, clearly unconscious. Dosu landed a few meters away from them and he could feel the aftershock from the attack. Naruto raised his head and if it wasn't for the tear, his face showed only evil. Now it's only you left. You better entertain me better than them. Naruto said but as he walked closer to the scared sound genin, the tear on his face spoke a completely different language. It was almost like it said, I'm sorry. Naruto could feel how empty he was on chakra. He didn't want more people to get hurt but he wouldn't let anyone hurt his new friends. Not if he could stop them even if it killed him or that he had to let Kyuubi take over, like he did right now. He could feel the evil intention the kitsune had and it made his soul cry. Something was burning his stomach and it hurt with each step he took. He could hear his own voice but it wasn't he that was talking, it was Kyuubi. The fox demon so many hated and that was his own curse to carry his whole life. His alone. His alone. Doesn't it get lonely? Naruto asked tentatively. Hi, but I know that someday I will see my parents again, Waya said. Do you have someone that loves you, Naruto-ni-san? Hi. Itachi is always there for me. Haku too now. You're a great guy but it would be better if you told us more about yourself. Naruto's stomach made a jump. He gave them his biggest smile. Arigato. It's true that the exam is hard and that genins die during it but if you can't test how you would survive in there then you won't know how you will survive in real life. The blonde said calmly. Impressive. Simple and effective. You must be a taijutsu specialist. Not knowing if he should feel good about it or not he just said the first thing that came to his mind. Thank you. Naruto watched all the leaf rookies as they sat outside the forest of death. He noted some small things about them that he hadn't had the time to see before. For once, Kiba's dog seemed to like the girl in his team just as much as his owner. Tenten was mostly around Neji when their team was together. Choji and Shikamaru. Well, that's a story for itself. But what he found most intriguing was that Joshua and Sasuke showed a personality that he hadn't seen in the first part of the exam. Joshua looked calm and simply different from the baka he had been earlier. Sasuke, he actually looked lonely even if he had girls around him most of the time. Were the girls too busy trying to steal his heart that they didn't see that he was suffering? Making new friends. Haku's voice asked behind Naruto. He looked back at the look like a girl boy. I don't know. I haven't made new friends for a long time. Haku nudged Naruto's arm. Come on, you will know that when the time comes. No need to think about it now. There's still plenty of time for that. Haku smiled at him. Naruto found himself back to the present. Suddenly something burned him and he could feel the presence of Kyuubi slowly disappear from his mind. What's going on? He heard someone yell his name but he didn't know who it was. He felt dizzy. I'm not going to black out again, am I? He fell to his knees and gasped for air. Waya smiled warm, holding the necklace toward Naruto. I would like you to have it now. I want to be just like you, to have someone that is important to me. I will be here for you, Naruto. I saved you because I cared for you and that won't ever change. Itachi said to the 4-year-old boy. Always remember that you will have someone that cares for you in all situations no matter who you are with. The burning feeling started to disappear and he started to feel better. He slowly opened his eyes, he hadn't realized that he had closed them. He looked up and saw that a lot of different faces was staring down at him. A certain brown-haired and gray-eyed boy was kneeling in front of him with a worried expression. Are you alright? Joshua asked. Naruto looked dizzily from face to face. Some of them still had a trace of fear on their faces but he couldn't blame them. He almost went berserk and they could have been hurt too. He looked up when he heard a voice, as well as everyone else. You are strong. Dosu held out their scroll. We cannot defeat you. He laid it down on the ground. Let's make a deal. Please let us leave for now. Everyone, including Naruto, was shocked at that. He looked down at the scroll, he didn't need it. His team was already at the tower with 2 scrolls. What happened during the fight? Everything was a big blur and he couldn't remember much from when everything turned red and up to now. Some parts were clear but the rest was impossible to make out. What happened? Dosu was now picking up Zaku and Kin from the ground. We might be asking for too much, but we have something to confirm. In exchange, I will promise this. If we are to fight each other in this exam for the 2nd time, we will not run or hide. With that, Dosu turned and left the other genins alone. Naruto stared after them before he felt something strange on his hand. He raised his hand, to see that it was covered in blood and that the blood was coming from his arm. He suddenly felt blood dripping from other places on his body. He wasn't sure but somehow he knew that he hadn't received those wounds during this battle. Something deeper hid behind them. What was more, he felt that something important was missing. Something that made him who he was. He simply felt empty. Chapter 9. Itai. Naruto yelped as Joshua cleaned the wound on his arm. Can't you do it more carefully? Naruto snapped at the other boy. If you stopped pulling away from me this wouldn't take so long. Joshua said back, his patience stretching to its limit. Stop acting like a baby. Naruto pouted as he turned his head away. Joshua sighed as he once again started to clean away the blood around the wounds on Naruto's arm. The others were sitting around them but with a little distance from the blonde boy. Naruto could feel all of their gazes on him, it made him feel unsure of what to do next. Could he face them again or would they turn away from him just because they found out that he was different? He didn't know what happened after Manda attacked him and Kyuubi. He seriously couldn't but from the looks he received from everyone, he knew that he had lost control again. He felt really lost, like everything was in a complete chaos. The time before the exam, when he felt like he had new friends, was gone. Because now, they knew he was different. He had probably lost everything once again. The pain when others left him would once again enter his heart and endlessly torture him. Soon, he would once again be alone. Alone to face who and what he was. Naruto felt sadness weighing down his soul and looked down to hide his face that probably reflected the same feeling. I'm sorry, he whispered. Joshua looked up from tending Naruto's arm in surprise. For being so different, everyone was looking at him and now, Naruto still didn't look up to face them. I didn't believe that I would call someone a friend for a long period of time. It's not like anyone would stay around me when they saw what you all just did. The genins exchanged glances among themselves. Naruto didn't know what he wanted to do, run away from there or cry. He just didn't know what to do and his mind was devoid of any helpful ideas. Normally, when others saw the difference between him and them, they usually walk away or yell obscenities for him to disappear. But these people didn't. They were still there and they didn't say anything to him either. That made him slightly nervous of what would happen next. To top it all, he couldn't feel Kyuubi's presence at all. One moment Kyuubi had talked to him inside his head, before something strange happened and then nothing. Naruto's mind was moving in circles due to these two things. He didn't realize that he was moving his arm until something pressed down on his wound, hard. Naruto screamed, tears forming in his eyes. What the hell are you doing, bastard? He yelled. Joshua's temper flared up to new unsuppressed heights. If you stop moving your arm I can't treat your wounds, baka. You are acting like a baby. Who are you calling a baby? Yes, 3 times. I could kick your ass anytime. Who'll be a baby then? When you grow up a bit more you'll understand such complicated things. Why you? Naruto flung a fist at Joshua but the boy just ducked and twisted Naruto's arm so that the rest of Naruto's body followed the fate of his helpless limb. He landed on his back with a thud, silence followed closely behind. With a defeated sigh, Naruto said weakly, I'll get you for this. Everyone stared for a moment at Naruto before they started to laugh, except Neji, who was contentedly smirking. Sasuke's mouth twitched even less than the pale-eyed boy. He couldn't stop thinking of what he had learnt during the fighting. This boy knew where his older brother was. He had met the traitor who destroyed all of his dreams, the one that in just one night fateful killed everyone in their clan. The man who had the blood of his own family tainting his hands. The one he had trusted when he felt so alone, that he felt sad. Everything had to have a connection, but how? From that day, he had fought to become stronger, but during these recent hours, he had been so weak that he could do nothing. He had felt fear on a completely different level, a fear that had left shivers running down his spine. The enemies were so powerful that he had been toyed with, taunted, teased, edged. It had lighted a fire inside him, something that burnt stronger now. Something darker than before, that edged him to follow it, no matter who he will have to hurt to accomplish his vow of revenge. He had to get stronger, strong enough to kill his brother. Kill the one that had left him alone to carry on with the Uchiha legacy. The one he had chosen that would eventually kill him, someone with burning hatred that would surpass him. There were powers waiting for him in the future, but he didn't want to wait for the future to happen itself. He wanted for the future to come to the past. Even if he had to seek out that enemy again, he would do anything that would make him stronger, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. What's more, Sasuke looked over to where Naruto was. He holds a great power too. Lee and Tenten slowly helped Naruto up. They even had to hold him back when Joshua came closer again and Naruto tried to attack him. The tense atmosphere that had loomed like a cloud over them was gone now, replaced by a friendlier wind. Eventually Naruto sat down on the ground again, resisting the urge to strangle Joshua as the Leaf Genin, for the 15th time, tried to clean his wounds. When Joshua was done with his arm, he saw the stains on the side of Naruto's shirt. Don't kill me, Joshua said to a confused Naruto before he lifted the orange shirt. Naruto yelped at the sudden move and was about to knock the boy out when the next word stopped him. What happened to you? The brown-haired boy asked. Naruto blinked before he looked down to along with the others. They stared at the side of his midsection. There were small scratches, some bigger than others, but they weren't much. They looked like something either had clawed him or scratched him. The wounds were bleeding lightly. Just look like another wound from the fight to me, Naruto said in a casual voice. What are you worrying about? It's nothing serious. Don't make us worry like that, Sakura scolded Joshua. It's not the wounds that I'm worried about. Look, Joshua released the hem of the shirt and let it fall down. The bloodstain marked where the wounds were. There is no tearing in the shirt over the wounds. It looks like claw marks, fresh too. But there is no way you could have got them if your shirt is untouched. Joshua finished. Naruto lifted his shirt once again to look. It was true that that particular area was intact. I don't know how I got them, but no good will come out of thinking about it right now, Naruto said as he let go of his shirt, standing up as he dusted of his pants. Joshua looked at Naruto worryingly. What's more, those wounds look like they are. Shikamaru looked around when he realized something. Where is your team? He asked. Without thinking, Naruto answered, they are at the tower. Nani? Everyone exclaimed. They are already there, Sakura asked, disbelief painted on her face. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Naruto's sweat dropped when he felt himself being cornered by the other genins. Waving his hands in front of him, he hurriedly said, we got lucky and were attacked by a team that had the other scroll we needed. He said, trying to laugh it off. I wanted to look around and I ended up with Team 7. Sasuke let out a derisive, humph. What else could you expect from an idiot? Wah, who are you calling an idiot? Naruto asked angrily. Do you need to ask that, idiot? Don't call me idiot, bastard, Naruto said while pointing a finger at Sasuke. You are the one that just jumped into others' fight, Sasuke said, ignoring the finger. You are just jealous that I saved your butt, Naruto retorted, cracking his knuckles with one hand. You couldn't even save your own, Sasuke simply said as he walked away. Hey, don't just walk away like that, Naruto yelled as he picked up the closest rock, intending to throw it at Sasuke's head. Naruto. Two girl voices echoed in unison as two gigantic evil-looking Sakura and Ino appeared before Naruto. What are you going to do with that rock? Naruto shrunk under the combined force of the two girls. Joshua had to look away when the girls advanced on the blonde boy. When he looked back, he saw a heap of blonde and orange on the ground. Sakura and Ino stood over their bloody victim, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Joshua sighed. Now he knows that making Sasuke's fangirls angry is a very bad move. After a few minutes Naruto was back on his feet. Well, we should get going or you'll lose more time, Naruto said as he stretched his injured arm. He then looked down at the scroll that lay at his feet. What would he do with it? He picked it up, looked at it before he reached it out to Sakura. The pink-haired girl looked at it and the blonde boy questioningly. And so did the rest. When she didn't take it, Naruto sighed and kneeled down and placed it in front of Sakura and Joshua. You can have this if you let me go without fighting for it. Huh, both Sakura and Joshua said in union. Same as the sound Genins. I would probably not stand a chance if you wanted to fight for it right now, so I'm giving you this in exchange for letting me go. You need it more than I do anyway. Naruto finished. He needed to get out of there and back to Itachi and Haku as soon as possible. After what seemed like hours, Team 7 accepted the scroll. The teams started to dispatch in different directions to continue their own search for scrolls. Neji's team left first and Naruto readied himself to return to the tower. If only he didn't get lost on the way. Normally he wouldn't, but then he had Kyuubi's senses to rely upon. When he was a few meters away from the others, he felt someone grab his arm. He turned around to see Sasuke holding his arm in a tight grip. It hurt slightly due to the fact that Sasuke was pressing down on a bruise. What is it now? Naruto asked, irritated. Sasuke may be Itachi Nisan's younger brother, but that didn't erase the fact that he acted like an asshole. Sasuke made sure that no one of the others was close enough to hear them. His eyes turned colder than ice in just a second. The dark-haired boy's voice was mixed with hatred and anger. What the hell do you know about Itachi? Naruto's heart skipped 3 beats. When he came back to reality, Naruto started to slip from the grip that prevented him from leaving. What the hell are you talking about? Don't play stupid with me. I heard what that snake said when you arrived. You know what I'm talking about. Sasuke hissed. The grip tightened even more, making Naruto wince. You are out of your mind. Don't think that everything circles around you. Sasuke started to feel like he had made a mistake. How would someone like this idiot know his Aniki? His brother wasn't the only one that was called Itachi. Sasuke let go of the blonde boy, who rubbed his arm. Just because someone said Itachi you think right away that they are talking about your brother. That triggered something in Sasuke's mind and his head snapped up immediately. I never told you Itachi was my brother. Naruto's breath was caught in his throat. In the distance, Sakura yelled at Sasuke that they were leaving, but neither of them heard her words. The wind blew past them, ruffling both of their hairs. The silence between them seemed to last forever. What are you two doing? Hurry up, Sasuke-kun. We must get going, Sakura said as she walked closer to them. Naruto's mouth moved but no words could be heard, at least not to Sakura, who was still a few meters away from the two boys. Before she could arrive by their side, Naruto ran away. In just a few seconds, he was out of sight. The wind didn't stop and Sakura stared in confusion at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, she asked. He just shook his head before walking back to where the rest of the genins were, and soon, they went on their way. The wind seemed to whisper the words that Naruto had said to Sasuke before he had left. They echoed around him, drowning out other sounds. Not everything is what it seems, but everything has an explanation. Chapter 10. 5 years ago. If anyone looked at him, they wouldn't know that under his calm and cold expression laid a torn person. The truth that had been hidden for so long had become a second nature to him. He even believed his own lies some days. That it was his fault that everyone was dead, maybe that's because it hurt less to think that. In a way it was too. He could have done something, saved those that didn't stand a chance. People that were since a long time dead could have lived today. But it was because of his existence that everyone was killed. Such dark existence. No one needed him, no one wanted him. Trying to find a reason for why he existed in a world that had no place for him. The cold air that flowed through his heart made it turn into ice. He felt nothing and didn't care for anyone. He even forgot how to smile. No place to call home and no one to call friend or family. Traveling alone in a world where he doesn't belong. Oh. Present time. The air was chilly. The road on the way back proved to be more difficult than Naruto had thought. He had cursed more times than he could count each time he had to turn around and change direction or simply stop because he needed to rest. He was happy that no one could see his embarrassingly weak condition. In hope to increase his speed, he had tried to use chakra, but after only 10 minutes, it had drained out. Now he was sure that he was on the right path. The tower was coming closer with each step he took and he couldn't wait to get there. As soon as he arrived, he could see the others again. He was just about to jump down to the ground when he heard laughter echoing around him. Naruto looked around but couldn't see anyone. He slowly started to run again, but not long after that, he encountered a gigantic tree trunk in his path. It was much bigger than the other trees. I can easily jump over it. He melded what little chakra he had regained and took a few steps forward before jumping onto the top of the trunk. When he landed, he almost slipped but caught his balance again and sighed in relief. Having a hard time, Naruto-kun. Naruto shivered inwardly. He didn't have to look up to know who was talking. Orochimaru. Orochimaru was sitting on a few branches over him. One of his legs hung loosely while the other foot rested against the branch. Naruto gave Orochimaru his coldest glare. Neither said anything. Seconds felt like minutes. Naruto clenched his hands in frustration. The bastard was smirking at him. How he longed to punch that off his face. I suggest that you don't use your chakra. Don't want anything bad happening. What do you mean by that? Naruto snarled. Since when did Orochimaru anything without earning anything himself? Orochimaru didn't seem to pay much attention to the question as he stood up and laughed quietly to himself. That made Naruto even angrier. This bastard had guts for sure. Tell Itachi-kun that I'm looking forward to meet him again. The rest was lost as Naruto suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Orochimaru. The punch was blocked easily and Naruto found himself pushed back against the tree trunk. Orochimaru smirked down at him. Don't get hasty. You'll only hurt yourself, he said. One of his hands whipped across Naruto's cheek roughly, but it wasn't a slap or a hit. When it came into view again, Naruto could see it was stained with red. Looks like you didn't listen to me at all. Naruto stared at the hand in shock. He hadn't even realized that he was bleeding. What did you do to me? Orochimaru slammed his knee into the boy's stomach before he let go of him. Naruto fell down clutching his stomach, coughing and feeling something sticky in his mouth. Blood dripped down from his mouth onto the branch and also from his whiskers. In less than a second Naruto threw a kunai. Orochimaru caught the weapon easily with his hand. He didn't even have to turn around to let Naruto know that he was still smirking. Say hello to Itachi-kun. Next moment Orochimaru was gone. Shit, Naruto cursed. He stared down and saw two spots with blood below his face, one lower than the other. What the hell? He felt with his right hand on his cheek. Blood stained his fingers. Blood were actually coming from his whisker scars on his cheeks. Naruto tried to stand up but his leg went out under his weight. He clutched his aching stomach. Shit, his thoughts seemed to echo through the forest. Oh. 5 years ago. Was it just him or did something smell familiar? Something smelled like him, the inerasable smell of spilled blood. He looked up from where he sat against a tree. A few strands of his green hair fell into his face. Deep green eyes watched the road as two people come into view. A young man, probably still a teenager in an odd cloak, and a little boy. Just as he could clearly see their faces, the older one noticed him too. He blocked the path little boy with one arm and the boy looked confused until he too saw the green-haired man. The little boy looked more curious than scared. For the first time in his 19 years he met a kid that wasn't scared of him. Slowly the two strangers came closer and the smell of blood became stronger. Was it that teenager that smelled like him? It had to be him that had that stained on himself. Just when the dark-haired teen and the little boy walked past him, he reached for something in his coat. Immediately the teen pushed the younger boy behind him and several kunais in his hands. His eyes glowed red even in the middle of the day. He slowly brought his hand out again and showed them the cigarette packet. He took one out and lighted it. No need to be so jumpy. If his memories were correct, those eyes were Uchiha-san. Itachi relaxed a little but still ready to defend them if anything happened. You know me. Naruto clutched Itachi's clothes as he looked at the stranger. The man shrugged. I know those eyes. Seen them before as a matter of fact, but. He took a deep drag from the cigarette before releasing the smoke. According to the news, the entire Uchiha clan was murdered by one of their own. Everyone died except for one, a little academy boy. He actually looked bored. What are you going to do about it? Itachi asked. He leaned back against a tree. Nothing. I'm not looking for a fight, so you can put those away. He pointed at the kunais. Itachi put them away but had one hidden in his other hand. He didn't like this guy, something was strange about him. Naruto came forth, so he was standing at Itachi's side. His eyes, a bright blue color, showed that he was very, very fascinated by this stranger. What's your name, Uchiha? Itachi. Yours? Kunjaku Hikaru. Hikaru noticed that Itachi's hand twitched a little. So he had heard about me. And this little one? Hikaru pointed at the little boy. Itachi looked down. Naruto. He said simply. Hikaru tried to smile at Naruto. It couldn't even be called a smile, it had no traces of warmth in it or anything else. Just a grimace his face formed. Naruto slowly stepped up to him and green eyes met blue. Before Hikaru knew it, Naruto had hugged him. Oh 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 oh. Present. Itachi stood by the window, kept a watch over the forest. He watched as team after team came but no sign of Naruto. In his hand was the broken wing pendant. He didn't like how it had suddenly broke in his hand. He trusted Naruto to be able to take care of himself. If only he knew where. Itachi's thoughts stopped when he felt Haku's and the Naruto Bunshin's presence behind him. He looked up to see the two boys, the Bunshin holding a tray of food. Haku smiled at Itachi. We saved you some food. It's really good, so you should try it. I will bring you some more if you want to, since there isn't much else to do around here, he said as Naruto placed the tray beside Itachi. Itachi looked at Haku with an almost emotionless face. Did you find anything? He asked as he picked up some of the bread. No, but I overheard something interesting while I brought you food. Apparently, over 22 years ago a boy was born, but he had a tattoo on his shoulder when he was born. As he grew up he changed into a really beautiful boy and he lived a normal life, but on his 10th birthday, everyone died. Everyone in the village died. When some visitors arrived there they found the boy alive but were drenched in blood. When they approached him he went crazy and attacked them, killing 2 of them and wounding the rest. The survivors were pretty sure that it was him that killed everyone in the village. After that day the boy disappeared. Some people said that they've seen him, and just like his name means, when he fights seriously it's really beautiful. The latest news on him is that he's a shinobi for hire. Haku stopped to let the story sink in. There are some rumors that he had been seen around Konoha recently. Are you sure that he'd been seen around Konoha? Itachi asked. Haku nodded. Itachi put down the cup on the tray and it made a low clinking sound. He sighed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past them and attacked their food. Itachi caught the shadow just when it passed him on its way to the tray. In his hand he held a small white dog. He glanced at it. What do you think you are doing? He asked the animal. The dog whimpered and tried in vain to escape. Akamaru. Kiba called and ran up to them. Sorry if he made trouble for you. He's been nervous for a few days. Kiba apologized. Itachi looked up at him before looking back at Akamaru. Try to steal our food again and it will be the last thing you do. Akamaru almost shrank under the intense glare. Itachi released his grip on Akamaru and the dog ran right to his master's side. Akamaru barked at the brown-haired teen as if daring him to say that again. He gave the little dog one last glare, leaving Akamaru to hide behind Kiba's legs. He looked up when his senses picked up a familiar chakra. It was very faint, almost not there, but he could still feel it. Itachi looked out the window and saw Naruto coming closer to the tower. Itachi's mouth twisted into a very faint smile before he turned around and motioned for Naruto the Bunshin to follow him out for a bit of fresh air. The Bunshin followed close behind Itachi as they walked through the room past all the other teams. Light sipped through some cracks or holes in the walls around them, making a passage of shadows and light. While they walked, a thought flashed through Itachi's mind about the last thing Haku had told him. Maybe I get to see Hikaru again, Itachi thought. It's been years since I last saw him. Oh. 4 years ago. Chibi Naruto walked slowly through the streets of a village he didn't know the name of. Itachi was a few meters behind the little boy, talking to one of the other members from Akatsuki. They talked in hushed voices so that no unwanted person could hear them. It should take 3 weeks to finish it. The security isn't a big problem for you, but it can be a trouble if you take that boy with you. Itachi's face didn't show any kind of emotions. That scroll will be ours in a matter of minutes once I get there. Nothing to worry about. From the corner of his eyes, Itachi saw Naruto running to a stand a little further down the street. Naruto looked happy at his discovery. Itachi's comrade followed his glance and saw the little blonde boy digging in his pocket. He had grown up. Yes. Can he fight yet? Ask that again and I'll kill you. Whoa, hot-tempered today, huh? He said with his hands raised in a retreating gesture. Itachi gave him a cold stare. Your way of thinking is always dangerous, no matter how insignificant it is from the start. The other Akatsuki member smiled happily. That's the best compliment I've received from you. Itachi had a sharp response on his tongue when a sudden commotion reached them. Both of them stood up and saw little Naruto lying on the ground. A middle-aged man stood over him with his hands clenched. You little rascal, the old man hissed and raised his right hand over his head. Itachi moved, but a strong hand grabbed the old man's wrist and stopped it before he could. Everyone looked at the person that had interfered. Hit him and it's the last thing your hand will ever do. Kunjaku Hikaru's green eyes were colder than ice when he faced the offending man. The man was thrown across the street, crashing into a flower stand. Normally I could care less who fight, but when it's kids that are getting hurt, I get really pissed. Hikaru walked over to Naruto and helped him up. He dusted Naruto's clothes off and looked up when he felt a familiar chakra in front of them. Both of them looked at each other without saying anything. Itachi saw from the corner of his eye the other Akatsuki member waving goodbye before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Hikaru walked past Itachi and for a second stopped in his path. He had heard what Itachi had whispered to him. Oh. The present. Itachi and the Naruto Bunshin stood outside the tower. He looked in the direction he felt Naruto's chakra from. His senses searched for anyone that may be near or looking at them, he felt none. They couldn't be too careful or someone might report them and they'll be in trouble. Just like Itachi, the Bunshin also felt the real Naruto's chakra and ran in that direction and behind a tree. The Bunshin disappeared behind the tree just as Naruto appeared from the other side of it. The ghost of a smile graced Itachi's face but it soon disappeared when he got a clearer view of the blonde kitsune. His eyes darkened several shades. There were traces of blood and dirt on several places. Not to mention that he looked exhausted and tired. What happened? Itachi asked. I met someone, Naruto simply said as he stopped right in front of Itachi. As Haku inside, Naruto made sure to hide his shirt where the bloodstain was. Itachi nodded silently. Great, Naruto exclaimed happily and with a big smile. I haven't seen him for so long that I miss him. I'm going ahead. With that Naruto slowly ran up towards the tower and through the doors, leaving Itachi blinking behind. Now he knew something was wrong. He just had to find out what it was. Oh. Naruto ran through the corridor, looking at both sides for Haku. Haku had training as a medical shinobi and he really needed to know why he couldn't gather much chakra. I can't tell Itachi ni. I don't want him to know how much I screwed up and I don't want him to treat me like a kid anymore. I have to solve this myself. Just then did he see a glimpse of Haku's back and ran over to him, grabbing the other boy's arm, startling Haku for a moment before smiling welcomingly toward the blonde. Still acting like a child, Haku said. Naruto stick his tongue out. I need to talk to you. With that Naruto dragged Haku away from the room. Oh. 4 years ago. What is it? Hikaru asked, leaning against a tree outside the town. Naruto sat down on the ground, pouting. Hikaru throws something to Naruto and the boy caught it. He was delighted to see that it was one of the meat buns that he had tried to buy when that angry man stopped him. He happily dug in. I have a favor to ask you, Itachi said. Hikaru's face showed very little curiosity and he himself began to eat a meat bun. What is it you want? I doubt it's to kill anyone, you can handle that one yourself. He said after he had swallowed the first bite. I'm going on a mission for the Akatsuki. I want you to look after Naruto. I can't take him with me on this one. Naruto looked up from his meat bun and started to object that he wasn't going to be in his way. Hikaru threw another meat bun, shutting Naruto up when he pinpointed the food towards the boy's mouth. Why would I, under any circumstances, agree on that? What the hell do you think I do myself? Hikaru was getting angry. I didn't say I wanted you to babysit Naruto. I want you to train him. Silence clouded over the group. Naruto looked up and Hikaru actually looked stunned for a second. Hikaru looked down at Naruto before he looked at Itachi once again. How long and how much? Until I get back from my mission, 3 months at the most. You decide on the price. Done. Any specific training request? Itachi looked, dead serious into Hikaru's eyes. Where a normal person would have flinched away, Hikaru stood still and looked evenly back. Chakra use and survival. Oh. The present. What? Naruto whispered in disbelief. Haku nodded. If Itachi-san finds out he will kill me. Not if this kills you first. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. I can't believe this. This isn't happening. Haku put away his needles and folded his arms over his chest. What are you going to do? The 5th day is almost over and there's nothing I can do for you. Chi, you know how to cheer someone up. Naruto said sarcastically. This has nothing to do with cheering you up. I don't think you understand where you sit at the moment. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. Neither one of them noticed the shadow at the door, smiling to itself. Haku looked seriously into Naruto's face. I don't fully understand this but your chakra system is sealed, that's why you have so little chakra left and can't create very much. Even then, one's own chakra isn't harmful to its owner, normally. But in your case this is different. Unless we can find someone capable of removing that seal on you, every time you use chakra, even the smallest amount, it will harm your body and in the long run, slowly kill you. Chapter 11 Teaser. First of, congratulations on passing the 2nd exam. Enko's voice echoed through the huge stone room. Everyone that had a role in the Chunin exam had gathered there. The genin stood in vertical lines sorted by their teams. They stood in front of Sandaime Hokage. Around him stood the examiners and the Junin teachers in 2 rows, one behind him and the other one with him in the middle. Itachi flinched almost unnoticeable when he felt someone watch him from above. He looked up and met the eyes of someone standing in the shadows behind the hand statue. He held the gaze with a sharp glint in his eyes. The corner of the hidden person's mouth curved up in a very small smile before he melted into the shadows. So you are here, Hikaru. Now, over 5 years later he would be told to believe something completely else, from the one person who betrayed him. This was something that could never end with a happy ending. Itachi closed his eyes. I'm sorry Sasuke that I will cause you more pain, but this will be the best for you. After this mission is over, we will never see each other, ever again. I don't care, Gaara said impatiently. All this talk about what the Chunin exam was really about was becoming boring to him. Tell us the details of this life or death exam. Naruto, Haku said urgently. Naruto took a deep breath and released it slower than he had taken it. He then turned his head and looked at Haku. I'm sorry, Haku, for worrying you. Then, let's begin the preliminary matches. Hayate declared. It will be team-on-team match. In other words, it will be like real combat. In the future you will most likely work in teams that you don't know anyone in, so this will be a good chance for you to learn how it will be with different personalities and fighting skills. Each team will be handmade, so there is no knowing who will be fighting with or against or how many. One board stopped and showed the results. Team 1. Hyuga Neji. Tamari. Aburame Shino. Everyone turned to look at the other board as it removed those names from the main list and made a new random list. Naruto couldn't help the small gasp from leaving his open mouth. Team 2. Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke. Amasaki. There were no words to explain what emotion that ran through Itachi as he looked at the board. Life sure was ironic. Naruto had almost forgotten that Amasaki was Itachi's alias. End teaser. Chapter 11. First of, congratulations on passing the second exam. Enko's voice echoed through the huge stone room. Everyone that had a role in the Chunin exam had gathered there. The genin stood in vertical lines sorted by their teams. They stood in front of Sandaime Hokage. Around him stood the examiners and the Junin teachers in 2 rows, one behind him and the other one with him in the middle. Most of the adults mussed over how many of the genins were left and how interesting things was getting. Normally there were at least half the amount of examinees for the third part. There was no doubt many excellent genins this time. Haku looked around to see which ones had managed to pass. He could see that all Konoha genin teams had passed, along with 1 team from the Hidden Sand and 2 from Hidden Sound. He looked around the room and at the adults. Haku saw the adult version of Rock Lee talk to the person next to him only to be throughout ignored. His reaction to the discovery that was rather amusing, and Haku found it hard not to laugh. The imagination fire almost felt real. Itachi stood at the end of his lead and made sure to stand out as least as possible. Most of the Junin had worked with him when he still was a Konoha shinobi. It would be bad for their mission if he had to leave now, but still. No matter what, during this exam, he was one of the people that couldn't continue to the final test. Whatever the next test was, he had to fail it. Itachi flinched almost unnoticeable when he felt someone watch him from above. He looked up and met the eyes of someone standing in the shadows behind the hand statue. He held the gaze with a sharp glint in his eyes. The corner of the hidden person's mouth curved up in a very small smile before he melted into the shadows. So you are here, Hikaru. Neji looked around and made a mental note that he was right in who had passed. His eyes wandered toward Uchiha Sasuke and then to Uzumaki Naruto that stood diagonal next from Sasuke. Those 2. The team with Dosu, Kin and Zaku watched them too. Out of all of them, Zaku was the worst injured, but that didn't mean Kin and Dosu was uninjured. Zaku cursed Naruto for the injury he received on his arms and promised revenge. All of the Junin stood silently observing the genins. Enko couldn't help that her eyes kept wandering toward the blonde youth that had caught her attention before the forest of death. The resembling was almost frightening. If she was a little girl again, she could almost believe that that boy was someone else. She wasn't the only one. Even Sandaime looked at Naruto with recognition in his eyes, but also recognition of something else. Maybe. Can it be your legacy, Yondaime? Kabuto flinched slightly when he noticed his master smile bitterly at him. The plan had been that he would pull out by now, but since the original plan failed, and Sasuke-kun wasn't in their grasp, they had to adjust it as they went along now. Only 7 teams out of the original 26 teams are here. Tamari must to herself. The other 2 of her team stood in front of her without showing a care in the world. So you are unharmed, just like I thought, Gaara. The Sand Junin thought. He glanced at Haku and Itachi. Those 2 are also completely unharmed, not even more dirt on them than one gets from taking a walk. Who are they? Kurenai noticed that Akamaru was behaving strange. Kiba looked worriedly at Akamaru before risking a glance at the Sand team. Hinata stood tapping her fingertips together and looked nervous as well as happy. Kakashi looked around lazily when his eye fell on a tall youth with his brown hair and a tail on his back. Something in his memories tried to push forward. Had he seen that boy before? There was something all too familiar about him that disturbed him. There was something that reminded him of someone, but he couldn't put his finger on whom. Someone he knew a long time ago, something that he wasn't seeing. Something worryingly about him. Something's not right here. Naruto stood silently at the front of his team and a sweat drop ran down the side of his face and under his half-open coat. The pain in his guts had appeared just minutes earlier and it felt like they wanted to kill him. The lack of chakra in his system had made him tired, but if he fell asleep now he would never be able to face Itachi again. To make it worse, he still couldn't feel Kyuubi's presence. It was a silence he no longer was accustomed to. It made him feel lonely inside. He tried to push that thought away, but he kept nagging him at the back of his mind. He never realized that Kyuubi was someone that he would miss so much. Where is that fox sleeping? Haku watched his back, worried. Things could get nasty if they had bad luck. We will now have an explanation of the third exam from Hokage-sama. Enko cut through everyone's thoughts. During the Hokage's explanation of why they had a Chunin exam together with the other countries and what it meant to be a shinobi for their countries, Naruto and all the other genins realized that there were things that they had never thought about or even imagined. That they would be responsible for the pride and handle of their countries during the rest of the exam. Itachi was half listening to what the old man was saying. Instead, he looked at his brother. This was the closest he had come to him since he was stamped as a traitor of Konoha. If Sasuke knew his brother was there, he would probably attack him without thinking and leave right after. Somehow, he had to make Sasuke listen to him what happened that night. The truth would be hard to accept for Sasuke, who had lived, believing that it was his brother that killed everyone. Now, over 5 years later, he would be told to believe something completely else, from the one person who betrayed him. This was something that could never end with a happy ending. Itachi closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Sasuke. That I will cause you more pain, but this will be the best for you. After this mission is over, we will never see each other, ever again. I don't care, Gaara said impatiently. All this talk about what the Chunin exam was really about was becoming boring to him. Tell us the details of this life or death exam. Sandaime nodded in agreement. Then I will now begin the explanation of the third exam, but... He cleared his throat. At that moment a figure landed in front of them with only the sound of the wind following him. The man bent his head in respect to the Hokage. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I, Gekko Hayate, the judge, will explain. Please do. Hayate stood up with his back toward the genins. Everyone, it's nice to meet you. He turned his head around after coughing 2 times, so he could see the genins. Everyone, before the third exam. He coughed some more. There's something I want to do. The team stood silently, some of them shocked at this new development and others showed nothing on their faces. Hayate raised his head and smirked cunningly. Fight in some preliminary matches to see who gets to advance the third exam's main battle. Every one of the genins' faces showed their surprise and shock in some way. Except for a few selected, seemingly emotionless youngsters. Preliminary matches. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked, voicing everyone's question. Sakura took the moment to also ask another good question. Sensei, I don't understand what you mean by preliminary matches. Why can't we just start the third exam with the remaining examinees? Hayate sighed heavily, view of his cold before with a lame voice explained. In this case, it must have been because the first and second exam were too easy, I don't know. But there are too many examinees left. According to Chunin regulations, we must decrease the number of participants for the third exam. No way, Sakura exclaimed from where she stood. As previously mentioned by Hokage-sama, Hayate continued, there are many guests for the third exam, so we cannot just have a lot of matches. Hayate raised his hand and added, we are limited on time, as well. So those who aren't feeling well. He had to stop and cough because of his cold, making everyone wonder if he was the one feeling okay. When he finally finished coughing, he removed his hand from his mouth. When he continued speaking, his voice sounded tired. Excuse me, if anyone wants to quit after hearing the explanation, please let me know. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Immediately, Kiba yelled angry. Ino felt almost defeated, but we just got through the second exam. Unfortunate, Shikamaru had to agree in his own way. How troublesome. Choji on the other hand was more worried over another thing. What about my meal? Haku stared at Naruto's back, remembering their conversation a few hours earlier. Every time you use chakra, even the smallest amount, it will harm your body and in the long run, slowly kill you. Matches were among the worst that could happen. To win against someone using chakra, you normally had to use at least a small amount of chakra, for different reasons, even if it were subconsciously. Haku could now only pray for the best. Unconsciously, Haku clenched his fist, drawing attention from Itachi who stood behind him. Ah, I forgot to mention this, but you will have team-on-team matches from here on. So please withdraw if you wish. Naruto lightly noticed the tense expression from Sasuke, who was almost standing beside him. He glanced and saw how Sasuke bit clenched his teeth. Naruto could only guess what was going through his head. He himself had mixed feelings about this new information, but there were no way he would pull out from this now, even if it killed him. He just had to hope that it would work out somehow. Just then did his guts decide to work against him. Naruto clutched his guts with one arm while biting down on the inside of his mouth to keep from letting any sound out. But Haku saw how his whole frame shook and worry overcame rules and mission. Haku took the 1.5 step forward so he was standing beside Naruto. Itachi looked surprised to say at least, but he didn't move from where he stood. Naruto, you should really think about this, Haku said in a low voice, holding Naruto's shoulder. I wouldn't say this if I wasn't worried about you. This is among the worst scenarios and you know it as well as I does. Naruto remained silent and Haku waited for a few seconds before in a little worried voice called his name, Naruto. Itachi watched from where he stood. He wasn't the only ones. Some of those that were standing around them were watching them too. Naruto, Haku said urgently. Naruto took a deep breath and released it slower than he had taken it. He then turned his head and looked at Haku. I'm sorry, Haku, for making you worry. For a moment, Haku was taken back by the look in his eyes. He knew there was nothing that he could say to change his mind. After what seemed like a long time, Haku let go of Naruto's shoulder. Just when he turned around to walk back to his place he whispered, "Don't die." So only Naruto could hear him. Naruto stared right up at the Junins and other adults with confidence. He could make it through this and there were no other way for him right now. Maybe there were some other way, but this was the one he chose to take. Haku hesitated for a fraction of a second when he was back in the lead. Question, he asked loudly with his hand raised to the height of his head. Hayate nodded. Those that get injured receive medical care right away, right? Haku asked. Yes, Hayate said. If anyone in my team is seriously injured, would it be okay if I went with them? Haku said, indicating Naruto and Itachi. Only I have their personal medical data, so it might be better if I went with them in that case. I also have some medical experience myself. After Hayate exchanged a few silent words with the head medical, it's alright, if they are badly injured. But that would mean if you haven't fight yet yourself that you resign yourself from this exam. Are you willing to do that? Yes, Haku said without hesitation. With a few more coughs Hayate looked at the groups. May I assume there are no people who wish to retire? There were some low murmuring among the teams but no one said anything loud. Then, let's begin the preliminary matches. Hayate declared. It will be team-on-team match. In other words, it will be like real combat. In the future you will most likely work in teams that you don't know anyone in, so this will be a good chance for you to learn how it will be with different personalities and fighting skills. Each team will be handmade, so there is no knowing who will be fighting with or against or how many. The last ones in the winning team will be able to advance to the third exam. Summary, even if you are in the winning team, there is a chance that you may not advance if I don't see so. There may be everyone in the team but also only one, or someone from each team. There are no rules. You will fight until the other team is dead or knocked out. Or admits defeat. If you don't want to die, please give up immediately. However, if I judge under any other circumstances that the match is over. Cough, cough. I may stop you to prevent any unnecessary deaths. The thing that will hold your destiny. Hayate turned around and nodded to Anko. She in turn turned around and ordered them to open it. One stone block on each long wall moved to reveal a black window. Will be this. Hayate finished looking up at them with everyone else. This electric bulletin board will randomly display the names of the teams fighting. All names on one board are one team, the other is their opponent. The match judge looked at the Genins. Without further ado, I will now display the names for the first match. The boards started to change between the names of the examinees so no one could see what name passed before it had passed by 7 other names. One board stopped and showed the results. Team 1. Hyuga Neji. Tamari. Aburame Shino. Everyone turned to look at the other board as it removed those names from the main list and made a new random list. Naruto couldn't help the small gasp from leaving his open mouth. Team 2. Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke. Amasaki. There were no words to explain what emotion that ran through Itachi as he looked at the board. Life sure was ironic. Naruto had almost forgotten that Amasaki was Itachi's alias. Then, those that aren't among the names, will you please step up to the balcony? Hayate concluded. As everyone moved around, most of them went up to the balcony except for 6 people. When Naruto and Itachi walked past each other, Naruto whispered, "Why didn't you retire? If I retired now it would seem more suspicious than in a few minutes. Maybe this is for the best too." "For whom?" They didn't say anything more and walked away from each other. When Naruto was on the upper plane, Haku waved at him to let him know where he stood. On the ground below, the teams gathered together. The atmosphere was rigid and tense, and it was ready to snap anytime. Hayate stood between them with his hand raised. Then, "Are you ready?" Both teams confirmed. Hayate looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking it off, and in a swift movement his hand fell fast. "Then, begin." Both teams raised their guards and waited. Not before long, Temari smirked as she grabbed her fan on her back. In that moment, Itachi warned his team of the bugs coming against them from behind. All of them jumped away. At that cue, the other team split up and picked one of them each. Neji went after Sasuke, Temari picked Itachi so she wouldn't be bored. That left Hinata to fight Shino and his bugs. The lower level was soon turning into a very intense battle as they watch out for the enemies as well as each other's techniques. Hinata was doing well against Shino. Her gentle fist style was a good weapon against Shino's bugs, but it was a bit overwhelming. The bugs came from all directions and she had a hard time to keep up with them. Shino saw an opening when she hesitated for a fraction of a second and let her guard down unconsciously. He ordered his chakra-stealing bugs to get on her, but in the next moment, she was almost next to him and his breath caught as her fist came at his midsection. He did a volt and avoided the blow. But he could still feel the pain from it in his side where he had almost been hit. "I was careless." Just as Neji had thought, so were Sasuke a worthy opponent. They were both not stupid and knew not to underestimate each other. They both had activated their bloodlines as soon as they were paired up. They attacked and dodged at a high rate, and each attack came in the same split second. An opening appeared in the other's defense. Neji's gentle fist style made it hard to fight close, but because of Sasuke's knowledge of long-range jutsu, they were on equal terms on long-range fighting. Sasuke jumped high and landed on the vertical side of the statue, gathered chakra in his legs and disappeared. Neji turned 90 degrees and avoided the blow that passed his head by centimeters. "He's getting used to my fighting style," Neji thought without failing in countering and attacking. At the same moment they jumped out of the way as a strong wind cleaved the floor in their direction. Temari was angry. No matter what she did, her attacks didn't land on her opponent. "It's almost as if he can read my movement." Her fan was swung around 180 degrees and several air blasts was created. "How about this?" From the balcony, Gaara and Kankuro watched their sister fight. But Gaara was more, if that was even possible, interested in the fight between the Hyuga and Uchiha. Itachi narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. She wasn't bad, she was in fact a master of her fan, but at her current level it was far from what could take him down. Still, he needed to play weak. In a normal fight he wouldn't even have to use the Sharingan to avoid the wind, so it was no big deal. He dodged some of them but let the rest cut his clothes and splattered his blood on the floor. Above him, Haku sighed for himself as he watched the stupid act. Both he and Naruto knew he could have avoided the last attack completely if he had wanted it. That was a theory that went through some of the Junins' heads. The more they watched him, the more they thought that he wasn't fighting seriously. "I got him," Temari thought happily with a smirk on her lips. Itachi grabbed his left upper arm as if trying to hold back the blood flow. He looked at where Sasuke were fighting, at the same time enraging Temari. "You have guts to look away while fighting me," she shouted. He formed a seal and threw his hand out as a thunderbolt was emitted from it. It traveled at a high speed at Temari and she nonchalantly blocked it with her fan. She stood up from her kneeling pose and grabbed her fan with both her hands, raised it high over her head, and at the same time she said the ninjutsu's name. She created a strong tornado. The tornado sucked at the air around it, and even some of Shino's bugs had the bad luck of being sucked into it, where they were dissected into even smaller pieces. When Sasuke saw the tornado was just about to reach its strongest point, he called forward the fire dragon and let the fire be sucked into the wind, where both jutsus collided and created a huge explosion. He took the smoke to help and managed to land 2 punches on Neji before his right arm was hit by Neji's style. Hinata, who were scared from the blow and closed her eyes as the smoke closed around her, failed to think about the bugs as they attacked her. They sucked her chakra, and in her mind she thought it was because she was weak. Her inferior complex came to the surface and she felt herself grow weaker with both the lack of chakra and her feelings. Temari glared into the smoke where she knew her opponent, a Misaki, were. When the smoke cleared away, she was shocked when he wasn't there but instead a log. "What the?" In the next moment she felt how the air behind her whispered to her and had just enough time to stab the one behind her. Itachi hit a specific point in her neck and she fell down unconscious. Her big fan in front of her. Itachi looked at her with a bittersweet smile as he held his left arm where it was cut. He jumped aside when some bugs started to crawl after him. He glanced at the new opponent and saw Hinata on the ground defeated. She was shaking with what looked like emotional pain. A quick glance at Sasuke told him he was doing fine. Itachi played a little slower with the bugs than he had with Temari's fan attacks, but he had no big problem to fight them off. Just for measures and for his act as a weak soon-to-be Chunin, he let a few of the bugs attach themselves on him. They were annoying but not a threat. He closed of his chakra ports where they jammed and let them extract very little of his chakra, and at the same time prevented them from administrating the poison some of them carried. Suddenly his senses screamed. He threw his head in the direction where Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji were fighting. At first glance he saw nothing, but under his general jutsu he activated the Sharingan, and in the same moment he saw the hidden trap that was placed by no one on the field. He was surrounded and literally covered by bugs. "Don't look away," Shino said in an even voice. "That's the first rule in a fight." Itachi passed him and he didn't have time to react. All the experienced shinobis such as the Junins, Hayate and the Hokage snapped to their attention and in surprise. All the genins except for a few of them was shocked by what was happening. Neither Neji nor Sasuke had time to react as Itachi grabbed their arms in the middle of their fight and swung them in either direction and let go of them. In the moment Sasuke caught a glance at the person in the middle, his mind caught a glint of red in his eyes and his mind overlapped his image with the one of his older brother. His mind froze. Within seconds after Itachi let go of them, the ground gave after and huge stone blocks raised and crushed everything between them. Smoke and dust rose in the air. The ear-splitting sound of rocks clashing against rocks filled everyone's. Those on the balcony stood still watching the destruction below. Almost none of them had noticed the trap until just a few seconds before it detonated. From where he stood, Hikaru sighed inaudible as he watched the battle with a neutral expression. Despite the strong wind and the light that fell differently now, he was still hidden from the other Konoha shinobis. Naruto hands grabbed tightly onto the fence so his knuckles turned white. He watched with big eyes the explosion. He had to bit his lip from shouting out. Haku stood beside him with worry coloring his face. It wasn't that he doubted Itachi's ability, but it didn't help him not to worry about his comrade. Neji and Sasuke had landed on either side of the hole and were now standing up and looked at the hole before them. Hayate walked closer when the smoke was starting to clear out. In the middle of the stone graveyard on a large rock sat Itachi with his hair hanging loose around his face. Blood dropped from his face and from numerous cuts on his body. His genjutsu hadn't disappeared, and so no one saw what lay under that false mask. "Can you still fight?" Hayate asked. Itachi raised his hand and with his thumb and middle finger pulled at a string that went all the way up to the roof, and a rain of kunais rained over Shino and his bugs. The quiet boy shielded himself before escaping the deadly rain. The floor was pieced by them and many of Shino's bugs died in the process. The fight went on for a few more minutes before Itachi keeled over and spat out blood. He fell to his knees and steadied himself with his hands. It didn't take long until Itachi went down on his side and remained there. "This is as far as I can play along," was the thought that ran through Itachi's head. Above him watched Haku and Naruto. Both of them thought Itachi deserved a prize for his act. He was indeed convincing and realistic in his play. Haku had a good idea just how hollow his wounds were, but he still had to wait until he could treat them. For a few minutes the fight between Sasuke, Neji and Shino went on for a half hour before Shino was declared knocked out. Hayate jumped in between Sasuke and Neji. "That's all," he said and coughed once afterward. "You both pass to the next exam. Due to the turn of events I will pass both of you. If you want to continue fighting then you can do it outside." Sasuke stepped back with an angry expression, but he hides it behind his cold facial expression he normally wore. Neji did the same. He too was displeased by the sudden stop but said nothing. Haku jumped down from where he stood and lifted Itachi onto his shoulder before jumping up again. He let Itachi lean against the wall. His hair fell over his shoulders as Itachi played unconscious. But while Haku was tending to him he opened his left eye and his Sharingan glared right at Hikaru, who still hid in the shadows. Sudden cold shivers ran down Kakashi's back in the same moment. What was that feeling just now? Kakashi looked around and for some reason his eyes fell to the dark-haired youth who was being tended to right now. Guy on the other hand was looking at the shadows behind the statue. Had he just imagined it or had he seen someone standing there? Hikaru held two kunais with the tips of his fingers, a present from Itachi when he pulled that string. Medical teams helped giving service to the hurt fighters. Tamari was the first one to come around. "Are you all right?" Kankuro asked her. She nodded only in reply. "He only played with me," she whispered. "Huh." Kankuro turned around and looked at his sister. Gaara only turned his head so he could see her face. "He didn't fight serious against me even once," Tamari said through clenched teeth. It didn't take long until Itachi regained conscious. Shino woke up right before him and talked to his real teammates and apologized to Hinata for his rough attack. "I will then announce the next match," Hayate said from the middle of the now mostly repaired area. The electric boards started to flip through the remaining names. Those that were left hoped for the best as they waited through the seconds that felt like minutes. Finally, one board stopped and the first team was Kabuto. Yoroi. 10-10. 10-10 was happy that it finally was her turn. The fight before hers had been exciting nonetheless. Kankuro and Yoroi didn't say much as they walked down. It was only for a brief moment, but when Kabuto passed Naruto on his way there was something that made him tense. It was the gray-haired aura that disturbed him. Naruto looked after him for a long moment until Haku tapped him on his shoulder. Naruto looked at where Haku was pointing. This is getting interesting, Hikaru thought as he watched the result before him. The results were Naruto. Gaara of the desert. Gaara looked over to where the blonde was standing, staring at the board. His pale green eyes tried to see what lay behind that mask. As if sensing the glare, Naruto turned his head and looked back at the redhead boy. He still didn't like the look in the redhead's eyes. There seemed to be something else behind them that stared back at him. Something much more fearful than a simple 12-year-old boy. Chapter 12. Once upon a day there were a boy who loved everything in the world. He loved his family and he loved his friends. He loved the earth and he loved the sky. He was a very nice and good little boy and did whatever his family asked him to. One day the little boy found himself in a strange room. The little boy looked around in the quiet room. No one else was there and he could see through the dim light that there were no doors nor windows. He could hear voices of people he knew. On one of the walls was a serpent drawn. It was fighting a fierce battle against a dragon who dominated the opposite wall. The floor below him was filled with patterns where the two creatures' realms collided. Where did everyone go? Why was he alone? Where was this place? He asked himself many times. As the good boy he was, he waited for someone to pick him up, but no one came. He waited for days and nights. He neither grew hungry nor thirsty. As the days kept going by he kept waiting for someone to come and pick him up, but no one appeared. During the days he sat silent in the middle of the room where the serpents and dragons' realm collided, and at nights he began to talk to the two strange voices that he heard. The drawings shifted slightly on the walls, but neither the dragon nor serpent came closer to the boy. The boy started to lose hope that anyone would ever come for him. And one day he finally gave up and he stopped dreaming at nights and stopped hoping for someone to come and save him. The realms at his feet fused together and the beasts moved under him freely. The background behind him grew dark despite the fact that the dim light still lighted up the rest of the room. Out from the shadows came a slender white hand with long fingers and nails that looked more like claws. With the hand came a long black ribbed cape that floated against the floor just like water. The hand stretched out toward him. The dragon and serpent left the boy's side and went over to the stranger, and a face that was hidden in the shadows appeared. Who are you waiting for, boy? No one. Do you want to leave, boy? I don't know. Let's make a deal. Deep down Naruto couldn't help but feel uneasy when he glanced at his so-called teammate. Among everyone that was there in the third exam it had to be this guy. Gaara of the desert. Frankly, that dude gave him the creeps. He didn't like the look in his eyes, they were cold and cruel. His thoughts drowned out everything around him. He had no idea how he would be able to survive this. He didn't know what kind of technique his partner used and he didn't like the opponent. And with his current problem with mending chakra he was in deep trouble. He had out of habit observed the enemy. The girl, 10-10, was probably a good fighter and smart. She had gone through a lot of training, no doubt. Yoroi, the guy that covered his face, was weird, but no doubt he was hiding something. He was probably mostly either genjutsu or ninjutsu user, but which one was hard to tell. Then lastly, there were Kabuto. He had seen him a few times at the Akatsuki and knew he was a follower of Orochimaru. He was strong, extremely so. But he didn't know how strong. Kabuto never let anyone know his true strength. Kabuto was probably his worst enemy out of the three of them right now. From above the teams was watching quietly as they waited for the second match to begin. Itachi was standing behind the railing with his arms at his side. Haku stood beside him and neither betrayed anything of what they were feeling. They couldn't do anything for Naruto even if they wanted to. Hikaru was watching from his hidden spot, if possible even more quiet than before. There were few things he was interested in this world, this was one of those things. But what he wanted to see wasn't Naruto pass or fail, that he could care less about. What he only wanted to know was one thing, and that he would soon know. Why are they only two in one team? Ino asked her teammates. Shikamaru laid his hands behind his head. A shinobi's life isn't made of fair scenarios. If the third member gets hurt and can't continue, you have to survive and complete the mission with only two people. This is one of those scenarios. See it as the third member of their team is already dead. If, came Lee's voice. That happens, you have to keep your calm and face the situation rationally. Even if you stand on the brink of death, you have to keep fighting and survive. Well, that can be one reason, Kakashi said from behind the group. But the real reason is something else. What do you mean? Asked Sakura. The number doesn't add up. They are just 2 because there aren't enough genins to make all teams 3-member. He said with a smile. The 2 teams was facing each other and waiting as Hayate stood between them with his hand raised. He glanced at each team once again to make sure they were ready. He coughed once before without letting anything else disturb him. He let his hand fall. Begin, he said as he jumped out of the way. Not wasting any time, Naruto also jumped from where he was standing and it was just as good. The creepy guy Yoroi was coming after him, and fast. Tenten wasn't far behind as she threw an assault of knives at them both. Foolish, muttered Gaara. All knives that hit Gaara was stopped by a wall of sand. When the sand dissipated he was left standing right where he was unharmed. Sand from his vessel on his back was sliding back inside as if it had a life of its own. The sand that was still left outside circled around him but never touched him. Yoroi lunged forward armed with a kunai against Naruto and he blocked it with one of his own. He didn't stay long where he was but for a split second his mind told him be careful for some reason. It wasn't until then that he noticed Tenten's futile attack against Gaara. All her attacks was blocked no matter from what angel she threw them at. Kabuto laid a hand on Tenten's shoulder and whispered to her something. She looked reluctant but she didn't argue back and she came after Naruto too, leaving Kabuto to deal with Gaara. Naruto was beginning to feel stressed, with 2 attacking him and without using any chakra he was at a huge disadvantage. What should he do? What could he do? He had been warned that if he used any chakra in his condition he would only do more damage to himself and threaten his own life. He jumped aside, threw a couple of shurikens and dodged. He kept on evading the attacks. While on the platform above him Itachi was beginning to wonder why he wasn't doing any offense. Hikaru was slightly displeased from what he was seeing. To him, this was more humiliating than to seeing old drunks lose against a 5-year-old in a game of poker. Unexpectedly and for some reason Naruto's foot slipped and he lost his balance. Yoroi took this moment and grasped Naruto's arm. At first didn't he feel anything but then a burning pain shot through his veins. If he could imagine how it felt like to be burned alive, this was probably it. What was happening to him? A long and pain-filled scream filled the battlefield and caught everyone's attention. Gaara turned his head just slightly so he could glance at the one screaming. Somehow he had gotten the impression that Naruto was like him, apparently he had been mistaken. Without caring to help he turned back to his opponent. He had showed to be a tricky one but not much of a danger. The feeling of boredom was getting the better of him and he was beginning to lose his patience. Is that all you got? He asked Kabuto. Kabuto smirked and lowered his posture a little. Don't underestimate me. It took Gaara another second before he realized that the sand was moving strangely, as if it was blocking something extremely tiny. Don't look away, Kabuto said before he raised his hand and formed a seal. His fingers began to glow with chakra. The real fight begins now. At the same moment Naruto had somehow gotten away from Yoroi but his body was still in shock. He was staggering a few steps backward and almost didn't see Tenten's attack. A shuriken hit him in the arm. He pulled out the shuriken right away and choked back on a small sound of pain. He was being weak again, he knew he appeared that way. He hated it, he really hated it but if he… Somehow Yoroi had gotten close to him again and this time he was gripping his shoulder. Because of his lack or rather restricted amount of chakra, it felt like he was being torn apart. What little chakra he had left was sucked right out of him. He felt tired and delusions played before his eyes. He began to wonder if he was awake or asleep. What was happening around him? How did his temporarily partner in battle do? He didn't know. He couldn't tell. The world of the awake was fleeing from him. Was this fight going to end pathetically also? Was he really weak? Oh. Listen, kid. Being strong doesn't always mean how much chakra you have at the moment but how much more you can use. The more chakra you can find in your system that you can use, the longer you can survive in battle. Even if most chakra users are unaware of it, there is always chakra sleeping inside. They just don't realize it and therefore doesn't try to use it. Little Naruto sat on a rock in the middle of a field with Hikaru in front of him who was educating him in chakra use. The little boy nodded now and then but Hikaru could tell that he wasn't listening at all. Hikaru sighed, this was why he didn't like kids. What I mean is this. Hikaru placed his hand on the rock beneath Naruto and suddenly the rock began to get really hot. Naruto flew up from it. It's hot. When he calmed down and his pants too he looked amazed at the man. How did you do it? Hikaru pulled himself up to his full height. Now listen really carefully, brat. Naruto nodded and this time he was paying him full attention. Finding the sleeping chakra is really hard and only 1 out of 1,000, even less, can really do it. Using it is even harder and takes years of training for those above average level. In most cases those without special traits, such as blood limits, it will be almost impossible. But I don't have any blood limit. Little Naruto said, first enthusiastic but then hesitantly. Hikaru knelt down. Don't worry. You will make it. Since you and I are the same. He stood up again. Are you ready to go to the brink of death for this training? Naruto gave a firm sound as he nodded. Hikaru looked at him without feeling anything remotely to concern or pride. He was still too young to understand that this training would really bring him to the edge of death, and the chances of him learning this would still take years of constant training. This would be what most people would call a close relationship with the devil. Oh. He opened his eyes again and he was aware that he was being thrown over the floor across the room. There were sand moving under him, but it didn't touch him. The memories of Hikaru's training had become fresh in his mind. He wasn't weak. He wasn't perfect, but he still wasn't weak. A faraway scream tore through the sound of a battle around him, and he felt how he connected with the ground before making a loop and landed on his feet. His feet slid on it for a few more seconds before he came to a sudden stop. His eyes were burning bright blue. Blue flames rose around him, but they changed shape to deep purple. The intensity in it grew and grew. Oh. Remember, this is a final warning. The stress it will put on your body will be far greater than anything you've felt before. Don't use this recklessly. Oh. Haku's words were also going through his mind. Your chakra system is sealed, that's why you have so little chakra left and can't create very much. Even then, one's own chakra isn't harmful to its owner, normally. But in your case this is different. Unless we can find someone capable of removing that seal on you, every time you use chakra, even the smallest amount, it will harm your body and in the long run, slowly kill you. I'm sorry, Haku. He took a step forward. His opponents hesitated before Yoroi came after him again. But this is a fight I can't lose. The cloth on his shoulder tore to pieces and revealed a tattoo in a deep red color. It was pulsing and throbbing in his skin as it took in the breath of the battle. Hikaru grasped lightly his own shoulder. It was calling out. The tattoo of darkness was crying out of happiness. Gaara and Kabuto turned to stare at where the intense pressure was coming from. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he looked at the flaming blonde. The being inside of him was responding to the pressure with joy. Tenten and Yoroi stood a bit away from Naruto and they had to shelter their eyes from the wind that was pressed against them. Tenten was beginning to sweat. Somewhere in the distance she could hear the call of her friends to not give up. But she doubted that they could feel the same pressure as the ones on the floor. This isn't something you can disregard. What is this power coming from this boy? Tenten lowered her arm and her eyes snapped fully open when Naruto stood in front of her. When? It took her a moment to realize that she was thinking that one word in the air. She connected painfully with the roof. She spat blood through her mouth. Naruto was right behind her even before she had time to fall down, and she was hit several times in the back and the roof cracked. Naruto landed on the floor and Yoroi came after him, but even before the masked man was touching him he was sent flying into the statue. A cloud of dust and cracked rock pieces went flying. Both Yoroi and Tenten landed on the ground at the same time. For the time it took for them to stand up, Naruto stood still. Tenten wiped away the blood from her mouth. They all glared at each other. None of them dared to move, at least Tenten and Yoroi, that is. At the same time Gaara watched with mild interest at the other fight when the sand at his feet shot up and blocked an attack of some kind. Gaara slowly turned his head and glared at Kabuto. I hope you haven't forgotten you are my opponent, Kabuto said in a calm voice. Don't get in my way. The sand around them was beginning to change and suddenly it attacked Kabuto. The sand was everywhere, controlling the gray-haired teen's moves. But even if that was true, Kabuto didn't fall into any traps that could end his life. He was still calm and calculated the situation even though he was at a disadvantage. By mistake the sand came under his feet and he slipped. While he cursed his carelessness, the sand formed a hand that grabbed him and threw him away. As soon as he landed, Kabuto jumped away and in the same second the sand came and crushed the surface, leaving a big crate. Kabuto used a smoke bomb and bought himself a little time, but it wasn't much. Focusing his chakra in his hands he dodged a sand spike and cut it in two. The sand at the top fell to the floor and rejoined the rest before attacking again. Kabuto continued to dodge and cut the sand as it attacked him. He slowly made his way toward Gaara and when he was close enough he attacked the red-haired boy. The defense wall of sand blocked the attack, but Kabuto's hand cut through it even if it was with some efforts. Kabuto's hand was just about to touch his face when he jumped back. He stood up again and collected the sand. He had been too careless. There was obviously more to this man that he could see. The skin on Gaara's cheek was cracked and was falling off. I don't believe it, said Kankuro from the balcony above the ground. He hurt Gaara. Who is that guy? Was all Tamari could ask. Their Junin teacher stood behind them and all he hoped for right now was that the other, Gaara, didn't awaken. The skin that fell was like small pieces of clay that changed into sand when it touched the ground. Gaara's expression wasn't happy, but it wasn't angry either. It didn't take long before the crack on his cheek was healed. You protected yourself with another layer of sand. I didn't notice it. Even in this situation, Kabuto smiled cunningly. His glasses reflected the light, making it impossible to see his eyes. You are more difficult than I thought, but... He pushed his glasses up a little and one of his eyes became visible. You are underestimating me too. Gaara didn't move or showed any new expression, but the sand at his feet was clearly agitated. With this level you won't be able to defeat me. I know that you are more powerful than this, I can tell from your attacks. It would be better if you attack me more seriously or you will find yourself dead. Are you done talking? Said Gaara's cold voice. If you want so much to die I will give it to you. Gaara raised his hands in front of him and his fingers bent forward. His eyes narrowed as the sand formed a gigantic hand and the whole room was filled with a horrible scream, and most of those that hadn't been watching the other fight missed what had happened, but what they did see was how he crashed on the ground and held his arm that was burned so the skin was peeling off. Damn you, what are you? He was shouting over his screams of pain. Naruto watched him neutrally as the chakra around him calmed down and all his emotions were devoured from his face. Tenten stood at a different point than earlier and she was in deep thought of how to win this battle. She had to admit that she had at one point underestimated her enemy and that had almost been her downfall, but not now. She came to the conclusion that she didn't have any choice. She reached behind her back and grabbed 2 scrolls that she had hidden there. She put them on the ground and kneeled down and did a series of specific seals. After she had called the name of the attack, she was clouded by smoke and 2 twin dragons rose up from the scrolls. They twined together before changing back to scrolls, but now with the paper unfolding. Tenten jumped up in between the scrolls. Once she was in the middle, she turned and touched the inside of the scrolls where kanjis were written, and a weapon appeared. In a rain of different weapons she attacked Naruto, who stood calmly and looked as they came closer. At the last moment he jumped away, but 3 of them hit him. 2 ripped his clothes and 1 scratched his arm. Tenten landed and shouted, "Not yet." Without hesitating she was in the air again, and with threads she summoned all her weapons again and pulled them up in the air. When they had reached sufficient height she released them and over 100 weapons came at the ground. Naruto raised his head and for a moment it seemed to him as if time had slowed down. As the deadly rain was about to hit him and Tenten thought she got him, something clicked in his mind and his eyes widened and his chakra exploded. The force of the now blue-colored chakra blew all the weapons and Tenten, who was still in the air, away. Just as she landed and got up to her feet, Naruto bent his knees and stretched out his arms. In a flash of movements he formed seal after seal. It was mostly only the best trained that could see glints of what the seals were. In the fraction of a second everything seemed to stand still, that moment that always appears when all your instincts tells you something seriously bad is about to happen. Fuin no Oni. It could have been a whisper or a scream, but at the same time no one was sure they had heard the words. At the same time as the words left Naruto's mouth, the air grew heavy and a fog laid itself around them. The fog was getting thicker and thicker until no one could see anything. They barely felt that their own existence. Yoroi, who still was in pain, looked around and for a moment saw no signs of life. But then a shadow appeared before him and at first he thought it was his master, but as the person got closer he began to see that the person appeared less and less human. A blood-piercing scream filled the air and it was almost immediately followed by another, a more female scream. Everyone above wondered what was happening and most Junin teachers had a bad feeling about this. Every one of the other genins tried to see what was happening down below. The fog cleared and everyone was left to stare at the floor. Gaara and Kabuto seemed unaffected, although Kabuto was breathing a little harder than before. Yoroi was on the floor, no one knew if he was dead or alive. Tenten on the other hand was shaking where she lay on the floor. Tears welled up from her eyes and onto the floor as she didn't move. Her body was in so much shock that she had trouble breathing. Naruto, who was the last one to appear, stood on the exact same spot, his face once again empty of emotions, his eyes blank. Behind the statue where Hikaru was hiding, he turned around so his back was at the battle area. He was disappointed with Naruto as he hadn't showed more control. The results are clear now. Hayate jumped forward to Yoroi and checked him. Before moving over to Tenten and checked her too. He rose up and raised his hand. Yoroi and Tenten are unable to continue. Medical teams take them to the medical center immediately. Just a few seconds after Hayate finished talking, 4 members of the medical team appeared beside the 2 disqualified fighters and took them fast from the field. Hayate was now looking at Naruto and began to make his way over to check on him too, but just when he was within 3 meters radius Naruto jerked back and made the distance bigger. Hayate backed off too at the same time and made it to a safe distance from the ongoing fight. If anyone had come closer to Hayate they would had realized that he was sweating badly and had a hard time catching his breath. He too had been caught in the fog and what he had experienced inside was something his mind didn't want to admit. He didn't even know what it was, even though he was a high-level shinobi he had almost screamed out of fear. He didn't recognize the jutsu and didn't know what its purpose was supposed to do. Had the jutsu been a success or a failure, he didn't know. All he knew was that he had come face to face with something much more horrible than couldn't possibly exist in this world. This doesn't look good, Kabuto thought. I thought the others could at least have some chance against that boy, but in the end they were almost useless. He looked at Gaara, who was beginning to focus on him again. The sand that had just been about to crush him alive just a few minutes earlier were calmly at its owner's feet and didn't show any sign that it ever had been moving around. It took him a few seconds to notice the big crack in the further away wall. A crack that hadn't been there before, and sand was dripping down from the hole. What in the world? He looked over at Naruto and made a fast decision. It was too dangerous to have him around alive. One moment he wasn't moving at all, but the next he forced his muscles to move and he came after Naruto. The chakra at his hands appeared once again after had disappeared with the fog. When he was within radius, Naruto dodged the fatal blow at his heart area and moved aside. Kabuto cut off a few strands of his hair. Haku was clutching the railing so hard his knuckles were turning white. Why can't they see it's over? He whispered so only Itachi heard him. I know, Itachi could say. Deep down he had known right away when the fog appeared, this had been the end. He had noticed that Hikaru had left, that emotionless jerk didn't want anything else but know the results of his training. Other than that he could care less if his former pupil died today or tomorrow. But he wasn't about to interfere with this battle. It was Naruto's battle, not his. As the remaining of the genins below fought each other, everyone else watched with suspense. Gaara had too joined the battle and was now ignoring the fact that he could accidentally crush his teammate along with his enemy. Kabuto was doing what looked like his best to keep avoiding Gaara and attacking Naruto. He on the other hand was just defended and evaded every attack that tried to reach him. The other Junins also knew what was going on, but it wasn't their place to interfere with this. This fight had gone too far to be stopped by them now. Haku bit down on his lip to keep quiet. Throughout all the fight he hadn't said anything, despite the fact that he was the only one that knew the whole truth. He blamed himself for this outcome. He wanted to scream, he wanted to cry, but he couldn't do either. He was a shinobi on a mission, and for a shinobi his mission came first, no matter how much of a bastard it made him. He couldn't help the gasp when he saw how the sand grabbed Naruto's leg and threw him against a wall. Naruto landed on his front before getting up. He took a step forward and made a few summer salutes to avoid the sand once again. He landed in between Gaara and Kabuto, but he didn't seem to notice. There he stopped moving. Gaara narrowed his eyes and glared at the blonde. Someone that has lost consciousness should stay down, said Gaara to Naruto. All of the genins above gasped slightly in surprise. What does he mean? Lee asked his teacher. That boy, Guy started, has long since lost consciousness. Most likely, Kurenai continued, even before the fog cleared up. It's his instincts that are keeping him moving to prevent more damage to the body now. He's no longer aware of the world around him. Neither Gaara nor Kabuto moved, but as the seconds passed a string of blood left Naruto's mouth. Haku's eyes widened and he threw himself over the railing. Naruto! He screamed at the top of his lungs. He landed a far bit away from Naruto, and as he ran closer he could see how the boy's knees gave out and he fell toward the ground. Haku made it in time to keep him from hitting the ground completely. From the uncomfortable angel Naruto's body was held, his mouth fell open, more and more blood came spilling out. Even the adults in the room were surprised now, for none of them knew of the true extent of the damage his body had taken. Without wasting any time, Haku pulled out a long needle and stuck it through Naruto's throat, slowing the blood flow from his mouth down. At the same moment Itachi landed next to them and a medical team was coming closer to them. Silence except for the commands from the medical team could now be heard through the room. When they finally carried Naruto out on a stretcher, Itachi and Haku followed. With that, Haku gave up his chance to be in the Chunin exam. He was giving the medical team some information on what had caused Naruto's condition. Naruto didn't open his eyes once when he was taken to the medical center. The condition Naruto was in was worse than they had first thought. His internal system had been burned, the signal system that was connected his body to the brain had been severed, his bones had been broken in several places, and that was some of his injuries. Outside the room Naruto was taken to, Itachi was left standing alone. He slammed his fist against the wall and cursed. He knew he shouldn't regret letting Naruto fight, but he couldn't stop the feelings of guilt from coming closer. It was so similar to that time. To the time he had been betrayed and his clan was killed because of his weak self. It was coming back now. Everything was coming back now. That night when he lost close to everything, was it going to happen again? This time he wouldn't have anything left, and it was happening on a mission now. Should he choose the mission over personal matters? With Naruto in the care of Konoha's medical team, it was only a matter of time before they find out who they really was. In his confused mind, Itachi didn't notice Orochimaru, who was standing outside the building with a smirk upon his lips. Everything was getting more interesting now. Once upon a day there was a little boy who lost all hopes in solitude. The devil made a deal with him, a devil who neither had a face or a name. But when the boy came back to his old home, it was burning to the ground and everyone was dead. As he looked among the dead and soiled his body with their blood, outsiders came, and when they tried to take him away from his family, he called out. Upon feeling something hot on his cheek, the boy opened his eyes and the outsiders lay dead before him. The only survivor looked in fear in his eyes at the little boy. A massive shadow stood behind the little boy, a being who was neither human nor an animal. Words that weren't supposed to be heard by the human ears were spoken. "What's your name, boy?" "Hikaru." After that the devil had a face and a name. Chapter 13. Various tubes and machines were hooked on Naruto as he lay unconscious in the hospital bed. A white blanket covered him up to his armpits, his shoulders and arm was left bare. You could mildly say that he was isolated from the rest of the world. Next to him sat Haku, his eyes slowly going through the notes from the medical staff. With their limited knowledge of Naruto's medical history, they had no way of knowing the crucial about their patient. Haku also knew that they had seen the mark on Naruto's stomach. No doubt they had reported this to the Hokage and were now planning what they should do now. He looked up from the white papers with black insignificant numbers and words and looked on Naruto's face. His breathing was irregular and there was no telling when, and if, he would wake up. His condition was stable at the moment, but anything could push him over the edge and into the waiting hands of death. It was a wonder, medical treatment. On the outside it didn't look so bad, but the brown-haired boy knew that on the inside it was a completely different tale. Haku's dark eyes went back on the paper. His inside had been electrified, you could almost call it torture from the report. A plain and easy word, but it still censored what it really meant. Patient showed minimal damage and bleeding on the external surface. The internal wounds were different and the bleeding was hard to stop. The cause of this remains a mystery and main responsible in the team will report directly to the Hokage about strange findings. Was this the best they could come up with in their report? Haku wasn't very fond of writing reports, but for once he really felt to write the correct version. If he had the chance it would be something like this. Although external injuries were mild, the internal was different. The chakra system was fried, signals going to the central cortex was severed, there was an overdose of red blood vessels, lungs, kidneys, heart and other intestines were badly injured, and it's a wonder the patient even survived the last few minutes of the match. Haku let out a sigh and leaned back in the chair. Their mission was getting more and more complicated by the minute. It would probably not be long before they knew of Itachi's true identity. When they did, it would no doubt send every high-ranking shinobi after them. With Naruto in this condition, there was no way for them to escape without him dead. They only had one last resort left if they would succeed: speed everything up. As their orders said, failure is not an option. Oh. The room was dark and quiet as the lonely figure sat in the middle of the 6 tatami mats. The screen doors were pulled shut and the only light came from through the small window, and even that was covered by a curtain. Sound of soft, almost non-existent footsteps reached the one sitting in the middle of the room. In a beat he was up and ready to defend himself, but in his eyes burned hatred and anger, betrayal and sorrow, confusion and disbelief. From the shadows stepped a teenager with a long brown ponytail, and he wore a back coat with red clouds. In front of him stood a shorter boy, no older than 12, and dark hair and eyes. "Why are you back?" was Sasuke's first question. Itachi stopped just as he exited the shadow. "Is that a way to greet your older brother, Sasuke?" Itachi said in a stone-cold voice that betrayed nothing. "I thought you would have tried to kill me the first moment I arrived here. That I haven't killed you yet doesn't mean that I have no intentions of doing so. I will very much kill you, as the Avenger I have become." The ice in Itachi's glare could not be mistaken, and it shot a chill down Sasuke's spine. It seemed to freeze the room and stop even time from moving. "If you have the right to be the judge will be decided after you hear what I have to say." Sasuke bit his lower lip, almost drawing blood. "Shut up." But before he could move even an inch, Itachi stood behind him and held his neck in a steel grip. He could just as easily break it like crushing a twig. "Don't think I couldn't have killed you during the match if I had wanted to. That was nothing to test my strength, and at your level you will never be able to kill me." Itachi hissed into his ear. "I'm not here to beg you for forgiveness or redemption. I'm past that point now to even think about it." "Then what is so important that you asked me to come here?" Sasuke asked with an edge to his voice. During the match, just when he and Neji had been flung out of reach of the explosion, he had heard the whisper. It was almost like an invitation, but also it was a message that froze his blood. For it had ended with, "Little brother." Itachi threw Sasuke across the room without sparing a thought as he crashed into the wall. He let the genjutsu vanish and his normal appearance came into view. His hair color changed to a deep blue, almost black color, the same with his eyes. Every little detail about his true self was restored. Because it's time you learned the truth. Sasuke jumped onto his feet, but it was then that the air froze, making it almost impossible to breathe. His older traitorous brother's eyes changed from dark ebony to clear flaming red, and the iris changed along with the black spots around it. Sasuke was in a matter of fractional seconds swallowed in a nightmare that told the story about the past. Oh. Is it true? The old man asked from where he sat in the chair behind the desk. In front of him stood a few of the members from the tournament medical staff. They had just reported their patent's conditions and also what they had found. Yes, Hokage-sama, we can't be mistaken, that seal can't be found on any other human being than that boy who disappeared over 10 years ago. A man with light brown hair and gray eyes said. The Hokage sighed as he lowered his hat a little before looking out his window. So this day have finally come. What will we do, Hokage-sama? Asked a woman with greenish hair and eyes. There was a long silence before the decision was made. In his current condition he can't do anything, so until he regains consciousness, I want you to keep an eye on him. Yes, sir, said the medical staff before they exited the room. As if on cue, a group of high-ranking shinobis stood before the Hokage now. What are your orders? One of them asked, whose face was wrapped in bandage. Keep an eye on the other two in the team. We can't be sure who they are and what their intentions are. We can't risk anything happening at this point. Guests from other countries will be arriving any hour and we have to raise the security. See to it. Yes, and they were all gone as if they hadn't even been there. The old leader stood up and took the 2 steps he needed to stand in front of his window. His tired face framed his now tired-looking eyes. Something in him told him that everything would soon be over, but the ending would be bad. Oh. Deep inside himself, Naruto walked down the long corridor that he knew lead to the gigantic room and the bars that held his lifetime guest. But when he came into the light of the room he was shocked to see 4 different marks over the great gate. On the other side he could hear the heavy breathing of the fox. With every step he took the water at his feet rippled. When he took a step forward he felt the air charge with something and he had to take a step back in order to loosen up the pressure on himself. Hey, are you there? He shouted out without regard that his voice was echoing of the walls. What's the matter, brat? A pair of evil-looking demon eyes and an evil smile asked him through the bars. What happened here? Naruto asked in the same loud voice. The fox looked at him as if he had grown a tail. What happened? Can't you see what happened? Another seal is blocking me and it's driving me mad. You can't hear it because of your inferior human ears, but it's taunting me, asking me to break free if I can. The fox snorted in a disgusted kind of way. Then why don't you? Naruto began but was cut short by the angry voice of Kyuubi. If I could I would had, but the results are the same and the damage you received are great too. Don't tell me that you've grown fond of me, Naruto asked in a teasing voice. Kyuubi sneered at him, as if you die then I die too. It's as simple as that. I have no plans of dying, so I have to stop trying to break it. This annoying thing is drawing from my chakra at the same time. There was no doubt that Kyuubi was royally pissed off. Naruto looked around at the seals and his mind tried to come up with any solution. Is there a way to break this seal? There is 2 ways, Kyuubi informed him. One is asking a shinobi of the same rank as the caster to break it, in this case either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Naruto thought for a second about that alternative. No use, I can't ask for help since no one knows where they are and I don't think Orochimaru wants to break his own spell. Kyuubi almost outright ignored his reasoning and went on. The second is to ask that Hikaru if he knows anyone with enough knowledge and experience to break a 4-season spell. Naruto didn't know if he should be happy or sad about this alternative. No way in hell, he said as his shoulders slumped a little. I think so too, said Kyuubi as he had to agree. Oh. Hiku looked over his shoulder. He was sure now that he wasn't imagining it, they were watching them now. It had already reached the Hokage of Konoha. His outer appearance didn't betray anything, but inside he was feeling more and more frustrated at their growing bad luck. 1. Their mission wasn't completed yet. 2. Naruto was out cold and in the hospital. 3. Because of number 2 the shinobis of Konoha knew of Naruto's true identity. 4. He had no idea where Itachi was. 5. They had enemies watching them now. Conclusion, it would only be a matter of time before they found out about Itachi's identity too and they would have to get the hell out of Konoha. Hiku mentally sighed before looking over at Naruto. If only he knew of a way to help him wake up, then they could get going with their mission. His fingers span around a long needle as he let his mind try to come up with a solution. He barely noticed the shadow who sat in the window among the fluttering curtains. The sound of the beeping machines was almost echoing in his mind. Oh. Sasuke let out a horrified scream as he covered his eyes and fell to his knees. Itachi stood emotionless at the other side. He knew this would end like this. He had played every possible situation in his mind up until this moment, and he knew that it was pointless in hoping for a reunion with his only family member. The boy's breath came in harsh pants and he had trouble focusing his eyes, so he steadied himself with his hands on the floor in front of him. How can this be? He whispered to himself. Tears started to run down his face. Believe it or not is up to you, but this is the truth. Itachi said, we were betrayed by our own mother and her oldest brother. They sided with Orochimaru out of reasons I don't know yet, but in the end the whole clan was killed and uncle escaped with Orochimaru. Yes, he was there. Just hiding in the shadows and letting everyone else do the work for him. He poisoned their minds, turned them against the rest of the family. It's as simple as that. He knew he didn't have to say anything more than this. If Sasuke believed the truth or not wasn't up to him to decide. Itachi walked toward the door and put his hand on the handle just as he heard a faint word behind him. Why? Why did you lie and make me believe you killed them? Sasuke asked with big teary eyes. Itachi looked over his shoulder only for a second before staring at the door. Because I'm guilty for letting everyone die. There was no looking back. No changing his mind. He wouldn't close this door he had just opened for his little brother. All he could do now was look forward and walk ahead into the future that awaited him. He left the room without a sound and Sasuke was still there even minutes afterward. Oh. Haku jumped out of his chair and looked at the shadow with a glare. How long have you been there, Hikaru-san? The angry boy asked. The man stepped into the room and raised his glowed hand. Now, I've come with a choice of saving the little brat. Haku tensed his muscles as the man approached the blonde boy. What are you talking about? He demanded. As it looks like now, this brat will be dead in less than 5 hours. Hikaru stated as if he was reading up the weather report. What did you? Haku didn't know what to think. He hadn't thought it was this serious. He didn't have much experience with this man, but from what he knew, this man never lied. The fact that he was telling was something only he knew at the moment. If he said someone would die in an accident in 10 minutes, then someone would die in an accident in 10 minutes. He saw things others couldn't. But still, what else he knew about this man was that, why do you care for him enough to save him? Hikaru looked at him for a second, then at the door. I could care less if this brat died today or tomorrow, but what makes the difference is that he still haven't paid me back for something. Greedy prick, Haku said in a lame voice, but he snapped out of it fast. How do we save him? It was just in that moment that Itachi entered once again Naruto's hospital room, and for a fraction of a second he was surprised to see Hikaru there, but then thought better of it than start asking questions. Hikaru gave both of them a very rare smile. Still, this smile was shaking hands with the god of death. He looked at the window he had come through and a figure fell into the open space. The sudden draft of air made the curtain flutter even more. Dark brown hair fell over a pale face. He looked no older than Hikaru, but something about this man made Haku's blood disappear from his heart, and Itachi knew this man was someone with even deeper secrets than Hikaru. Let me introduce you, Hikaru said with odd enthusiasm. This is one of my oldest and closest friends, Hanatsuya Akumi. Chapter 14. Nice to meet you, said Akumi to the group of two as he bowed his head slightly in greeting. Hikaru told me about the situation. You need someone to break the curse over his seal, right? Itachi's eyes widened. This was something he hadn't known about. That's right, Haku confirmed without hesitating. Itachi's glare focused him now and demanded to know what was going on, but at the moment he had to wait. Akumi walked over to Naruto's side and looked down at him. As he walked through the room his hair changed from dark brown to light blonde, and just this made him more intriguing to the others. He simply stood there watching Naruto for what seemed like eternity without doing anything. In Itachi's and Haku's eyes he looked very young, no older than them in fact, and that made the whole thing even more disturbing in a way. Hikaru had told them that they were the same age, but just how old was this new character? He's trapped inside himself, and at this path he won't last long. Akumi's voice brought them out of their musing and back to reality. I can bring him back, but there will be a price. I will pay the price for them, Hikaru said before the others could ask about the price. Akumi looked at his so-called friend for a second with eyes that couldn't be read. Generosity? Hardly. It's just paying your prices are more fun than fighting beasts from other realms. Hentai was Haku's and Itachi's common thought. As if reading their thoughts, it's not like that. I like woman best, said Hikaru. And this guy have no interest in that area whatsoever, he said lightheartedly. Itachi didn't know if he should take a step back or get an eye check. Hikaru was giving a full-scale smile, but every part of it spoke of dark desire to experience something he himself didn't even want to think about. It made his blood run cold. What was this price Akumi wanted? If it had been anything remotely to money or possessions, Hikaru wouldn't even had spent a thought about paying for them. So what was it? His curiosity about the price grew as well about who this guy, Akumi, was. Akumi's face fell into a deathly calm mask as he agreed. He sat down on the bed edge and took a hold of Naruto's hand and his eyes fell closed. Oh 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 oh. By the gate lay Naruto and he was hugging himself. He didn't feel cold but at the same time he did. He felt tired but at the same time didn't. He felt hungry but at the same time didn't want to eat a thing. He wasn't sure what he wanted or felt anymore. He couldn't hear Kyuubi anymore and that made him feel lonely. He tried his best to be brave and he was holding up well, but his doubts and self-confidence was being questioned by each minute that passed. The room had been filled with an icy cold air that made him shiver, or could he even react anymore? He thought he felt a hand on his forehead that pushed away his blonde bangs. Then the hand was gone and soon after he could hear soft flute tones filling the air. With much effort he cracked open an eye and saw a man in his early 20s sitting next to him. His light brown hair floated around his face, reaching down to his neck. He was dressed in what looked like a traditional kimono that was mostly worn by high-class men from long ago. The material was in pale green and golden marks decorated the edges of the arms and neck. A wind started to grow around them and Naruto wasn't sure where it was coming from. The water on the floor began to turn to light purple and the whole room changed to a brighter color. The only thing that seemed to remain was the gate and the 4 marks around it. It took Naruto a while before he realized that the water had actually turned into light purple-colored petals that covered the floor. The sound from the flute never ceased and it picked up in speed. The marks started to glow deep black and smoke emerged from the corners of them. Suddenly large smoke clouds came through the seals and the room was filled with screams. Faces appeared in the smoke and it attacked them, but they turned away just when they were about to hit them. The monster was screaming in rage and in pain. They didn't want to be there, they didn't want to listen to the flute and they were scared. Somewhere deep inside Naruto felt that he had to stop the flute player, but he could neither find strength to speak or move. He had to lay there and witness the battle he knew nothing about. But somewhere in between this he felt how his strength was coming back to him. He didn't feel insecure of what he wanted anymore and he could feel Kyuubi's presence coming closer again. In a gust of wind Naruto was blown from where he lay and ended up hitting the bars. The sound of the ringing bars echoed through the room clear and loud. The ghost-like things stopped their attack against the flute and headed at him instead. Somewhere far away he thought he could hear the sound of someone shouting, "Watch out!" But he couldn't be sure. Naruto raised his arms to prepare for the blow, but gigantic claws emerged from the other side of the gate and tried to slice through the ghosts. "Kyuubi!" Naruto yelled happily. "You finally came to your senses, brat." Kyuubi but all smirked at him. "If you get hit by them you will suffer great damage, even die. Their hatred and anger are far too great for you to handle alone at the moment." But Naruto could no longer see the flute player anymore, but he could hear the music from it. As if in trance the ghosts started to cease their attacks and slow down. The screams lessened and grew quiet. It was an unsettling silence. An image faded into view. A boy no older than Naruto probably, and he had sand-colored hair and dark brown eyes that stared down at him. The boy was dressed in a long floating cloak and his face was empty from emotions. His eyes looked like they could see every little secret and they pierced his very soul. The trance let go and the ghosts became aware of the boy and went after him. "Get out of there!" shouted Naruto. The sound of fists hitting the door and people trying to open it echoed in the room. It had been over an hour since Akumi fell in a trance, and during that time Itachi had heard about the cursed seal from Haku. During that time he had also cursed Haku for hiding something like that from him, and had it not been for Hikaru's calm and natural answers they would probably be fighting right now. Their fighting and the strange sound of a flute had brought the attention of the nurses and doctors in the hospital and they couldn't enter. Their desperate yells outside was ignored and they kept watching Naruto as he now and the twitched and trashed around on the bed. The machines that had once been attached to him were no longer attached. "Not long now. Be ready to run," said Hikaru. Oh 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 oh. The once beautiful scenery had been turned into chaos. The ghosts were tormented by some unseen force. Naruto was defended by Kyuubi every time they got close enough to do harm. The bright light in the room was now dusky in a dark kind of way. A storm had broken out in the room too. Thunder crackled through the air and the wind was strong enough to create whirlpools. The flute never missed a tune during it all and Naruto began to wonder where it was coming from. Petals was flying around with the wind and giving even the wind a face. Just as suddenly as a piercing scream erupted from one of the ghosts, it shattered into a million fragments and vanished. One of the 4 seals vanished with it. 2 of the others' ghosts vanished in the same manner along with 2 of the 4 seals. With each seal vanished the gate opened more and more. Naruto wasn't sure if it was a good thing, but personally he wanted to open the gate than to let the strange marks remain. Soon they could break free. The last ghost went to an all-out attack at the boy and pierced him right through the middle. The result was a big hole in his midsection. Naruto was sure the brown-haired boy was dead now, but to his utmost surprise and fascination the coat healed and sealed the hole and the boy vanished in the blink of an eye. Behind the ghost stood the man who played the flute. Even before Naruto had a chance to get this fact, the ghost was split into half and with a hollowing scream turned into 2 black pearls. The man caught the pearls in his hand. He didn't even change his expression as he crushed the pearls in his hand as if they were insects. The last seal vanished and the room began to rumble. Naruto ran to a safe distance before the gate flung open and the glowing red eyes of the Kitsune Yukai appeared in the pitch-black shadows of his prison. Oh 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 oh. The door to the room broke open and several nurses, doctors and guards entered, but all they were greeted by was the empty room that just a moment earlier had been in use. The machines were beeping as loud as they could to alert that there was something wrong with their patient. Most of the windows stood open and the warm wind from outside made the plain and tasteless curtains flutter. The room looked like normal except for a few details that disturbed the hospital staff. 1. Everything of glass in the room had been turned to shards and they hadn't heard it. 2. The air inside the room was awfully chilly for a room that was facing the sun all day long. 3. The patient had been staining the bed sheets with blood after his operation had been completed and now there was no trace of anything close to discoloring on the natural white bed material. Number 4 was the black pearl that lay on the bed and was giving of a chakra that was unnatural. The last and most frightening detail was the 3 large marks of ancient characters in the roof of the room that looked like they had been burned there. Chapter 15. The proud village of Konoha was in chaos. Shinobis ran through the streets, looking and carrying out orders, to find the intruders. It had been 4 hours since they disappeared from the hospital and no one had seen them since. The staff had reported to the Hokage about the room where Naruto had been treated and the strange marks. When the old man arrived and took a look, he was surprised what he found. He recognized the marks as a very powerful season seal, but the method and how they had come to appear in the roof was something he had never seen before. The fact that the staff that had tried to break in hadn't heard all the glass break and no one standing outside had either. It was very disturbing. If someone put up a barrier, there was at least someone in the village to notice it and report it, but no one had felt or seen anything. The old Hokage felt that it was best that they found the escapers and put an end to this. Ever since the Chunin exam had started, strange things had been happening around town and in the exams. The feeling of déjà vu had hit him more than once and it was a feeling he didn't like at the moment. They didn't know what the objective of the 3 people, but something in his gut told him it was important that he stopped them before more harm could be done. On the cliff above Konoha, where the stone faces of the leaders of the village was crafted, stood 5 people. 3 of them had the same cloud-marked coat in black and red, while one of the other 2 had a black coat that seemed darker than the actual color was. The last and 5th person didn't have a coat like the others. He wore black pants with a deep red jump. Around his neck was wrapped a long scarf. It was almost reached down to the ground if it wasn't for the fact that the hard wind was making it flutter away from him. His chin and mouth was hidden by the material of his scarf. All of them looked down at the village. They could see each and every one of the shinobis jumping around, but they couldn't see them. Itachi, Haku and Naruto didn't say anything, for they knew the final stage of their mission had arrived. Hikaru stood just as impassive as he normally was and Akumi was impossible to read. What no one knew was that during the exam they 3 of them had gathered all the information they needed. No one had noticed when one of them had been missing and then returned. They had searched the village's every hidden corner and now their work had finally paid off. They knew where they were heading to get what they needed to accomplish their mission. It may have looked like a normal mission for a secret scroll, but that was wrong. This was no ordinary scroll they were getting. There were limited knowledge that it was even real and not a myth. It had been sealed away beyond reach by the 1st and 2nd Hokage. They hadn't even left any secret about it to the next Hokage. The scroll had been far too dangerous to leave even the smallest trace after. The secrets inside it were far deeper than anything known in the world. It was a secret record of several banned and cursed techniques. The danger of using them and them being used was far greater than the techniques that were forbidden. The consequences for using a single one of the jutsus were too great for any man and required sacrifices. If you thought Kyuubi's arrival and destruction of the proud Konoha was just the demon getting bored, you were gravely mistaken. Someone had tried all those years ago to summon the great demon, but the sacrifice had been the death of the contractor. They had been swallowed by other hideous demons coming through before they were pulled back into the darkness. It also contained the darkest secrets of humankind and all the darkness the country of fire had ever committed. Just as much as it was a learning scroll, it was also a record of history that the 1st and 2nd wanted to destroy. The scroll in itself was cursed and protected, so they had been unable to even harm it. One of their assistants had even been so stupid of trying to steal it, it had sucked her soul out. It was something that would only be one of through history, and it was something Akatsuki wanted. Therefore they had sent Itachi, Naruto and Haku to retrieve it. Each and every member of Akatsuki had a special ability, and for this mission they had been the most suited to get it, but they were also unable to get it on their own. They needed help from the others. Just when Naruto had been sent to the hospital, Haku had taken the moment and sent a message to the rest of Akatsuki. They were almost there now. Their search for us will be in vain, said Haku. They have to do what they have to do because the village pride demands it, said Itachi. Foolish bugs. His voice was ice cold and still expressionless. We will be going, said Hikaru behind them. Not staying to see the result, asked Naruto. You won't be seeing something similar for years. Not interested, said Hikaru in a bored voice. I've seen things that will make this look pale and compare. Nothing will compare to the past. You sound like an old man, saying that, told Akumi him. I will pretend I didn't hear that, said Hikaru. I don't want to be told I'm old by you. Naruto looked at Akumi and blinked. A few memories from his dream jail were brought forth and he saw the man as well as the boy behind his eyes. How old are you really? He asked while looking at Akumi. Do you really want to know? Akumi asked as he turned so his back was at the boy. It will cost you your life. The aura around him changed drastically and it asked for blood and death. It was so intense that it made Naruto swallows his suddenly dry throat and takes a step back. It even scared some birds far from them. This is neither the first nor the last time humans will touch the scroll, Akumi said in a leveled voice as his aura vanished. The result will always be the same, but it doesn't concern me as long as you don't interfere with me. What would you do if outpaths crosses once again and we get in your way? Akumi narrowed his eyes and glared coldly at the group of three. When that day comes I will leave you in a nightmare. Huh, I don't understand, said Naruto. You never will, said Hikaru, and his answer made Naruto mad. The older boy ignored Naruto's angry words and looked up at the faces of the mountain. They are here any minute. Let's go. Haku turned toward them. Before you go, there is something I want to ask. He looked right into Akumi's eyes. Even with the deep brown color it felt like they were bottomless and he was falling into darkness. What was the price for reviving Naruto? Akumi raised his arm and in his hand he held up a dark pearl. Its color was dark and it was shifting around inside as if it contained something. This. What is that? Asked Itachi. A nightmare, was Hikaru's answer. A nightmare? Asked Naruto slowly. Right then and there the sphere grew a little bit bigger right in front of their eyes. What was that? Asked Naruto scared. I thought you had it under control. Who said the nightmare has ended? Without one word more they both left the cliff, leaving the rest with more questions than answers. But something inside them told them that they would be happy that they hadn't been the ones paying the price. A nightmare wasn't something to be taken lightly. After all, they all lived in their own nightmares that connected to each other and the rest of the world. Namely, their lives. After this is done, what do you say about taking it easy for a while? Asked Haku the others in his group. I could use a vacation after this is done. I heard the water country will be having their yearly festival soon. Shall we go on it? Asked Naruto with an excited voice. No matter how old he got he would always love festivals. Itachi didn't say anything as he looked at Naruto until he made the boy uncomfortable. What? Asked the blonde boy. Sorry you didn't get to receive the Chunin rank, Itachi said. Naruto looked thoughtful for a short moment before he gave his older brother figure a big happy smile. Don't worry about it, there is always next time. At that moment the other members landed around them. Did you find it? Asked one of them. Ya better have, yeah. Another told them. We have, said Itachi. Where is it? Asked a third member. Itachi's hand moved forward and pointed at the ground. Right here, there's no doubt about it. You better not be wrong. We won't get another chance for this. The first told them. They can't be wrong, said a fifth person with a large sword wrapped in bandage on his back. Seen but unseen, protected by the past and future while the present makes sure it will never breathe again. For this resting place is where the past began and the future will begin. The other members cast a look up at the stone faces. In a cruel way they represented the past and the future. As this place was seen and protected by the eyes of the faces, it was still left unseen by those that came here. All right, let's begin then. All members stood in a circle around the center. They began to chant spells as they held their hands in respective seal in order. Their whereabouts had been discovered by the shinobis and they were approaching fast with support on the way. Itachi looked at Naruto one last time beside him. Let's go to the festival, he told the boy, and he got a smile in return. Sure. The next moment a large light erupted from the center and exploded in their faces. Everything on the cliff was engulfed by the light and a third of Konoha. What followed next was a new chaos from the one before. The members of Akatsuki left the place with what they wanted and no one could capture them. The explosion leveled a good part of Konoha, and at that moment sand and sound took the moment in act to attack and invade. The wheel of fate had turned and noted a new mill point in Konoha's history. The town was on the edge of defeat when they pushed back and saved their home. Many humans were lost in this event. The village was now facing their greatest challenge ever, complete survival. What the Akatsuki had wanted didn't anyone know, but they had probably gotten their hands on it, for otherwise most people doubted they would have left so soon. The secret the Hokage had held from the people about Naruto's true identity was revealed, and it left many with mixed feelings. No one ever saw the blonde boy again, or if they did, they didn't recognize him. Hikaru and Akumi walked different roads. Akumi seemed to vanish, or it was more like his life returned to normal where no one would remember him. Hikaru went back to his old lifestyle and looked for something to entertain himself with. He was probably the only living being that would remember Akumi until he died. They had their own destinies to follow. When the yearly festival in the water country started, there was a boy, probably no older than 13, running down the crowded street in a festival kimono. He turned around and waved at his two companions. They were both wearing kimonos to melt in. "Hurry, hurry," he shouted. One of the two began to jog to catch up while the other kept his pace. He hadn't changed much, but he had still grown during the years that passed. Itachi walked past a young man in a black coat with light brown hair and matching eyes. The hair seemed to shift color depending on the light fell on him. The man held a flute in his hand, and something about him made Itachi turn around. He knew he had met this man somewhere before, but he didn't know where. Or had he even met him before? It all felt like a nightmare he was just waking up from. He shook his head and walked after his friends. It was stupid. His mind was just playing tricks on him. "The price has been paid," said a voice in his mind that he forgot just as soon as he heard the words. The man walked away with his flute in one hand and a dark orb in his other. The surface seemed to shift and swirled around in many different dark colors. The end.